Muito bom dia para você, agora 7 horas e 34 minutos, segunda-feira, 2 de maio.
Good morning,
Está começando mais
7:45
Expozebu 2022.
a.m. Welcome to Expozebu 2022. We talk directly from the Fernando Costa Park for another 12 hours of transmission. We are in the VIP room, a VIP studio. That's the biggest structure that was built for this event of Expozebu 2022. ABCZ TV at the Expozebu 2022. We are live already. Our studio begins already with a lot of things to do. We have a really good commentator team now here at the Fernando Costa Park. They will explain all the details that are very important to us. And we are here and have the participation with the technical Nelson Ribeuki and Mr. Toledo. Nice to have you here. Thank you for coming. Good morning, Márcio. Good morning, Cesar. Good morning to all that are watching us here at the ABCZ channel. It's a pleasure and an honor to be here to comment on this new phase, this new thing that BCZ brings to the associate. And we always have a nice feedback from the breeders, and we got some feedback from the breeders in our region. It's very important. It's important to make it more clear, more transparent, the information, and that's what the board of the ABCZ does. And we work with contests for some years now, and we will be able to show to others what is happening down there on the track. So it's an honor and a pleasure to be here. Nelson, welcome. Thank you for being here. Good morning, Cesar. Good morning, Brazil. Thank you very much for the participation. It's a huge honor to be here in this very heavyweight team. And yesterday I saw, together with our fermentation team, we installed the totem from the PMGZ for all the breeders that are taking part and all the breeders that are not taking part. And we will be among the breeders, people watching YouTube and watching the contest on the cell phone. Many breeders were really participating of the contest on the cell phone, so we are having a very positive feedback. It's like in the stadium where people watch the soccer game and they still have the radio at the ear to listen to the commentator. So I will just help you. So let's have a short update. At this moment on the track, the contest has not begun, but who brings the details to us is Melissa Faroleto. Melissa, welcome. This team that is marvelous brings all the details about the contest. I am here at the contest track, as you said. The animals did not arrive yet, and they will very soon be requested to enter, and we will begin as yesterday with the Nelore breed. Yesterday the contest ended, and we will begin with the B subcategory, the fourth category of the Nelore breed. And in the afternoon, we will have the Gyr breed again. We had a marvelous day yesterday with a lot of animals on the track, with exceptional quality of these animals. And today, the second day of contests will not be different. I'm here with the technical team of the ABCZ, and the whole TV team is also here, prepared and ready to bring all the information to you in the second day of contests. So, let's update it already. The first animals already entered the track. We want to show it to you now. And we will begin with the contest of the Nelore breed. And we will follow it very closely and bring all the information to you. Cesar, back to you. Yes, thank you very much. Guys, we have Nelore breed today, and I believe that we will have much more animals than yesterday. And in the afternoon we will have Gyr milk cows in the contest, right? Yes, that's right. Nelore is a really very important, it's a meat breed, and Gyr is also a very important. Here at this World Cup of the Zebu breed, Zebu cattle, we have the best animals. It's a very interesting competition. It's where the breeder, it's where the breeder really can see what he must do to have a better herd, to improve the herd, and where this breeder lies in comparison to the other breeders. So we will see that this contest has a very interesting dynamic, and the goal is exactly that. It's a very important breed. And when we think about contests, that's the goal, the breeder to have this possibility to compare themselves and their animals to other animals and other breeders. And then he will be able to decide what to improve in his own herd. And in the morning and the afternoon, the dynamics are a little bit different. The contest of the Nelore breed is different of the Gyr milk cow breed. Yes, we will see a huge difference. Yes, as everyone already can see, it's a very heavy category.
A categoria das fêmeas é o que vai deixar o produto mais importante dentro da propriedade. Então, é uma categoria que é de suma importância.
It's a category that's very important to us.
Dentro da fazenda, então eles vão começar com essa dinâmica de
they will begin by walking the animals in a circle for the harmony to be checked, for the body to be analyzed, and that's actually the showcase of each breeder. The judges are still in their tent. The animals are already on the track. They are walking. The handlers are taking the animals to the right spot. So you that are watching here us on the screen, yesterday the judges were close to us. Now they are on the other side. They are already with the animals. Let's see if we can get a closer image so we can see the dynamics of the animals. And they are already going to the animals to begin the evaluation, the contest. So, the three judges are Carlos Magno Filho, João Magno Filho e Mr. Russo Lopes Cansado. They are responsible today for the technical evaluation of our animals. And we can see in our image now that they are very close to animals already to begin the evaluation. The animals begin in this dynamic to get the evaluation in movement done. That's the first part of the evaluation. As you can see in the image, that's the huge importance to watch how the cattle moves. If you don't have the right legs, the right posture, and these are animals that will have a great functionality. So this first part, to make these animals to walk in a circle, it's important for the judges to evaluate the posture. You that have a huge experience, many years as a technician and as a judge, nowadays it's very difficult to evaluate these animals because you have a huge amount, a huge number, and because of the quality of these animals, because they have, all of them have a very high quality. So what do you think will the challenge be for the judges? I think the biggest challenge is always how good all these animals are. They are very close to each other in terms of quality. The three judges that when they enter the track, they have the responsibility towards the breed, because they have to process during their work. And that's why we went back to have three judges on the track, because each of these three judges express in its consideration, its evaluation, what they think about selection, in this case, the Nelore breed. The breed characteristics, that is the base of the breed, the pureness of the breed, the economic characteristics, how important this breed is in the beef production, meat production inside Brazil. And we are talking about the posture and the capacity of this animal to walk, to function correctly. On the track, everything is very beautiful because these animals are prepared, they are groomed to look nice. Because this is the last step. We are talking about the presentation. This process began at the ranch with the preparation work. At the ranch, the proprietor, the whole team of the ranch that are involved in this process, they watch the posture and all the details, because when they are on the track, the judge will compare these animals with each other on the track inside this category, and when they walk around in a circle, they watch the posture and legs and function. And how this walk is done may be slow because you have a lot of animals in the same category, and that creates a certain difficulty for the judge to see the details of this posture. Because the final goal of each judge is to select the best animal. Depending on the classification of the animals in this category, the first place will come back for the championship. So you really need to do a good job to select the best animal. When you have just one judge, the pressure is very high on this professional. If you see an alloy race with this quality, with this amount of animals, it's very difficult. If there's a little mistake, sometimes the result is not good. And our commitment is to have a good result. And with 3 judges, we are able in certain moment, if there's a little mistake or something, this can be corrected. So let's hear the track now. We have already a result.
So, unfortunately, we cannot hear what's happening on the track clearly. So, we're going to call Melissa, the reporter Melissa, so that she can share the information with us of what's happening on the track, okay, or in the arena. So, and then Melissa is going to share all the information with us, okay? Okay, so Marcelo, you were talking about the responsibility, the huge responsibility for these judges to carry out all of this analysis, this assessment, because they have to allow the analysis of the animals to be very balanced, very equitable, yes? And I believe that it's fairer. Yeah, I believe the best adjective would be just or fair, because the breeders, they invest a lot in this on a daily basis, on the farm, on the ranch, and all of the phases are important. And so the responsibility, regardless if it's 1 judge or 3 judges, the responsibility is the same. But why do I say that it's fairer? Because if there is a mistake or if they do not notice something, the probability it becomes higher that it's not going to pass by or get unnoticed by the other judges. So maybe one of the judges may let something slide, but the others are going to pay attention to that. And so the end result is always going to be fairer. And so I would like to congratulate you guys for using this triple analysis, and so they have an investment, a daily investment. It's really expensive to get an animal ready for this, and so I believe it becomes fairer for the breeders. And so to give this possibility so that you're going to have the best situation possible. What the guy was saying now was the analysis of the judges and their deputy judges. And so now the animals are placed at the right place now, and they are analyzing. The judges are circling around the animals. They are walking in front of the animals. And so the judges, they walk around all of the animals. It's almost like a 360-degree walk, okay? And we can see these images. This is a beautiful image. And so look how the judges are concentrated, paying attention. And so they have their assistants near them. And this is a moment that requires lots and lots of attention and focus. So each judge spends at least 2 or 3 seconds in front of each animal, behind each animal, analyzing their posture, analyzing their morphology, the harmony, all of the functionalities of the animal. So they pay attention to the minimum details, okay? And so now the animals are standing still, and so they are being held by their handlers, and then they fit in each one of the pieces now, so that they can come up with the definition of this category. And so you guys in the audience, you know this well. well. So the main judges, they are wearing blue vests, and their assistants are walking next to them. And their assistants, they also have a very important role. They assist the judges. And it's important for us to discuss the assistants there on the track, because what is their main objective? Okay, first of all, they are learning, and these assistants, they are going to become judges in the future. And so the main judge has this commitment with this assistant judge. Their objective here is to share with them. Okay, they chat a lot, they show details, they point out some characteristics, and so. And the way that they work, these dynamics, they're going around, they're walking around the animals in a 360-degree circle. And so they analyze the macro characteristics, economic characteristics, functional characteristics, etc. And so when the judges start walking around the animals, and so they pay attention, they pay closer attention to more details, okay? The racial characteristics. I'm gonna analyze the size of the head, how the horns are placed and how they are getting out of the head, and how the ears are moving, okay? And so this is connected to the femininity characteristics, okay? And so we have the neck, the harmony, all of the passages. And so the judges are walking around the animals totally around the animal, making a circle, a complete circle around all of the animals. And they're walking the posterior members, how wide the chest is, how the chest is. And so they were analyzing the posture of the animal while they were walking. And now that they are standing still, they are going to analyze the posture of the animal while they are standing still. And then you can summarize everything, and that's when we have the trick. That's the main trick that they are now analyzing. When they walk around and they process everything mentally, they have to systematically, in their minds, they have to analyze everything so that they can classify the animals within that category. And so this is the main, not trick, but the main tip, yes? And so this image is also very beautiful, because the handlers, they're almost like juggling the animals, juggling the ropes, and their performance there, so that the animals can stand still to be placed well. This is essential. And this starts on the farm, on the ranch. These animals are well treated, super well treated, and they have certain techniques. When these animals are 1 month old, they are already working with them. They are washed every day. They are sometimes better treated than many human beings. So you have techniques, okay? So once they leave the farm, and they have to be well presented on the track. And these handlers, they learn these techniques, they carry out these techniques, they implement these techniques. So these animals, they weigh about 500 kilograms, 600 kilograms. So they train these techniques on the ranch, and these handlers, they are trained every single day, and so the minimum details. And so the handlers, they prepare these animals so that the judges can pay attention to each and every detail. So they go around the animal, they form a complete circle, and so the handlers, their main objective is to allow the animals to feel more comfortable. Okay, Marcelo, so what's going to happen after now? So the judge has already assessed the animal. They went around the animal. They are assessing the animal standing still now. And so he assesses, and where are these grades going to? This moment, what's happening right now? So we have the animal that they were walking in a circle. Now they are standing still, okay, a little far apart, one from the other, okay? And then you can see that some animals are standing behind and other animals are standing in the front. Why? Why? In the image we can see, in this image we can see exactly what we're saying. What is this? When they were going around the animal 360 degrees, they already identified the highlights of this category, okay? And so this is difficult, okay, to make a decision. And why do they do this? Aiming at choosing the best animal. Once you have 2, 3, 4 animals to the front, they are the highlights. And so always respecting the order of the numbers that they have, because you cannot change their position, but you can only make them move forward, because then you're going to get closer to the animals, to the highlights of that category, so that the comparative analysis of the judges, so when they ask them to move forward, they go to the front of those animals, they go behind them, so that when they are making a decision, you can have the lowest possibility of making a mistake. This is the dynamic of the judgment, or pardon me, the contest. And so when you move the animal forward, and so you are analyzing the animals in a more restricted way or in a more comprehensive way, but the highlights. And this is the moment that the hearts of the breeders start beating fast, yes? Yes, because they are placed in the front. And so, woohoo, I have a chance of winning. So let's see people on the bleachers. It's very calm now on the bleachers because it's still very early. The sky is blue, the sky is clear here in the city of Uberaba, and the participation of the audience is going to change throughout the day. I'm going to excuse myself here before my colleagues here, because we have reporter journalists on the track getting ready. And so our program is going to continue. You can come to the park here, and we have the participation of the children taking part in the program Zebu at the schools. Hi, Melissa. Good morning, Cesar. I'm going to repeat pardon me, the name of this reporter is Tieta. So good morning with happiness, because people are arriving here. We have some sunshine here. I'm here at the main entrance of the Fernando Costa Park to share today's program with you. It's going to start at 9 a.m. and we're going to launch the program, okay, Zebu at the schools, and also the launching of the new magazine, which is called Little Zebu. And so I wish to all of you a wonderful day, and let's rock and roll. Let's rock and roll. And so thank you, Chiesa. And so we're going to go back to see the launching of the program Zebu at schools. And also we're going to launch the magazine Little Zebu. Yesterday they launched the magazine virtually, and now they're going to launch the paper issue of the magazine, okay? Okay, and so we are going to discuss everything that is happening, okay? The number of Nelore animals is higher, so there's a lot of movement on the track. And ladies and gentlemen, we have a record number of animals on the tracks this year, okay? And this is the face-to-face issue of the fair, of Zebu Fair. And so we have many animals, okay, on the track. And the judges are going to work really hard, right? Yes, Cesar. As you mentioned before, we had 2 years of pandemic. People were really really, really excited, willing to come. And for 2 years, the breeders could not bring their animals to the park. And so I walked around the park with some technicians and my friends, and many animals are going to give a beautiful presentation. And this summarizes a lot what the breeders are always trying to find to bring onto the track, because this is a showcase of what people are looking for and what they have to show off. Yes, and so we have all of the zebu breeds present here at the 2022 Expozebu, okay? Okay, this is a very democratic event. Everybody's participating, so it's a great joy. It's a great joy.
Agora a gente retoma com esse número recorde de animais.
So, Marcelo, this is a record number of animals so that people can understand and to understand the quality of these animals that are here. The animal that would be on a track in 2021 is the animal that is here now in 2022 or in 2020. Yes, they are here on the track. Yeah, that's a nice question. That's a good question. So this suspension or temporary suspension due to the pandemic, okay, the work on the ranch continued normally. Okay, you cannot miss out in terms of the timing of your animal, the growth characteristics, okay, and they're operating physiologically on the animal every day. And the nutritional aspects, okay, in terms of the food or the feed that you give to the animal. In the pandemic, I'm going to let my animals run loose. No, you're going to be maybe miss out or lose your champion. So on the farms, nothing stopped. Everything was happening every single day, and it's important to be like that and to do that. And so for those who bring their animals to Expozebu, okay, so when the animal is born, okay, they identify, the breeders, they have a trained eye to do that. So the male calf is born, and then, this is a good one, and they start grooming the animal, preparing the animal, developing the animal. So most of the ranches, they have brought their animals that were distributed in all of the categories, among all of the categories, so that they can have a representative from their herd in each one of the categories. And obviously, the main objective, when they have awarded animals or prized animals, when they receive prizes at Expozebu, they try to distribute the group of animals that are going to participate that year to the fair, because this would be a competition or a championship for male calves and female calves. And so the animal did not come here in 2020, did not come here in 2021, and now they are here, and they are 18 to 24 months old. And so we're going to have an older female calf, okay? So this process is very important. Why? Because the breeder, they have this possibility in each category. So they are going to bring their heifers, okay, and they're going to analyze the points. Then so that we have a national ranking of the breed, and so they are valued, they have scores, they have grades. These scores are very important when it comes to and so it's a broad context, okay? And so they were not here because we couldn't have the face-to-face Expozebu, but they were being treated on the farm. And so what I can see from the window now, the judges have come back, okay? And this first part, they have already concluded it. They have concluded the first part. And so, from the same group of animals that we have been watching since the beginning. Is that correct? Yes, yes, it's correct. They have already made their final decisions. They have already placed each animal at the right place. And then maybe one judge is going to come back, check something out once again. And then we have 10 animals, and they have already placed them at the right places, okay? And so in a few minutes, we're gonna have the result of this category, okay? Oh, we already have the result. And the other animals are being prepared, okay? So that they can take over the place of these animals, okay? So at any second now, we're going to have the result, and we are going to see the breeders that are following everything up from the bleachers. Okay, as I said, we have the points, okay? We have the scores, pardon me, and the grades for the animals, because then the process becomes very transparent. Each judge assessed the animals, and then they gave their own grades, okay? And then they can see, so why did we arrive at this conclusion? Why did we arrive at this result? Everything becomes transparent. So we had two judges that were still sitting down, and so they arrived at a conclusion, they made their decision, and then this information is uploaded onto a tablet. And so the assistant judge is all the time with the judge, and then on the tablet you give the animals their scores, and so the animals are classified. Excuse me, Marcelo, I'm sorry, I'm going to have to interrupt you. Let's go back to the track because we're going to have the result of the first round of assessment. Asterfield SJ. Okay, Pintura FIV.
Ninth place, Daisy Broom. Eighth place, Carola Ducato. Seventh place, that's the result from the last to the first.
Aí o coraçãozinho dos travadores já começa a pulsar mais forte. A partir de que vai caminhando para o primeiro.
The heartbeat rises now when it gets close to the first places. Fourth placed, 69. Third place, 7.5. Third place, 7.5. Second place, 7.6. And the first place, 68. Dama L, she is now allowed to take part in the championship. And she will be allowed to take part in the championship later on. And when she goes to the championship, and if she is the champion of the category, the second place goes into the second place championship later on. This identified, they receive a special identification, a special vest. They receive a special identification vest, and the whole process is repeated in the next category. It's a dynamic. The process is created in a way, designed in a way that you need agility, because you have a lot of animals to be evaluated, and we are doing this for many years now. And we do all the evaluation of the different categories. And at the last day, we need to discover, to find out who's the real big champion. So that's important to highlight here on TV, that in this World Cup for the Zebu races, breeds, is to discover, to find out who is the champion of champions. When we got the result of this first contest, we saw the points of each. And in the other image that was very nice was a handler petting his bull for not being classified. And that's important to mention that how well these animals are treated. So it's very important to highlight this, Cesar. You have the expectation, you get on track, and you hope that your animal does well, and then something else happens. So, unfortunately, the animal that was on screen did not get the first place, but it was comforted by his handler. Maybe in the next category he can go forward. So we have the next group of animals that is entering the track. Say they are beginning the dynamic part of the evaluation by walking in a circle. We are still in the same category, right? Now it's the next category already. And now the whole process begins again. It's kind of repetitive. The actors change, but it's important to highlight the interaction that you just mentioned, that the animal is very well treated. We live in a cattle breeding time, in a contest to how we produce. And many people that don't know how it's done, they think that it's brutal, that it's violent. Sometimes we see some news that frighten us actually, but we see a perfect interaction between the human being and the animal. This is a perfect animal, and this animal wouldn't be in this perfect state without the respect and the good handling of it, the good treatment of this animal by the handler. It's a perfect interaction, and for this to work, to be beautiful, this interaction between animal and human being is very important. Very well. We continue the evaluation very closely, and we will bring all the details to you. I will ask for forgiveness while we see the images from the track, because we have a very important moment, Fazu here in the Expo. For you that on the work market to get better. It's a course that is very important course because it's very and it's related to agronomy of the agriculture sciences. We are talking here to the Professor Diego Braga from the FAZU. So it's an honor to be here following up with the World Cup of the Zebu breeds. So, Professor, this is a very traditional course in Brazil. Please talk a little bit more about it. The agronomy course is one of the courses inside agricultural sciences that has a huge history in Brazil, and it opens up a lot of possibilities for the young people. We have this agribusiness, and we need to get over the challenges, and the people has a huge knowledge, very technical, and the FASU is helping in the agronomy sector for many years, over 30 years already. And we know that agronomy and the agribusiness in Brazil has always been at the forefront. And we say it a lot here in our transmissions. A student of agronomy is really inserted in this reality of the agribusiness that never stops. Yes, what we see nowadays is that the market asks each time for more preparation, for more knowledge. And there is no agribusiness without the practice, and we have this practice in the course to be on the field, to have this contact with the farmer, with the rancher, and in these different phases he must be able to identify opportunities to work in the agriculture production and in the ranching and the cattle breeding, allowing him to. The booth asks for you to excuse us, please. The signal from the TV was lost for a while. We will resume our translation as soon the signal is reestablished.
Com relação, e agora tem sido cada vez mais evidente isso, com relação à sustentabilidade. E o fato de nós estarmos com o preço dos insumos mais altos nesse momento.
One of the main concerns nowadays is sustainability, and we see a rising prices worldwide. So professionals must be focused on the market, rising the production, getting the prices down, lowering costs, and how can a specialist in agronomy contribute?
É porque eu dei sinal para os meninos, eles me deram sinal para eu continuar, por isso que eu continuei. Ok.
Very well, we are back. Let me ask you for your forgiveness. We had a technical problem. So please just tell me where we were so we can back to exact point. We were at the first question. I always finish the interview here. So let's do it again. People at home need information. We were talking about the agribusiness in Brazil. It's very important for the GDP in Brazil, creating a lot of jobs. As an agriculture engineer, how is this reality? As we said already, and now for you at home, we have seen lately that the agriculture engineer that when goes to FASU to get his training, his education, we insert him in the whole chain of events, from the breeder, from the rancher, farmer, to the sale market. This young professional needs to be a dynamic one that will use all the tools that he has inside and gets inside the academy and set this to practice. This is very important. Inside this practice that you mentioned, in the last years, because of several crises that impacted the agribusiness, for example, the war in Ukraine, and had as a consequence the increase of the raw materials. So the production points in the agribusiness went up in the milk production, in the meat production. Can this professional, this agronomer, help inside the farm to lower costs? Agronomist. So the agribusiness in Brazil is a vanguard agribusiness. And Brazil has behaved himself very well. There is another other country in the world with our size, that has our technology, that has the possibility to work the earth as Brazil has. And we have the perspective of forefront technologies. And we see a huge demand of some raw materials, but at the same time we have other possibilities that were created through research where the farmer can solve these problems. We have alternatives for fertilizers, or how you handle the soil or the cattle or the livestock. And the professional that is inside the academy has access to this research, to this information, to bring this technology to the farmer. And the agronomists today must be prepared to produce more at a lower cost. This efficiency that we look for, and we look for this efficiency the whole time, we need this youngster that he takes this knowledge from the academy to the producer. And so, ending our talk, our interview, for the student is watching us now, what is the hint you can give him? What can you suggest him? How can he prepare himself? I will interrupt you a little. We will have the result.
Marcelo, Elcio, peço a ajuda de vocês agora nesse momento para a gente trazer o resultado desse segundo conjunto de avaliação da segunda categoria que está sendo avaliada nessa manhã. A gente está ao vivo agora, 8 horas e 24 minutos. Daí, a gente tem esse resultado, né, da subcategoria.
Now we have the results of the subcategory calves.
Em relação àquela categoria, essa que está julgando agora, os animais estão perfilhados para frente, eles ainda estão estabelecendo um termo comparativo. Vê que os jurados ainda estão em pista lá.
You can see that the judges are still on the track and still making their evaluation. So very well. Thank you very much, Marcelo and Elcio. Let's finish here our interview. Sorry, it will be very dynamic here, Professor. No, it's marvelous. We are bringing all the details, and we will have the details on the screen on your right side. So, this potential student that is watching us, what is the first hint that you can give him? To study agronomy, to be in the agriculture sciences, you don't need to be a producer, a farmer, a rancher, but he needs to love the segment, the agribusiness. He must be someone that wants to be with us on this path, and he must see that the agribusiness and all wrong information that is related to our work, and he needs to understand that he has the potential to work and to see the possibility grow inside this profession. And this is a market that is always expanding and brings our country forward. So, do you have a new class being opened? Enrollment? Have you presential and online classes? Yes, you that at home that you're interested in learning agronomy at the FAZU, our enrollment tests are already happening. So this test will be done on August, beginning of August. The FAZU has one of the best courses for agronomy in the country. You are invited to visit us, to see our college, to see what we do. Thank you very much, Diego Fraga, that's coordinator of the agronomy course at the FAZU. And also visit the stand of FAZU that is close out to our studio here. Let's have a coffee together. Thank you very much.
Muito bem, a gente segue com o nosso camarote da Copa.
We are back here in our VIP room. We have images again from the contest track and what is happening right now. So please, Marcelo, get us up to speed of what is happening on the track. So we are seeing here the 5th category of the calves, up to 11 months old. The 3 judges are still classifying. So we have heifers here up to 11 months old. And this category, we have 10 animals. Based on the image, they took 3 to 4 animals to the side and will find or take or make their final decisions. We see the catalog here of these animals, and I wanted to show you here. Let's see if the guys can show it at one of the cameras. Zé Roberto, can you show this to us, please? This catalog. Please explain. The breeder has access to this. Is this for the judges? What is in this catalog? The catalog.
So the breeders, they have access to this catalog, okay, which lists all of the animals, and then some pieces of information are shared with the judges and the assistant judges. And inside the catalog, within each category, you have the age of the animal in months, in days, the weight of the animal, how much weight they gain per day. You have all of the characteristics of that category, how much one animal is deviating positively when compared to the other. You have information about the CDP, okay, the weighted weight, okay, during 250 days, you have the height, you have the length, in terms of the reproduction aspects, okay, we have the younger heifers, and so after 20 months you're gonna have the so when the cow has born the first calf or complementary information, and the judge is going to receive this, and the breeders and the exhibitors, they are going to have access to this inside the catalog. And Cesar, it's worthwhile mentioning to all of our audience, in terms of regulations and the divisions of the categories in the past, the contest was a little longer, a little slower. And why was that? Because inside a category you had a high number of animals, in which after that, in the afternoon, this was very common, in the afternoon contest, you had the pre-classification of the animals, you would clean up, okay, the 12th animal up until the maximum, you would analyze the subcategory with only the 12 or 10 animals that were there. And what are we doing now? This year, after this year, the categories start being subdivided into A, B, C, D, so that the judges can judge them. So that number of animals is already an entire subcategory, and when they go to the championship, and we're going to see this later on, you're going to have several animals. Thinking about a traditional competition when we had 200, 250 animals way back then. And so what did we have? We judged directly, and then you would have a heifer contest. Now, with the subdivision, depending on the number of animals inside that subcategory, sometimes you have 3 subcategories inside the same category. And then there are situations, and we're going to see that. We're going to discuss this later on. Okay, so the 10th award, the 10th prize, 9th, 84, Branca G. J. Mendes. 8th place, California Five Ibanez. 7th place, Brunelli Filho from Sabiá. The 6th place, 8-3, Pantera São Salito. 5th place, number 80, Betina Filha Sabiá. 4th place, 8-6, Monte Verde, Filho Monte Verde. 3rd, 82, Braga Filho São Salito. 2nd place, 88, Amore Filho de Bertoli. 1st, 79, Mota Filho Gerelli DJ. Complementing, César, what I was just saying. So in a championship with this new subdivision of the categories, you have 8, 9, 10 animals, depending on the subdivision of the category, so that they can compete in the championship. So this was a change that attracted my attention. And something important in the classification that was just carried out, the animal that received the first prize and the second prize, the second place, the animal was 11 months old, and the first prize was the first animal, the youngest animal of the category, which was number 79, 11 months old, 336 days. There was a difference of 20 days between him and the second place, between it and the second place. So everything is taken into consideration when they're making a decision jointly with the phenotype and the type of animal that the judge is analyzing. And so all of the racial characteristics, the neck, the head, the hump, the rump, the posture, everything. And so based on all of these performance information, and so the judge can make a decision. And so we wrap up everything nicely. And so you can understand how the contest was following up the evolution of the racial standard of these animals. And also because of the genetic improvement of these animals, you have a higher number of animals with more quality within the same range, and then they are bringing them to the contest track. So the contest had to be modernized throughout time, or as time went on. So that's the importance of the subdivisions that Marcelo just mentioned. So some breeders, they showcase 10, 12, 15 animals, and they do not want to leave them behind because they have performed well well, because they developed well. That's why these subdivisions are so important. So I have an animal that was born on May 12th, 2020. And so this advance in the genetic improvement is very important. So they don't want to leave these animals behind on the ranch. They want to show to everybody what's happening, all the development. So it's important to follow up these measures, these measurements, to compare to other breeders, his animals to the animals of other breeders. Another point that is very important to emphasize is that all of this information, this performance information in the catalogs that the judges receive, since the animals are very close, and this is dynamic given the level, the high level of the animals that come to Expozebu, the growth characteristics, the development characteristics, the animals' development, everything is like in second place, because this is a beef breed, and these characteristics have been preserved, and so the animals are well prepared. The variation between the weight is really small, really small. Of course, there are exceptions to the rule, but the variations are usually very small. What is essential? And this goes through the judge's mind all the time, to have an interaction between the phenotype in which you believe in, and functionally they are more balanced, and so you have on the ranch, when these matrices ended their track career, they're going to become a donor, but you're going to insert it inside the productive cycle of the ranch. And all of the characteristics that we analyze on the track, they are going to give us that security that on the range, that animal is going to have a wonderful performance. So when I'm talking about a longer neck of the female calf, when I talk about a longer animal, a broader animal, why do I mention this? Because this is what leads to the functional efficiency and economic efficiency of the animal, and the animal's posture as well. So it's important for you to align everything when making a decision, because way in the future they're going to be producing on the farm, and as an economic result for the breeder, for the owner, so they're gonna give you a product every year. They're gonna wean a calf every year. And so as we are gonna go through the Expozebu, we're gonna have cows that have already born many calves. You're gonna pay attention to how capable they are of feeding their own calves. So these are the functional, productive characteristics, and the judges, they must have the exact, the precise definition of these things, so that they can analyze the growth characteristics and make their decision. This is the wonderful tip and the wonderful.
Com o resultado que nós vimos agora há pouco, a gente encerrou, foi a última categoria Bezerra.
And so the last category was heifers, the heifers. And now this group of animals is already the smaller heifers. So while these animals are being assessed now, they are walking around in a circle, the judges are paying close attention to them. So the judges are in the center of the circle. And so we're going to have a break now, and then we're going to come back to the VIP box. We're going to come back, and it's now 8:40 a.m.
Conozca más del trabajo de ABS, el centro de biotecnología más completo de América Latina. El complejo ABS cuenta con modernos laboratorios de semen convencional, genética sexada y embriones, para entregar las mejores soluciones de progreso genético con estándar de calidad tipo exportación. La selección de toros ABS lidera los principales programas de evaluación. Durante 80 años, ABS ofrece soluciones y resultados, garantizando la rentabilidad a través del progreso genético.
Conozca más sobre AgroExport, un país generoso en productividad agroindustrial. Lo mejor desde Brasil lo lleva AgroExport a todo el mundo por AgroExport. AgroExport exporta por aire y mar animales para reproducción, semen, equipos, animales vivos para engorde o sacrificio. Contáctenos. Tenga la marca de garantía AgroExport en su próximo negocio. AgroExport, tradición y confianza más allá de las fronteras.
Conozca más sobre la calidad JLT Tabapuán, Granja Agua Marinha, por el empresario Julio Laure. Animales de excelente genética con las características más deseadas. Capacidad materna, peso de destete, peso soberano, fertilidad, estructura, precocidad, musculatura y características de la canal. JLT Tabapuán, amor por la raza.
Alta Brasil, líder del mercado de mejoramiento genético bovino, está localizada en Uberaba, la capital mundial del ganado cebú, y es en nuestra central de donde sale al menos una de cada 3 dosis de semen vendido, producido o exportado. Solo en 2021 hubo más de 8.6 millones de dosis. Así crece el agro y nuestra credibilidad también.
Conozca más sobre Alvo Agro, una empresa 100% brasileña enfocada en la exportación de animales vivos, con estaciones cuarentenarias estratégicamente localizadas para embarque desde los puertos de São Sebastián y Vila do Conde en Brasil. Ofrecemos a nuestros clientes una diversificación de raza y especificación de los animales que Brasil ofrece. Piense, Alvo Agro, soluciones que alimentan el mundo.
Agropecuaria Baguazú desarrolla un excelente trabajo en el mejoramiento genético de la raza Sind en Brasil. Tras 10 años de inversión en genética diferenciada desde los criaderos más tradicionales del país, conseguimos un ganado de alto valor genético, multiplicado por donantes como Babalú y Fortuna, aparte de toros de destaque nacional como nuestro premiadísimo Canrifil Baguazú. Agropecuaria Baguazú, lo mejor de la genética Sind nacional en medio de la exuberancia natural.
La Coima, una empresa 100% brasilera con 70 años de vida, siempre contribuyendo con los avances de la pecuaria en general. La Coima ofrece para usted ganadero 5 modelos de cepos, 2 modelos de balanza electrónicas y también las balanzas para la carretera. Nuestro objetivo es contribuir con los avances de la pecuaria para producir más carne que el mundo tanto necesita. La Coima, ubicada en Dracena, São Paulo, Brasil, atiende a toda Latinoamérica. Visite nuestra página coima.com.br.
A gente continua com o julgamento na categoria bezerra.
We're going to start with the contest in the heifer category. So let's go to the track now to see what moment this is now of this contest, yes? Okay, so from what we were able to observe, Cesar, so the 3 judges, they are there on the track. You can see that they have been chatting, analyzing everything, and this is very important. Okay, for the 3 judges to exchange information. They're going to pay attention to the details, analyze the animals in detail. Maybe an animal is not going to be well placed, and this is very important. Marcelo mentioned this. Exchange information, the animals standing still, well placed, and we can see the exact moment that they invited 4 animals to come forward, and this is very important because they already have in mind that they are reaching their final conclusion about the animals and they are being placed. And so it's important for us to see what's happening now. So among the group, the initial group, most of the animals have come forward, yes? Only a few animals are standing behind because they're very close shows. So there are situations, yes, and I took part in big fairs, and then sometimes all the animals have to move forward, but they are so good, the quality is so high, they are so similar that we have to ask them to move forward, okay? And so the judge's responsibility is enormous because they have to get everything right. And it's interesting because most of the animals have come forward. So Marcelo and Elcio are still here in the VIP box, okay? And they can interrupt our chat because now I'm in our living room with Mr. Silva so that we can discuss the analysis of the deer animals that is going to happen at 8 p.m. on the cattle channel. Good morning, welcome. Thank you for this opportunity, okay? It's going to be a highly expected auction of the deer breed, okay? So what are people going to be able? So they are the top animals. This is the 15th edition. This is one of the most traditional auctions in the fair, okay, on the Cattle TV. So the breeders, they can follow us up on the Terra Viva channel. The auction is extremely high quality. We share the best of each ranch. So high quality and high level genetic animals, they represent the 10% highest animals. So they are the heifers, the female calves, and this is a unique opportunity for all of you. Yesterday we had the contest of the deer breed, and we were able to see the high quality of the animal, yeah? And so if you want to add to your herd high quality animals, this is the moment within Expozebu so that you can take this to your farms. Yes, the animals have been improving day after day, and with the genomica even more, because this technology allows you to accelerate the genetic gains, and you are able to multiply the young animals even before you assess your production, and the accuracy is higher and higher, and we have been able to give a huge qualitative leap, okay? And they are well assessed animals, they participate in the PMGZ, and I'm sure the animals, they have in their generations 12 generations of milk control, so with high consistency. Oceolândia, Brasília Farm, they are the oldest, Baza, all of them, they are high quality animals. Only by mentioning the names of the farm, oh my goodness, we can verify the quality. And so this is the best. And this is, we're gonna offer this at 8:30 p.m. on the Terra Viva channel. And what about the conditions of these animals? And so for Expozebu, they also always prepare a special condition. So what did you think about, or what did you idealize for this auction? And so we're gonna have 15 lots, double lots, and you pay in 15. We're gonna have special freights. I cannot mention the number, but all the facilities. We're gonna promote all of the facilities. So it's not for the lack of facilities that we're not gonna do great business. Yes, and the breeders who are watching now, can they see the quality of the animals? Is the catalog available? Yes, on the website of each farm, on the website of the advisors that we have, everything is available.
Let's talk about the deer breed. How is this breed evolving in the last years? Having these animals on the contest track is really a reflection of what we see in the properties? Yes, that's true. It's a continuous improvement. This improvement process cannot stop. We are investing the whole time. Selection, and everyone is doing their homework, and what we can see is what's being shown in the exposition, production records. We have a high level regarding the animals, a very good standard, and we can see It's a very high level standard, as you can see. I will interrupt you now because we have audio from the track with the results. Yes, we have the results now.
Vamos acompanhar.
Let's follow this. Ricardo Labate, Roberto Betim Barros,
Ainda é julgamento.
is
A gente volta com informações
still the contest, and we will go back to the track as soon we have the result. For this category that's being
Jordânia e José da Silva.
assessed, and we have here Mr. Giordano, that is the responsible for the auction that will happen at 8 p.m. And this auction is called Pro Gradier.
Nós falávamos da qualidade desses
That
animais. Da raça Gir, como
we were talking about the Gir breed as a whole, and we had a moment without expositions, exhibitions, where we could not see the quality of these animals. And now, coming to the Expozebu, walking through the pavilions and seeing the animals, how they are today, and how the breeder really were concerned to keep this quality high. Yes, the best has to come. The next generation, the calves that are being raised now, will be better than the ones that you see today. The level's really high. From the small, medium, and big farmers, ranchers, you will see a huge improvement of quality. For the breeder that is here at the Expozebu, that wants to change a little bit the characteristic of its herd, for being a Zebu breed, there's a really good response from the race regarding changes. So the main goal for this breed is to have a better outcome regarding milk production, and this breed is really reacting very good to these changes, and consequently you improve the whole chain of production. You change the Girolando breed, and this is the biggest milk producer in Brazil. And to have a good Girolando breed, you need a very good Gir breed. And this is what in our association we are working for, to improve the herds, the seed as we call it, and to multiply the pure breed as well of the crossbreeds. So it's very important to work on the production development. Yes, that's the main goal, to do our homework, do the right selection, select the right animals, and this selection program gives you light for you to know what to do. Very important to go forward. It's impossible to go forward without an improvement program. And all people that breed and raise this breed are looking at it. Yes, for whoever just came to us, let's invite the people that please be with us at 8 p.m. Very high quality animals. We will have a support in the Armazém do Boi. Come to us because the auction has a very high quality. Thank you very much for being here today. Success in your auction. And we will go on in our VIP room at the studio.
Marcelo, Elcio, como estamos agora?
Marcelo, Elcio, where are we now? They already decided. The good thing here, so it's like a VIP room because we have a privileged scenery behind us. So it's really a privilege to see what is happening. So now they will answer. Meroa Filho HVP. Ninth place, 90. Eighth place, Conservação FIRB. Seventh place, Elica HBO. Sixth place, Sara. Fifth place, 8-9. Fourth place, 92, Barcelona Phoebe. Third place, 97, Sausalito. Second place, 98, Valiosa Phoebe. And first place, 96. That's it. We have the result. Charmosa Phoebe, RFA, from the Ranch Planalto, from Santa Marta, São Paulo State. The ages, we have differences of 5 days. So it's a subcategory B, 11 to 10 months. And it was very well subdivided, and the competitivity between these animals, this difference from 5 to 10 days, it's very interesting. We can see how the breeders is seeing this very well, how to prepare these animals to bring them to the track. It's very interesting, this analysis, because this animals is treated very well in a very beautiful handling. It's a very difficult decision. They are very, very close to each other in their characteristics. And once again, all the systemics, when I work on the track as a judge, I usually, for each animal, I watch each animal, and my analysis must be done in a logical way. I see the race as a whole, then I work on the neck and go to the top of the tail, and then I watch all the other characteristics. When you have a category like that, where the animals are very high animals, are very close to each other, and when you have the same logic of analysis, it's easier to do the evaluation and assessment, to see the details and see the differences between each animal. This is very important. If you look at the face and then at the leg and then at the tail, so this is just it's crazy. It's not possible to work that way.
As minúcias da diferença, você não consegue lembrar. E você desenvolvendo isso é o grande desafio.
And that is exactly the big challenge in judging, in assessing the quality. So we really need to consider always what is best for this breed. There's a past that of experience, and that's very important. Experience in track, but experience in the corrals, at the farm, to have knowledge, to have information, that when, as a judge, you're on the track, you can make the right decision. So it's just a short MC message, and now we have here in this group that was just presented, we had Charmosa Phoebe from RFA, and now we have the minor heifer, 12 to 13 months, subcategory A, minor heifer category.
Nós, enquanto ABCZ, nós técnicos, nós todo comprometimento, tem o pessoal agora que está fazendo esse trabalho fantástico de
People are doing a really fantastic work of reaching out to new breeders. So for each category that is, you see the symbol of the PMGZ, that is the program for genetic improvement in Brazil, and this is a very important tool here in Brazil in the selection process. That is the program for the genetic improvement of the Zebu breeds, and I'm really optimistic, and because we really get very happy with the evolution of the Brazilian Zebu, and we really cheer for that to happen, and we get very emotional about that. In the future, not in a very close future actually, in our contest tracks, we will have animals that will be assessed based on the program, and in this context we will have animals that will be on a high ranking in the program, taking part in the contest and being the big champions of the future based on their genetic evaluation. That's our dream, our focus, our goal. And for that to happen, you have a process that expects us technicians to work towards that, to work towards this goal. So all the animals, with rare exceptions, have the symbol of the PMGZ, defining and showing that this animal is part of the genetic improvement program. And when we look into the catalog and we see the genealogy of these animals, we have the Landau of the Gênio. This is the father of 3 animals, and Kayaki TM Mafra is the father of other 3 animals in this category that's being assessed now, the minor heifer category.
101, 102, 103, 106 e 107.
São 6 animais, né, Sérgio?
So 6 animals have the same father. So it's important to see how these animals really have a history in the breed, and this very strong racial characteristic that are passed on to the offspring. Marcelo said it very well, the huge importance of the PMGZ, and to showing the importance of this category, and the variability of the fathers of the animals are very important. We see the weight of the FA aggregating that you have fathers that really took part in the Penache, where you have animals that have a high ranking that are now on the track in the contest. These are animals that have a high potential for the contest. So now, talking about this, of 9 animals, 6 are children of Kayak T.E. Mafra. And this actually rings a bell, and we need really to pay attention to that. And that's as a reality forever in the work on the track. Always, in each moment of time, we have some bulls, 5, 6, and we never had more than 10 that really had a very, very high standard, that were the fathers of the contest animals. In an improvement program. We need a genetic variability. The PMGZ is present. All the information is already here in the catalog.
O que chama atenção da importância de cada vez mais a avaliação genética se fazer presente nos animais de pesca.
That's why I say that it's very important to have the genetic evaluation of the animals that are on the track to open opportunities for the breeders, the new generation of breeders, to use this new sires. And this is very important for the high genetic variability that we need. Always going back, it's very beautiful, but this bull, this heifer will go back to the farm, to the ranch, and will have offspring. I'm from a time where the technology for reproduction were not that accessible. We had one efficient cow. And with the help of all the tools we have today, with the weighting, with the GDP, and with all the rest, and being able to reproduce younger animals, I'm from a time that the cow had a calf each 365 days. And a very efficient cow could calve in 11 months. That was great. Nowadays, with the technologies of reproduction, you can, in a scale, multiply these mothers that were priced cows, and in a year, mother can produce 50 calves based on the response on the reproduction technology that was used. And so you can see how the herd as a whole can evolve. So that's why we need to pay attention to the genetic variability.
Precisamos sim começar a testar novos touros nessas matrizes de pista para poder ver e touros que a gente sabe, o programa está nos mostrando que ele é touro melhorador.
So the program is showing us that this bull is good, has a good genetics, everything is good. Let's improve that, use this variability of genetics, because it will always help to the breed, and it will help to the evolution of the herd as a whole. So I would love you to bring to us, and the ABCZ TV allows the breeders of the whole country to understand the dynamics of the contest,
and to bring to the breeder that is starting now and doesn't understand the dynamics of a contest track, and he dreams about having his or her animals here. What are the best pathways for this? And the animals that take part in the PMGZ, and Elcio as a foster technician, and he also takes this to the ranches. So the animals that arrive here at the contest track, what was the entire process that it went through? And we're talking about the steers, we're talking about the heifers, the finalized animals. What were the phases so that this animal could arrive here, for instance? So we have many processes, Cesar. They need to have a nice foundation when creating the herd, purchasing many matrices, genetic variability. So they're going to have access to many technologies, many reproductive technologies, so that they can start this work here, participating in the contest, being here on the track. So they're going to start on the range. They're they are going to have mating, guided mating, so that they can create the foundation of these animals. And then you prepare the animals for the male calves participating. Many technicians are going to be able to help them out on the range. There are many auctions nowadays that offer the genetic materials for the animals that they aim to have on the track, and so they can invest in this, and it's easy to do that. Expozebu opens all these doors. So we have many breeders. We have been following up the auctions throughout the week. They can buy the animals that are already ready. You have the steers, you have the heifers, so that when they arrive on the farm, and so they are going to be able to select the best follicles, they are going to use the matrix, be able to use the matrices, and then they can start selecting the best animals. So it's important for them to receive a technical visit from a professional that works at the ABCZ. We have several technicians all over Brazil. They can analyze the bull, they can analyze the best reproducers, and then they can follow the development of these animals on their property. They should keep close contact with the ABCZ, and then they're going to get in touch with the breeders and start preparing their animals for the contests. I always say the following: this process starts way before the calf is born. It starts when they make the decision they want to become a selection professional or expert, and now they have many tools to support these breeders. So it starts way back when. And so when we start from this principle, or based on this principle, it's a process. Why is this more and more going to become a dynamic, and we're going to have animals participating more with the support of the PMGZ? The PMGZ is a tool that allows people, first of all, the breeders, way back when they start this process, they have the right to have a guided mating. I'm going to program everything I'm going to do. And so you start a process, a selection process, a dynamic, and we're going to guide the breeder. Look, this is what you have to do. This is the best mating process. And Elcio mentioned something, the genetic variability within the same herd, the improvement. And then once the calf is born, the male calf is born, and then you have a chronological process, the rules, you have the coverage, you have the process, purchasing the embryo. We have the entire process before the baby calf is born. What is the best animal? What is the best animal visually? What are the animals that are going to come to the contest? So the process becomes way back then, and it's very dynamic. And you have the interference, you have many variables. Sometimes you select 10 animals that are promising, and you analyze them when they are born. But in the end, you have 1 or 2 animals that can arrive at a contest, and sometimes within the same category. And so the breeder identifies 10, 15 animals. It's not all of them that are going to arrive at the contest. Sometimes on the farm, they are going to have a posture problem. It's a dynamic process. You have to work on this every single day. And so some of the presenters that are here, they don't have a degree in this, but sometimes they are professionals that learn because of their work, because of their job, and they have the trained eye, they have the trained view. And regardless of the breed, you have many factors that impact here. You have the selection. The PMGZ can give you all the consultancy necessary. They're going to guide you throughout the way. But when they observe the animal, and the breeder observes the animal, and using the expertise of the technicians from the PMGZ and they receive the support, this is essential, and they're always trying to reach and achieve the best results, okay? And we had a wonderful moment now that you were able to follow up on the screen with us while our experts were here commenting. So the animals, they were brought forward so that a deeper analysis could be carried out, and the judges requested that these animals be placed in line, and we didn't see this previously. So why do we need to have the animals in a line, in a line, and this is a very important detail, because at this moment they created the first logistics, the animals walking in a circle, and then the animals standing side by side, and then the highlights of this category, they were brought forward, and now they are standing sideways, and now the big decision is going to be made, because some judges here, they were not able to see in the minimum details to make the best decision, to have the first, the second, the third animals. So now all of the handlers, they have the best conditions, the best preparation to place the animals in the best position so that the judges can truly assess the animals. So now that they are standing side by side, they are going to be able to see the head of the animal, the legs of the animal, the posture of the animals, and if they forgot a certain detail, they're going to have to be able to make the final decision. So in the next group of animals, I'm going to try to find out their numbers to see the separation. So the animals that are stepping forward, how they were classified in the end, because as you mentioned, these animals, and this is the moment where the breeder's heart starts beating faster, because they are better placed or positioned here. I'm going to try to jot down the position of the animals. And so now we have the audio of the track, and this is the sixth category.
Primavera.
Oitavo, 103. The eighth place, 103. Barlate, FIV, QAP. Seventh place, 104. Iona Carpa. Sixth place, 99. Cleopatra, Fiv, Ducado. FIV. 101, Cereja M. Perboni.
Quarto, 100. Charme Fiv, RFA.
Charme Fiv, RFA.
Terceiro, 105.
Third place, 105, Las Vegas, FIV, Paraná.
Segundo, 102.
Second place, 102, Latina, FIV, Paraná.
Primeiro, 106.
First place, 106, Afrodite, FIV, Gibber or Gibber. So we have the final result. Aphrodite, FIV, Gibber, from Dorival Gibertoni, from the farm Santa Terezinha, of the city of Taquaritinga in the state of São Paulo. So before we have our commentators participating, we're going to go back to the track because our dear reporter Melissa is with one of the judges. Yeah, so we have one more result now of the smaller heifer, and I'm going to talk with Carlos Alberto Marino Filho, and he has experience in over 70 contests, and this year he is analyzing the Nelore breed, which is the breed that has brought the highest number of animals. It's 101. Good morning. Congratulations on your participation. You still have a lot of work ahead of you. Please discuss this breed that has the highest number of animals. It's going to be a lot of work, and you have faced difficulties, right? Yes, there's no doubt in my mind. The Nelore breed is the leader. all over the world because it's a huge herd that we have in Brazil. It's the largest herd that we have in the world, and it's very important. It represents over 80% of all of our bovine production, and this is the best. The animals that are here, they are the best, and so we need to pay close attention to the details. We need to work hard. We need to try to find the most complete animals, and we can never forget that their ratio characteristics. It brings a lot of joy and pleasure for us, but it's truly a challenge so that we can analyze the animals that represent this breed to the best. So, in the case of the pandemic, without face-to-face participations of the Expozebu, this is the largest fair. Has this impacted the results that you are seeing on the tracks now? So were the animals different? Did you notice this? Yes, there was a high expectation because Expozebu is always the World Cup of the zebu breeds as a whole. So the expectations were high, all of the breeders, the workers, everybody who is involved in this market, yes? So they were happy to bring the animals. So the animals are special, the expectations were high, and the results are in line with this. So the level of the animals is high, and we're very grateful to be here. We're very satisfied to be here because this is great work, even though it's challenging. So I am going to allow Carlos to go back because he's going to have to work hard now. And so continuing the assessment of the Nelore breed this morning, so let's go back to the studio with our commentators. Thank you, Melissa, for the information. In the sixth category now, subcategory A, animal from that are 366 to 382 days old, and we have the Gibertone from the Dorival Gibertone from the Santa Terezinha farm. Santa Terezinha farm. And now we're going to move on to the next category, which is the other subcategory B, animals that are 383 to 396 days old. So they were in line, and so just like Marino did when he was giving his interview now, the animals are very close in terms of quality. Some characteristics for you that are important when we talk about a beef breed, you can analyze it. In order for you to analyze it with clarity, you need to have them in line, standing in line. So you have to analyze how long they are. When they are side by side, you cannot see this, you cannot notice this when you see them from the front, from the back, but when you have them standing in line, one after the other, so you have already seen them, and so when they are standing in line, one after the other, the angle that the judges have, this is very important. So the judge, they must have this awareness, this sensitivity. They stand back from the animals, they widen their scope, their view scope, or they get closer to the animal to observe something specific. For instance, in terms of the length of the body, the height, the length, okay? And so this is here in the catalog. So the judge is analyzing this, looking at this. So when we analyze this, we know that the animals, they grow in waves. Sometimes the posterior side is higher, sometimes it's lower, and so sometimes there is a difference between the posterior part and the back part. And so when the growth waves, they stop, the animal must be balanced. When you make them stand one behind the other, you can analyze this characteristic easier. And then you go from the ribs, the first ribs, to the back. So these things that happen on the track in terms of dynamics, it's always done with the objective so that the judge can have the best possibility to assess the animals and make the best decision, complementing the information about the animals in line. Regarding the category, we have Aphrodite de Bertone, an animal of 585 kilograms, an animal, and this is essential for us to notice this. I mentioned that these characteristics, the weight of the animals, when it comes to the heifers, this comes in second place because the animals are close by, but harmony, everything, the functionality characteristics, they are very important. So you have to analyze the two things, but always analyzing the ratio, economical, and functional characteristics. And in this category, it's important to see that we have to analyze this. And this is important because it's a younger heifer, and you reminded us of this. So it's a category that has been weighed in terms of competitiveness. So we have many details that the judges need to take into consideration to make a decision. Now we have subcategory B that has started, and this is a very important phase. And this phase is going to determine how much potential this heifer is going to have so that they can become donors. So they are starting their puberty now. And so some animals that are 18 or 17 months old, and we can analyze this genetic development, genetic advancement, mainly in terms of fertility. So we have 9 animals on the track that are being analyzed in this 6 categories, subcategory B, between 383 and 396 days old. And we're going to have a pause here with our commentators because we're going to go to the event center with our reporter, because now we are welcoming the students that are taking part in the Zebu at schools, and we're also launching the Little Zebu magazine. And we have many children participating. They are now, we're going to go to talk with reporter Chiesa. And this is a highly expected moment, and because of the pandemic, we didn't have the presence of the children, the teenagers, the youth, the university students, because of the pandemic. And now that we're having this face-to-face or this live affair, now the children are going to be able to see the beauty of the Zebu breeds.
Okay. They are not ready yet. So we call on Tiesa soon. The event is beginning right now in the event center. We will bring it to you very soon of this launch. Will we go on with the images from our contest track? Beautiful blue sky day. And what we see here now, we don't have any camera showing now that the number of people in the bleachers is increasing. It's nicer to sit and be in the shadow instead of the hot sun. From here, we can see the judges already walking around on the track to see the animals and do the assessment and see how quick they really get the result. In the previous category, these animals were in a line, and some seconds after, we had already the result. So Marcelo, that have this experience on the track, technology really helped in the effectiveness and in the speed of this contest in a very safe way. Yes, very right. This is part of a very dynamic process of an evolution. I'm from a time where the contest took a long time. just to prepare the animal to get on track. The synchronicity is so professionally done, it's so competent, with all this staff to support the breeder, the rancher, that is very quick today. If a category is done right now, you have just announced a category, the next category is already ready outside the track, and many ranchers bring 3, 4 workers, handlers of the farm, of the ranch to work here. So the main MC is announcing one animal, and the next handler is already preparing the next animal outside the track to be identified and to go on the track in the next category. In this process, while the judge is doing the assessment, it allows them a very quick decision. So in the past, we took much longer to reach a decision, and nowadays this is very dynamic. You optimize the time, and you can process the information much quicker, and the whole process is better. In the past, it was really tiresome. The attractivity today is much higher because the result is much quicker, and it binds the breeder, the rancher, to the contest. This dynamic is really, really important. I really want to talk more about this logistic, the animals that get to the track. And Elcio also saw what I commented before, the animals that really came to the front. We could write down 105, 112, and 111. Let's see how they will be in the ranking after we have the final decision, to see if this means something, if they are the first 3 or not. Marcel and Elcio, we were commenting about the logistics, about the number of animals that take part. When the breeder, the rancher, gets to the Fernando Costa Park, that will be on the track, they have already the schedule, the day and time that this animal will be on the track, and so this animal is prepared to be in the contest. Now, in the past, sometimes they were late, and nowadays it doesn't happen anymore. Things go much quicker, more dynamic. So this work, logistic work that's offered by the ABCZ and from the technicians that help, the staff that helps. It's like an event like the World Cup, Soccer World Cup, because the logistic is just fantastic. Animals are on track, they are assessed, and they go out, and the next group comes. Can you explain a little bit more about this? So this observation is very important, Cesar, because in all the exhibitions in Brazil, the technical staff that helps the exhibition, they must offer the best conditions for the animals. It's like the farm they live in, where in their corral and on the ranch, they need to have a good diet. So the handlers are really well prepared to be in the exhibition. And let's talk about Expozebu, because it's a very well organized exhibition. So, and the reception, the welcome of the animals is very well done. The organization is done breed by breed, and it begins at the ranch, and the conditions that the fair offers to the breeders is very important, because the animals need to feel themselves comfortable. The well-being of the animal is very important, and it offers better conditions for the judges, and the judges will be able to see the characteristic of each animal in the best way possible. All this synchronicity is very important for the final result. Let's talk about something important. When does this preparation begins in the contest day? For us judges, it begins 7:30 when the contest begins. For the MC, it begins, for the handler, it begins at 3 in the morning, 3 a.m., because he has to wash the animal, because you see it very clean animal, very white animal, because the animal is the main actor, is the star of the whole process. And the routine of these guys begins at 3 a.m. They prepare, they handle the animal. How many food it becomes. So the care of the handler to wash it, to get it back to the pavilion, to brush it, to groom it. It's not a simple process. What we are seeing here is the final result. It's the end of the game. And along a timeline, the handlers are getting more professional, and the efficiency of this process is getting better because these handlers are getting trained, are being prepared to get the best results. So we are really getting to the end of the 6th category, and I saw that we have now another animal, the 115, Viatna 34, Fifmara Morves. And now we have the next images of the small zebu, in Portuguese, zebuzinho. But we have images. What happens? That's the launch of the... That is the choral of the city of Uberaba, and that is the launching of the physical magazine. We had a virtual launch, and now they are singing the national anthem from the public schools in the Uberaba city, and it's very beautiful to see this. It's very important to us because we teach children and get into the schools the understanding of the importance of the zebu breeds. Unfortunately, I cannot hear what is happening, so let's see what is happening. It's the national anthem. Yes, let's follow this. Thank you very much, director and the choral of the Adventist school. Thank you very much for everyone that is here enriching this event. Now we are back with the audio of the contest. Seventh place, 116. Esperança, fifth, HRO. Fifth place, 108. Luisi, fifth, TLBF. Fourth place, 111. Yasmine, Ouro Fino. Third place, 115. Vietna, 34. Fifth, Mara Móveis. Second place, 114. Mahara. Fifth, VRI Villarreal. And first place, medalha, fifth, da Sabiá.
O gerente executivo do Museu do Zebu, Tiago Ricciotto, a presença do vereador Cabo Diego Fabiano, também nosso muito obrigado pela presença, a diretora da Escola de Cultura e Arte Mental, a Edna Mara Pantaleão, muito obrigado, a Sinara Guimarães, do Departamento de Arte e Cultura da CEMED, representando o vereador Celso Neto, está aqui o Luiz Gustavo, muito obrigado, a Paula Cucinato, que é diretora de cultura.
And now back to the event with the magazine. Thank you very much for everyone that was here. And if I forgot to mention anyone, please don't be angry at me. We will have now, we want your attention for us to watch a video that was produced by the children of the Santa Maria School with the support of the basic education of our Secretary of Education of the state of Minas Gerais. Let's watch the video.
Seria um dos principais produtores de carne do mundo se não fosse a contribuição decisiva das raças zebuínas importadas da Índia e do Paquistão versus o zebu. Raças como Gir, Muzerá, Nelore, Sindhi, Candarim e Punganur foram trazidas do outro lado do mundo e assim se adaptaram muito bem, graças à sua rusticidade e às semelhanças ambientais entre a Índia, o Brasil e o Paquistão. Além dessas outras duas raças importantes foram formadas no Brasil, o Indo-Brasil e o Tabapuã é uma terceira. O Brahma, criado nos Estados Unidos, todas elas com base em cruzamentos sucessivos. Com isso, hoje totalizam 9 raças zebuínas e suas variedades oficialmente, reconhecidas no Brasil pela Associação Brasileira dos Criadores de Zebu, ABCZ.
Olá, eu sou o Gir. A minha raça é originária de regiões como Raiputana e Baroda, bem como das terras perto da região de Gir, ao sul da península de Kathiar, na Índia. Lá, os meus parentes têm linhagens de criação, seleção genética de animais de melhor qualidade de mais de 300 anos. O meu primo, o Girmocho, surgiu no Brasil na década de 1940. Embora seja criado para a produção de carnes, o Girmocho, ou seja, sem chifres, é um animal de boa produtividade de leite, alimento saudável e fundamental para o bem-estar do ser humano.
Oi pessoal, eu sou o Muzerá, vim da Índia, da região de Gujarat. Fui uma das primeiras raças a ser importada, na década de 70, pelos barões fluminenses do Vale do Paraíba. No começo, minha raça era utilizada como uma opção de extração, de transporte e na produção de carne e leite. Pelos passados, foram trazidos da Índia, ao longo dos 50 anos, ajudando a formar o rebanho brasileiro. O resto que entrou para a história se deve ao meu patrocínio, do Expozebu, que em 1922, a exposição no Rio de Janeiro superou a barreira histórica de 1 tonelada de chifre.
Oi, eu sou Nelore. Minha origem é na Índia.
Mas aqui no Brasil também tem contribuições genéticas de outras raças, como a missori. Cerca de 80% do rebanho brasileiro são meus parentes, e como eu tenho herança de sangue zebu. Meu primo Nelore, mocho, destaca-se pela facilidade com a ganha de peso, sendo hoje responsável pelo aumento de oferta de carne bovina no Brasil e no mundo.
Olá, eu sou uma raça genuinamente brasileira, formada no Triângulo Mineiro na década de 1920, quando se chamava Iduberaba, em homenagem feita ao município de Uberaba pelo pioneiro de raça José Caetano Borges. Sou originária dos cruzamentos entre Gir, Nelore e Guzerá. Sou considerado um excelente produtor de carne e dotado de grande rusticidade.
Olá, adivinha quem foi o primeiro grupamento mocho, surgido no Brasil na década de 40? Eu mesmo, eu sou a raça Tabapuã. Sou formada através de linhagens construídas por cruzamentos de animais, Guzerá, Gir, Nelore, esta última como principal raça formadora. Tive minha origem no município de Tabapuã, em São Paulo, na fazenda Água Milagrosa, de Alberto Ortenblaut.
Olá, eu sou Cíndia. Minha raça originária é da região Khorissã, na parte norte da província de Sindh, no Paquistão, país vizinho da Índia. Os meus primeiros antepassados foram importados por Manuel de Oliveira Prado e Ravíssimo Lemos, em 1930. Contudo, a maioria dos meus parentes hoje em dia descende de quase todos aqueles importados do Paquistão por Felisberto de Camargo, em 1952.
E aí pessoal, tudo bem? Eu sou da raça Brahma. Foi desenvolvido nos Estados Unidos a partir do cruzamento de raças como Nelore, Gir, Guzerá, Krishnavalian, entre outros. O desenvolvimento teve como finalidade principal a alta produtividade de carne. Além dos meus parentes importados da Índia pelos americanos, possuo uma descendência brasileira com exportações de zebuínos das raças Nelore e Guzerá para o México. A partir da década de 1920, posteriormente esses mesmos animais foram levados para os Estados Unidos.
Olá, eu sou Canhanha. Eu sou muito forte e trabalho no campo. Sou uma boa opção de transporte leve. Trabalho até 10 horas por dia sem sinal de canseira. Meus parentes chegaram aqui na década de 1960. As fêmeas são de pequeno porte, pesando entre 320 e 420 quilos, e os machos de porte maior, entre 480 e 600 quilos. Não somos muitos no mercado brasileiro, havendo apenas alguns poucos criadores.
Oi, eu sou o Punganor, sou o menor da raça Zebu. Alguns me chamam de Zebu em miniatura. Meus parentes chegaram aqui na década de 1960, somos poucos por aqui. Não temos característica comercial para o mercado de carne e leite. Então, nossa criação é feita por simpatizantes da raça.
Coisa linda, hein? Eu gostaria de chamar aqui à frente a nossa diretora de Educação Básica, a Maria Inês Pussi de Martino Prata, e a Sinara Guimarães. E eu gostaria de chamar os agentes para conhecendo de perto, né, os alunos.
I would like to call you to get to know the students from up close. Where are you, students?
Vem para cá.
Come here.
Vamos já conhecer os artistas.
Let's see your faces, the artists.
Ai, que coisa linda.
Beautiful.
senhora deu muito trabalho para...
Did they bother you a lot, Professor? No, they were great. Good morning. We are here representing the SEBMED. We are from the art department, and these are the students, the theater students from Professor Machado, who unfortunately couldn't come here, and we do have other students who took part in the video who are not here as well. First of all, I would like you to give a round of applause to these boys and girls. Let's say their names. My name is Davi Borges. My name is Nicole. My name is Ana. My name is Luis Felipe. My name is Maria Eduarda. Alright, so those are our kids who made the video. I would like to thank you, ABCZ and the museum. This partnership goes back a long time, and last year we had this virtually due to the pandemic. I would like to thank Thiago, Maria Goretti, who connected us and gave us support, and our girls, Fatima, Glaucia, Elsia. And that's it. I want to say thank you for the success of this video. All right? Some more applause. All right, folks. Put your hands together again, please. Thank you for your presence, Mr. Vice Chairman from the Cultural Foundation, Marco Antonio Figueiredo. Thank you. Thank you for coming. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to see Tidi. Tidi, come here. Look at him. All right, good morning. Can you see this? Again, good morning. You did have breakfast today, right? Well, first, it's a pleasure to be here with you today. We're taking part in this wonderful event with this launch of the magazine, the Expozebu magazine. But have you seen that that saying that everybody who's crazy is not walking alone? So I do have a partner, Professor Gustavo, who's always with me, and he's having a problem here. And I think he sent you a message, a video message. Can you show the video here? I think you have a something going on here, the video. Unfortunately, I couldn't come to see you in such a important event for the Zebuzinho magazine, but we do have our tricks, and I will get my TD friend, my TD. You should speak with the class. Well, am I going to be alone here by myself? Are you not coming? I won't be able to do this. There's a lot of people here. Everybody's in a very nice show. Help me. Well, I think you can do it. I think you can do it. I have nothing I can do. Oh, I'm sorry. My phone is ringing. 1 second. Hello. Hey, yeah, I told you I couldn't come. I have to help the guy out. Yeah, they're launching a magazine there. No. Okay, I'm coming. I'm coming. All right. All right, I'm coming. All right. Bye. I have to go. Let's call him. I'm paying for my Uber. Well, that's a rocket. That's not a car. Again. I was in my office working, and I had to come here. But you see, have you ever seen a crazy guy walking by themselves? No. So can I come here? Can I go up there to the crowd?
Pra sua mente ficar legal, o zebuzinho é sensacional. Você, pra sua mente ficar legal, o zebuzinho é sensacional. Olha só. Tá assim, ó. Tá assim. Pra sua mente legal. Tá aí até o microfone. Mas parece que estava tão animado, dona Não, não, me ajuda.
We were so excited. Why did you stop singing?
Fica legal, o zebuzinho é sensacional. Pra sua mente fica legal, o zebuzinho é sensacional. Pra sua mente fica legal, o zebuzinho é sensacional. Ó, rapaz, que honra, hein? Pedrinha Moinho nos acompanhando. Uma salva de palmas.
Round of applause to Pedrinha on the keyboards. Oh, by the way, my name, people said, well, Professor Gustavo doesn't do anything. And my nickname is Professor Gugu. Well, I have a bunch of crazy guys here. Who is coming first? You want the left one or the right one? The left one, okay, let me check.
Rapaz, tá bonito, viu? Pagou a van? Pagou, pode vir. Pode vir? Então vou chamar o primeiro bazuca, mas a menina, o pessoal do circo. Vamos lá.
Let's call for the guys from the circus. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Vamos lá, gente, vamos lá. O que foi, meu filho? Nossa senhora, peraí.
Are you alright? Leônidas Silva. Please show yourselves to the track. Ladies and gentlemen, children here, my greetings to all of you. Well, that's not the greeting. It's the other one? Okay. That's not the right size. What is the kind you want? Oh my goodness. Look at your baldness here. Well, do the following. You go there and say good morning. You say hi to people. How can I do that? Lollipop, sweets, ice cream. That's not how you do it. The words come from within. From within. Okay, from within. Well, stomach, liver, and so on.
Olha lá pra você ver que legal. O pessoal do Chico Xavier lá atrás, lá. Mas tá legal, tá cheio de gente. Pode falar, Tite. O que você veio fazer? Eu vi pra estreia.
I came to the start of the launch of the mini Zebuzinho magazine. All right.
Esse negócio aqui é seu? Esse negócio é meu. Ah, tá. Você sabe pra que é? Não. Você dá uma ajuda aqui, peraí. Ajuda, segura aí, dá pra... Tá. Rapaz, deixa eu te falar um negócio. Eu já passei dos 40, não dá pra ficar agachando e levantando, não. Toma. Ó. Tem, tá ali. Eu vou ver se eu dou conta. Será que eu dou conta? Pode deixar. Ele vai te acompanhar aqui. E aqui também, do seu ladinho, aqui, ó, nós temos a Gleiciane. Palmas pra ela, gente. A tia Gleice está aqui com Swing. Oi! Oi!
It's here.
Vai, chegou! Na palminha da mão, vai! Tchau! Para bailar la bamba, se necesito una poca de gracia, una poca de gracia para mi partida, allá arriba, por ti seré, por ti seré, por ti seré. Yo no soy marinero, yo no soy marinero, soy capitán, soy capitán, soy capitán. Va. Ba, ba, bam, bam. Ba, 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 ba. Segura aí, tio Gugu, deixa eu dar uma olhada aqui, estão me chamando aqui no backstage de novo. Parece que tem mais uma surpresa, hein? Pera aí. Eu acho que tem mais uma surpresa legal, hein? Cadê aquele negocinho seu, aquele redondo? Eu quero, busca lá. Tio Gugu, segura nesse mesmo ritmo aí, assim. Segura assim, ó. Shake it up, baby, now. Twist and shout. Come on, baby, now. Come on and work here now. Work here now. We know you do so good, so good.
10 horas e 2 minutos, você está acompanhando com a gente toda a movimentação do centro de eventos.
Now we will see some events from ABCZ, and people are there still in the lounge with a number from the launch of the Zebuzinho magazine. We will be back there for the official launch of the magazine. We will have the opening and the discourse from Chairman Nivaldo from ABCZ and the representatives from the state and municipal schools here at Uberaba, where we have this project. Now we will have a image from the track, the tournament track. We will have some the 7th category there. Is it? Am I lost here? Okay, it's the 7th category, and now we have the animals who have been put there. And we will see the results anytime now. Good morning. We will see the category from more as a detailed assessment of our judges, and there we have the track with this image here.
Grita e responde quando eu perguntar, certo? Eu represento a cultura hip hop, certo? Represento a juventude de periferia. A gente representa cada moleque que vai pra escola e gosta de estudar, certo? Vai pra escola, questione e estude, certo? E a educação vai levar vocês aonde vocês nem imaginam. Educação, a cultura salva vidas, a gente mostra isso, certo? Mais animado, mais assim, né? Aí, todo mundo daqui até outra ponta, todo mundo com a mão pra cima assim, ó. Aí, assim, ó. Quem curte essa cultura, como eu curto essa cultura, grita hip hop, hip hop. Quem curte essa cultura, como eu curto essa cultura, grita hip hop, hip hop. Quem curte essa cultura, como eu curto essa cultura, grita hip hop, hip hop. Quem curte essa cultura, como eu curto essa cultura, grita hip hop. E aí, eu falo o que, certo? Então vou passando a visão, falando de cultura, arte também, educação. E aí, é nóis, muito orgulho. Quem tá curtindo, mão pra cima. E na sessão então vamos chegando, que é nóis. Eu chego na cultura e também som pra voz. Vamos que vamos, todo mundo, aí. É nóis então, é nóis. E nunca vai ser pouco. Depois que for nós, vai ser nós de novo. Respeito. pois vocês são os autores. Máximo respeito a vocês e os professores. Nós é quebrada, nós traz o conceito. Nós até luta e mostra o respeito. Quebrando isso, pois faço isso bem feito. Mostrando o caminho e quebrando o preconceito. Nós é o quê? Nós representa a rua.
Com toda certeza, o detalhe dele, aí é que a coisa pesa nesse momento, porque a responsabilidade é muito grande. Então são 5 em 15, logicamente, de uma categoria mais ampla.
We have a better category now, one of the best from the contest, and this is the moment for it to be accurate in the observation, to see the detail, the minutiae of the animal in order to decide. Once you have that done, what I like to do is, you know, it's interesting. You have to decide. The jury has decided that he wants to classify it like that, and they go back to the animals left behind, and they start from the 6th to the 15th. When I do that myself, sometimes, you know, when you go to the front of the line, you have to, you know where the icing on the cake is. So after that, you have to be very precise with your observations. And then I go back to the animals behind. I go from the 15, and then I go down from the worst, so to speak, of course, in comparison, from the worst to the 6th place. And then I classify them and I rate them from the 5 first ones. So many times I will leave I left 5 behind, and I will get the 6th and the 7th in my mind. I'll keep them in my mind with just to understand who they would be, and I would not sign their classification yet, because after a while I have to analyze again with more detail to check whether or not those 7 and 6 would be in place of the 5, number 5. So because then I will have to be, I might have to make an inversion of those that classification. So this process is very interesting. It is a huge responsibility, because in such a group you have a significant number that was left behind, and they have to be analyzed dynamically in this rating that you put the animals. Another thing, it's very detailed and important that Marcelo mentioned. You have to pull out all of those animals again to the tracks to show the breeders to see the dynamics of the judgment, because many times the breeders might be upset, but over there they can see every detail after the jury has reorganized the animals, and they can get to their conclusions, and the breeders can understand what's going on. That's very important for them as well. Sure, and one detail is that in the past, sometimes we would have, during this pulling to the front, reclassification of the animals, we would have a tendency to say, well, that's my time now to reorder those. In the past, that would happen a lot, and we cut that off. ABCZ has asked us to not do that anymore, because we start to, when the jury reorganize them, the other judges will see that, and the relevance of this judgment for 3 places, with no communication between the judges, is to be with an independent opinion, and there we have to pull the animals to the front from a while, from a few years to now, in chronological orders from the catalog with the identification of the animals.
Once you are on the track, you don't choose which animal comes first. So, I mean, by its age.
Ó, o Marcelo tá fazendo aquilo ali, né? O Rodrigo lá tá fazendo, tá tendo uma ação dessa forma. Você puxou para frente.
Marcelo, estamos com o áudio na pista, vai sair.
So we have the audio on the track, we have the results.
13º, 131, Purpurina Filho e Salsalito.
Purpurina Filho.
O 12º, 119, Pérola Filho e Salsalito.
13th place. 12th place. Villarreal. 10th place. 120. Thalia Fifneri. 9th place. Florencio. 8th place. Clara Fif Ducado. 126. 7th place. 122. Coralina Fif Ducado. 6th place. 130. Brunella Fif QAP. 5th place. Brunella Fif QAP, sorry. Sorry. 6th place, Brunella. 5th place, 128. 4th place, 125. Raridade Santa Irene. 3rd place, 123. Marilyn Fif da Sabiá. 2nd place, 127. Abelha Fif. And 1st place, 124. Lamborghini Fif Paraná. We had the results that you see online, live. Let's see if we haven't missed anyone. Marcelo and Elcio, 123, 125, 127, and 128. In first place, we had 124, that is Lamborghini, and then we had 127 in second place, that were among the 5 that were separated, and 126 and 10 afterwards. In 4th place, we had 125, also separated, and 128, because these were the 5 that were separated and were the 5 first places. So the animals there get separated, that get to be assessed for a second time, they get the first places. And this is a huge impact. And now continuing with what we were just saying, to get to the results of the judges is independent, depending on their assessment or their evaluation of the characteristics. Yes, it's independent, and it must be that way. And the beauty of this free judge system is to have 3 different opinions, 3 different professionals that are impartial, is an opinion that in which this judge expressed their point of view. Inside this category, they establish the comparison and they are independent. And this helps a lot in the final result. And what I said in the first part of my speech, in 15 animals in this category, in this specific case, they separated 5. And another important thing to observe, the first one, 1 to 4, the second, 1 to 7, 1 to 4, an animal of 562 kilograms with 6 months, and the 1 to 7, 5 to 6 kilos, and the second one 600 kilos. So it's a huge difference. The most important part in this part, the weight gain is important because it's a meat breed, right? But most important is the harmony of the whole. Sometimes the animal that has a higher weight is not that harmonious. And when we talk about the female zebus, some characteristics are very important. When Elcio talked about it, he talked about this minor heifer category. It's a puberty. They are teenagers. The harmony of the whole is very important, and this determines the breeding efficiency. If have a very young female and she has a lot of fat in the carcass, just stop you for a while. Say they are beginning the contest, nothing very different. We are beginning with the 8th category, animals that are 14 to 15 months old. Going back to the initial breeding age, and the work begins here, and the schedule needs to be observed in a detailed way. The main function of the female is reproduction inside a program of a genetic improvement program. So the most noble function is to have offspring. And this puberty phase is important. So if you get beyond this correct point, they accumulate fat in the chest and the urinal area. And thinking about the reproductive efficiency, you need to take care of this. The harmony of the whole is important. To go through these topics, not every time the higher weight animal is the animal that wins. The important is the balance. So just to close the previous category, the 7th one, we had as a champion Lamborghini Fivi Paraná, from Agnaldo Gomes Ramos from Santo Antônio Farm, from the state of Goiás, central Brazil. And now we are at the 8th category, from 14 to 15 months old, and we will go back to the track soon. We have a short pause. We have the equi show, and we go to equi show now, the equine show, the horse show, and we have the details of the contests happening there now. Good morning, good morning, good morning, Cesar. Good morning, everyone that is following us live through ABCZ TV. Second day of the Equi Show, and we are very excited to be here. We are here on the experimental farm. Many elderly people from the elderly center are here, and they will interact with the horses. This is a project that happens for a while now with the Zebu breeds. And now for the first time, and you will see it, you will see this interaction with the horses. The horses are already there waiting for them, waiting to interact with the elderly that are here. And we will continue with our transmission live broadcast, and you will see very soon the best moments of what is happening in the second morning of the official opening of the Equi Show 2022. Thank you very much, Fabienne, for the information live from our experimental ranch where the Equi Show is being held, and the elderly are being received there from the elderly center of Uberaba that help elderly people to go to these places, to have physical activity, to have leisure, to meet each other, and they're being received on the ranch. And the horses have a very important role in the recovery of people that have a physical problem or a psychological problem, and also to socialize the elderly. Very soon, our reporter will bring the details to us. So, we are back to the contest track at the 8th category. The judges are evaluating the animals, and now we go to the event center of the ABCZ, where the Zebuzinho magazine is being launched, the Mini Zebu magazine is being launched, and we have a lot of children, teenagers, and college students, and they are learning about the importance of the agribusiness in Brazil, of cattle raising, to have meat and milk on their tables. So we are back to the event center. We are Thiago Riccio, that is the manager of the Zebu Museum, together with Vânia Célia Ferreira, the superintendent for education in Uberaba. And they are launching this new magazine, Mini Zebu, or in Brazilian Portuguese, Zebuzinho. And the public schools are present too with the children. And we had teacher Gugu singing with the children. And the children are really all here after 2 years of the pandemic. And now we have the speech of Thiago thanking for this very important partnership, this partnership with the Superintendency for Education of the city of Uberaba. Let's follow the speech. So I also want to hand over to the Superintendent of Education that thank you for the effectiveness of our partnership, and I'm sure this will be the beginning of a very nice, beautiful process. And for our very dear Cristiane, we are friends. She is representing the Secretary of Education of the state of Minas Gerais for this work that we are doing for so many years, and it will continue. Thank you very much. Thank you all. Thank you very much. Please get back to your seats in this beautiful event that is happening today. Ladies and gentlemen, now we have to thank all of you. We want to thank for the presence of the professionals, of the institutions and schools that help in the making of the Zebu at Schools project, of the magazine Zebuzinho, and for all that help us to make this come true. We are working on that, and we will have this in the museum until the 6th. I thank you for your presence and have a nice day, all of you. Now you saw the launching of the magazine, the Zebuzinho magazine, the Mini Zebu magazine in the city of Uberaba for the public schools. It's a very nice project that brings to the Fernando Costa Park the children, the teenagers, and college students. You are invited to come to the park. We have a show of the Zebu topic in the museum, the past, the present, and the future of the Zebu breed. And we will see the details very soon. And we now are back to the contest track. They already separated some animals. I could not see the numbers. Could you write down 136, 139, 4? Well, they will have some criteria of interpretation of the judges to show, in fact, how the evaluation assessment of the animals is being done. So the separation, and we see that in the bleachers we have more people in the seats, more public is present at the contest, and this dynamic is very important to separate these animals, and that's what the judges are working on, as Marcelo said it very well. It is the same line of thinking from the beginning to the end. So the breeders will know that what is happening on the track, how the animals are being evaluated, and what the line of thinking is to get to the final result. I'm curious, because you say that's an evaluation that the judges don't speak to each other. But how do they choose? We have 3 judges. These animals, they are separated. Each judge can ask for their own animal. Please bring 135 to closer. How they get this consensus? Normally, when the contest begins, it begins with the oldest, more experienced judge. Let's see the result. 134. Vietna 5 Maramoves. 7th place, 132. Constanza 5 Brun. 6th place, 138. Uberaba 5 Schwabi. 5th place, 137. Maite 5 da Sabiá. 4th place, 133. Jade 5 Expert. 3rd place, 139. Esmeralda 5 HRO. 2nd place, 135. Almaviva 5 Gibber. And 1st place, 136, Rima 5 Santa Fe. And once again, they followed what we wrote down on our comments here. So the 1st place is Rima 5 Santa Fe from the ranch Genipapo, Vaza da Palma of the state of Minas Gerais. So we have the details, and Marcelo, please bring the details to us.
Let me just add to what you said. Oh yeah, you're correct.
Normalmente, o que acontece? O jurado mais velho.
So usually the oldest judge will be followed by the second to last old, and the second oldest, and then the second to last oldest. Each one will reorganize the animals to the front, with the freedom from the other two to, if they have any animals that they think were left behind and they should be in the front, any of the other two. The other two judges will be able to do that. It's very democratic. Let's say they have this very well established criterion with the objective of improving the results. So that should make it clear. The first one in this category was the 136, right? 136. Where is it? There you go. 630 kilograms. Second 135. Very close to it, right? 646. I always want to see the weight and the performance, because many people think that this is paramount. This is a determinant factor. And of course, the animal should have a great development and good preparedness. But the characteristics, the balance lines, especially when you speak about the females, this is the highest importance during the decision-making process. So one other thing I wanted to call your attention to is that many times the breeder, and we have seen that in the from the crowd, you can see the number of breeders taking part in the event, and their position in on the seats, they will have a higher ground to watch the track. When we select wherever that is, it is paramount to make the decision, and especially to observation. It is important to see the important characteristics. You should be in the same level of the animal. So this angle of view will give the judge a possibility to be more assertive in their choice in order to define what are the best animals. And many times somebody would be watching from above. They couldn't see, some kind of detail in the under part of the animal, so they would be watching the animal from above. So I only have that new ingredient in the discussion now because it's part of the process. It's there, and the judge is on the same level, the best angle to watch the animal and make their decision. That's part of the process. This is our VIP room in the World Cup, and just to bring you the details, because watching from the audience you couldn't see that from the high seats. And we have the 8th category here, from more than 14 to 15 months, 430 to 453 days. Here we have 5, 6, 7, 8 animals once again, and here we are with this judgment again, because now we will have a new international pavilion to talk to Kelly Monique, who has more info about this agenda for today. Welcome to this transmission today. Good morning, Cesar. Good morning, everybody who's watching us at Expozebu 2022. And we have our 4th day of broadcast here. I'm here in the Brazilian capital, the international branch of ABCZ, for a very important moment, because soon we will have the signing of intention protocol between the Braun-Braunas breeder and the Peruvian government. This is for exports of genetic materials from the Brahma Umbraumas farm and to breeders in Peru. This is taking place from the ministry with the Ministry of Agriculture of Peru, and also IMIA, the National Institute for Agrarian Innovation from Peru. And now we will have soon we will have the signature of this protocol. They started negotiating in the beginning of the month of this March this year, so they went to Lima, Peru. They have met some authorities over there, and they talked a lot, and they took the first step in the direction of signing this protocol. Now we have another step forward in order to have this negotiation, this very important moment, to trade bovine genetics from Brazil to Peru. So Right in the same opportunity in March when they started negotiating, they had representatives from Brazil going to Lima to visit breeders and farmers that had interest in improving the quality of their herds and also, of course, improve the production of beef and milk. Of course, the genetic improvement means food safety, so we will see the manager, the international manager of Bumbrauna. Thank you, Marisa, for being here. It's not the first time, right? It's not the first country to which the breeding ground has sent material. You have almost all of the countries in Latin America, right? And that's another important part, right? Indeed, we have exported to other countries in Latin America, and we had the joy of exporting to Pakistan as well, which was genetic material from a very important champion bull from our farm. And the signature of this technical cooperation is a very important step in order to have that protocol with Peru to be feasible, and they have a very serious work over there with genetic improvement. They do have many similarities with us, and those 50 million will promote improvement, genetic improvement over there, and it will open Brazilian doors as well, right, to Braunas. After this trip, we took to Lima, and Genial company was also with us, and some other companies too. We went there. We spoke a little bit about the productive chain, and we talked about zebu production, and telling them that we have the conditions to cooperate, and so that they can develop their genetic as well. It was very interesting to see the farms over there and see the possibilities that we have to exchange information and help out and have this trade going on, bringing zebu genetic from Brazil to once more yet another country. I would like to talk to you about this trip to Lima from the starting of March this year. How did you see the situation of the Peruvian breeders over there? What are their conditions in terms of genetics there? Do they have any interest in improving genetically? Are they interested in increasing the participation of them, those herds? It was a great surprise. All of the farms that we talked to, all of them, they were all interested in having that because they know, they see the animals, they have been here a few times, most of them, and they know that we have quality here and that we are producing with sustainability and quality, so they want that as well. They need that. We are way ahead of them, and with all of them that we talked to, they just have some red tape that they have to cut in order to make it happen. So, okay, so Cesar, I will be back with you right now because soon they will be signing this protocol. Everything is set, and soon the representatives from Brahman Braunas and then the INEA representatives will be here too. Here we have Mr. Jorge Ganosa. He's going to take part in this together with the representatives from the breeding rounds to sign the intention protocol. Everything is ready here in the international room, and in a few minutes I will be back and we will see the live signature of this protocol. Cesar, you have the floor again. All right, thank you, Kelly. This is a very important moment because something that is produced in Brazil with our zebu races being exported. So this is zebu beyond borders. Thank you, Kelly, for your info. And now we follow with live images from the contest track. A lot of sun here, very sunny sky, no clouds on the sky, and we have seen the amount of people watching here, and it's getting higher, right? A higher number of people watching. The more we have animals coming in, we can see that we have more participation from the breeders in our track as well. For sure, I would like to invite people to see that this year we have this the totem for the PMGZ that is giving you abstract of all of the participants and non-participants from the PMGZ. So all of the breeders here, if you want, you can get in touch with our movement here, and you will have all of the coordinators. In addition to Fernando Rio, who's our assistant coordinator here, the PMGZ, commercial PMGZ. And it's very important to highlight this assessment from PMGZ, this abstract, because then the breeder will have all of the participants in their hands. It's a great tool that we are making available this year. We have the totem, and we have all of the collaborators. We're going to explain step by step all of the processes, the genetic assessment, all of the evolution of the herd. We are going to present to all of the breeders, whoever wants to take part in the central stage. The totem is working until the 8th of May, so we will have more info still in our website that Elso is discussing with us right now. abcz.org.br. You can access it, and in addition to that, you can follow up with our coverage of the broadcast live. Well, we now have, we are almost in the end of this category now. We have the images from the judges. 2 of them are in the first level here of the image. In the foreground here, they are watching the animals. We have them gazing out, and they have the preparedness. They are ready to go deep into the technique, to go to the track at Expozebu. They have a lot of experience doing it, for sure. Yeah, you know, let's summarize how everything happened. So you have an auxiliary judge. They go there, they take part in the course, ABCZ course for judges. They promote that regularly, where they promote the cisjoving. They have training. They have the allowance to start developing this work. They go through a process over time, and a given number of exposes that they have to take part in order to be named finally, and then they will, everything that they learn from the agrarian sciences school, that will be the basis for them to get to that moment where they have to be the judges during a Expozebu like this one. So the whole process is an evolution, right? It's an addition of knowledge and knowledges that they will be adding together. What are the criteria for ABCZ to have an associate becoming a judge with a lot of transparency, and we know the relevance of that. The breeders, who are the main interest part of that, they vote in the judges according to their preferences, and the top three judges go to the track. So this process, of course, these are people who have a lot of experience, they have a background. Each one of those professionals have been judges for thousands of animals during over their lives. So this experience and this capacity that they have to process what they have as knowledge and analyzing an animal and then showing that in the result, in the output that they offer, that capacity is the huge differential of the technician, the judge, and that is always seeking the objective of being as fair as possible with the bull races, with the judging of the race in question. So I took note of 143, 147, and 144. 3 animals, right? Yes, those are the 3 who are in the foreground, and now they have we have one more animal now, because I couldn't identify what animal it is. I can't see either. So only those 3 who are to be judged, 143, Karima, FIV GLDJ, 144 Julieta, FIV Linz, from the Linz farm from Costa Rica, Mato Grosso do Sul state, and 147 Catherine, FIV Brun, from Água Limpa farm. And now they have, we have to identify the fourth animal. As soon as we have it, we will tell you. Yeah, which seems like we only have 3. Yeah, so this is matching with our forecast. We are almost in the end of the judgment, the 8th category, subcategory B, from 14 up to 15 months. We, in this space, at this space, can we have a, do we know until when we can advance? Because, you know, we have still many animals. We are just starting the day here. What do you say? Well, from my experience, well, Marcelo, this is one of the challenges that we have on the track, because it's very complicated to do that. You know, many times. And in detail is that in the younger categories for young female and male calves and all of those, they concentrate more animals. They are the beginners, right? They have the female calves that are coming to the track for the first time. You have a higher number of categories. As soon as you have young cows and then you have other more older animals, the older animals, you tend to reduce the number of animals a little bit, but that dynamic is usually, whenever you hit the track, it's you have a hard time there, because it's in addition to that interaction, that responsibility of decision making, you also have the dynamic that has to happen, because everything should be ready on Friday, you know, because on Saturday you only have the champions there, so you have to be agile. We are about to get the result. 140, Eclusa FIV HRO. 146, 6th place, Fanny. 4th place, 145, Joya FIV Canaan. The 3rd place, 144, Julieta FIV Linz. 2nd place, 147, Catherine FIV Brun. The 1st place, 143, Karima FIV GLDJ. We will move on, Marcelo and Elcio, with the profile of the animals. These 3 top animals are those who are part of the PMGZ, as we can see. We have to highlight another category. They have a variability that is within all of these categories. So they have been bred by the directed bred. They have been genetically improved, and they have a category where you have 8 animals. So it is important to have this variability, and it is important to highlight the relevance of this program within the participants of the track. So this is a selection process that is very tight, and I will take advantage of what Marcelo said before, because it's important, you know. You mentioned, Marcelo, the categories, the basic categories for young calves to novices, and then you have amount of animals that you have, and then you have to select them in the track, because according to the categories you decrease the number of animals precisely because of that. So the process is very important, because the breeder is very attentive to that. They want the best individuals, and the selection is discarding. So the track is directing that and goes to show the right path, and it shows where they really want to get as breeders, because they are going to disseminate that genetic to the country, and especially to direct that more and more within their farm.
Certainly. And one important fact in this category, now we have a higher variability of the bulls, and that shows that the breeder, the rancher, in its work from the gate inwards is thinking about that. If you get these animals, if you have as far as just one bull, two bulls, most of the animals that in this category are part of the PMGZ. Our PMGZ is a selection tool that supports for the track, for the contest. And when you think about this information of the PMGZ, we know how important it is, obviously. But it's important here on the track that this is being translated and shown on the track. Another fact that's very curious, that really got my attention in this category, I listed in between the animals that were separated, that were first, second and third in the category, are the measurements. We know how many of these characteristics are important for the decision-making of the judges. The most long animal was the animal 143. It's the second most long animal. The most long animal is that right, 147. That's the most long animal. And this characteristics of the measurements is important for the judges, but not always the biggest one is the best one. Not always the heaviest one is the best one. Normally, the best one is the balance between the characteristics. Thank you very much, guys. Soon we will be back with the details of the contest track. Now we will change topics because thousands of people took part in the official opening of the Expozebu 2022. And we have important authorities here, including our president, Bolsonaro. And it was a huge event with our president. He published his speech, our president of the BCZ, online, and he defended the breeder in this fair that's so important for the national rancher. And we have here in our studio the president of the BCZ, Rivaldo Jr. President, thank you for being here. Before you talk to us, I also want to talk to welcome the chief of compliance of the BCZ, Dr. Fontana. Good afternoon, thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here again with you at our ABCZ TV. So a part of your speech, and I quote, if you allow me, the BCZ asked for a very serious study, and there is no improvement of the genetics in the black market. The zebu meat that is on the table of our consumers is real, is for real. So it's unacceptable that the population eats meat that is not based on our product. We are working with the Ministry of Agriculture and Environment to work with the breeders. Our position is that the name of the zebu must be the real one. President, so this was the official position and the main strain of the speech and the commitment that you have. Then when you go to presidency, to get the name of the zebu as it is. That's perfect. So one of part of our speech, one of the topic is that the meat so during these years, I'm negotiating with the Ministry of Agriculture and also talking to CNP, and we had several meetings, many meetings, to get to a consensus, to change that. We cannot that the zebu, that's a breed that is in Brazil for over 100 years, and then they get a new breed or a crossbreed, and you just get the zebu breed on the packaging. We cannot allow that they use our basis without using our name. So in these 2 years, I tried to negotiate that. I did not have success. My mandate is over at the end of this year, and we need to speed up this process. We will not allow this to continue. So we contacted the Federal University of Viçosa to make the study, and they should not done by the Federal University of was done very well. It's very serious. And at the end of it, we hope to be the winners. Not only the zebu breed, but the taurine breeds too. This crossbreeding is very important for Brazil. We are not here.
Estamos de volta ao vivo agora.
And we are back. It's 11:03 a.m. It's the second day of the contest of the zebu breeds. In the morning, we have the Nelore breed being judged, assessed, and with me we have our specialists commenting on the contest, bring all the details of what is happening on the track. And we're very happy to have you here, Elcio and Marcelo. Now we are getting to the end of the 9th category, and they separated against some animals. What could you see, Nelson? I got a 151, 152, 150, and 155 that were separated for a closer inspection. And they again lined up, and both judges went back to these animals to go through the process, not to forget any details, just to mention this process is very important because it offers transparency, balance to the judgment. This process you have this responsibility to choose the best animal, and you do your work for the race. That's the great part of the contest. When we talk about time, it's difficult because you have to do this in a certain dynamic and a logic when things happen. And you're on the 9th category, you will go to the 16th category, and then you have the females. So this all influences. It's a huge challenge. Now we will have a pause, a quick break, and we go to international center, and we have an intention protocol being signed about the Brahman breed. And this work was intermediated by the Brazilian Cattle Project, our international team. We will talk to Kelly Munique that has the information, and we will broadcast this ceremony through our TV channel ABCZ TV. We are here at the international meeting, Brazilian Cattle. The booth apologizes, but there's no sound from the international meeting center. As you saw, we have a little problem. Now, yes. We have Mr. Jorge Juan Canosa Roncar, Mrs. Mary Lucia from Brahma Kaunas, and Mr. Alberto Cardoso, and our international manager, Ilse Garderini. I want to invite you for the signing of the document, and I will read the protocol of intentions. Please come forward for the signing. This protocol of intention is to foment the work within Brahma Braunas and Brazilian cattle, and we want to improve the cattle and the technology for cattle breeding in Brazil, and improve and enlarge the importation to Peru and make the genetic better in Peru through improvement programs and create interchange mechanisms from experience and genomes between Brazil and Peru. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for taking part. And now I hand over back to you in the studio. So we just saw the signing. Thank you very much. I will be here still, and tomorrow we will have a full interview. But I want to call Isi to talk to us. Isi, I want you to talk a little bit about the importance of this moment that is happening here in the Expozebu. We need to remember that through the project Brazilian Cattle, we work the whole market, and we are very happy when we have members of the project that use this opportunity and offer a continuity of this project and create new opportunities. Brahman Braunas and other members of the Brazilian cattle have this opportunity, and this action today is the fruit of this opportunity that was created. And they knew how to use this opportunity in this very important moment. It's important to open new markets,
because we are establishing a new partnership and we are opening a new market. And we look to expand, and we are just beginning. We just depend on the finalization of the analysis and the surveillance protocol between Brazil and Peru, of which we have all of the support from the Ministry of Agriculture, but also with the from the Brazilian embassy in Peru and the attaché Brazilian attaché in Peru that is helping us with this process for a while now, negotiating, and it is going to allow the effectiveness of this agreement, and that is in a way that is not only with Peru but to expand to many other countries, and that is how we are working and bringing Zebu genetics to the world. Perfect, thank you, congratulations to you as well. First of all, you signed the agreement in Lima, Peru, right, in March this year, and right now we just saw the signing of the protocol, the intention protocol, and as you told us, the next step is to have the sanitary protocol, right? That's the process. Yes, in order to export officially, with all sanitary assurance, the countries will agree in a sanitary protocol that should be followed in order to export genetic materials and live animals. So right now what we are doing is to wait the finishing of this negotiation process. So when MAPA and SENASA in Peru finish this protocol, we are automatically going to have an agreement, a first agreement already set in order to be to have an effective process for exports. Okay, tell me now about the Brazilian cattle participation that would measure who is going to mediate this contact and our breeding grounds for bovines and the elite cattle, not only with Brazil but also other countries in South America. They go very far. How do you work? How do you do the mediation between the big breeders and the governments? Well, yesterday the whole team from Apex, the chairman of Apex, has been at the ABC TV studio to tell a little bit of our work there, but the Brazilian cattle is an international project for 19 years now. We have worked with opening of markets, and in order to open a new market, we don't work with only the commercial part. We also have the articulations with opening of sanitary protocols, because it's not enough to have only a product to bring to another country, a new genetic. We have to deliver that genetic with safety. So the centrals that are part of the Brazilian cattle are allowed to export to many other countries in the world, so that we can deliver these products, this genetic, by the breeders who are members of the project with quality to any part of the world, with using those protocols. So in addition to Brazilian cattle opening the markets and bringing commercial production in all of the tropical countries in the world, we also look for articulation between the governments in order to have them analyzing and signing the protocols, because when we manage to open that protocol, we can automatically open a new market. And we know that we already export genetic material to almost all of the countries in Latin America. How is the situation in the rest of the world? Can you give us an overview? Well, Latin America is really a focus because it's the region where we work for the longest time, and we only have a few countries left so that we can have the ministries signing protocols. Peru is one of them. So we have been working with that for a few years now. For 4 or 5 years we have been working to open this protocol. The embryo protocol is already set. We still lack the semen protocol, and this happens with a huge amount of countries in the tropical countries in the world. So we have many other countries that are in the market and they are developing in Brazil, Africa, and also in the southeast of Asia. And the perspectives for breeding have gone more and more now to Southeastern Asia, because they have a huge population there. They need food, they need quality food, and Zebu Genetics is able to assure that to those regions. Thank you so much. Sergio, again, back to you on the studio. We just saw the signing of the intention protocol that is going to make everything possible to export genetic material to the Peruvian breeders who want to improve their genetics. Because as I said, genetic improvement is food safety. And back to you on the studio. All right, Kelly, thank you for the info about this very important detail from Expozebu races to other countries. In the meanwhile, we have seen the result of the 9th category that you have seen here with us earlier today, and the result is 105.52, Jussara Fivlins from the Lins farm in Costa Rica, Mato Grosso do Sul. As the first place, they were in the 4 animals that have been separate before during the judgment, right? Yes, sure. During that dynamic that we always put the animals in front, we have the breeder is there with their hearts in their hands, right? With the expectation. And of course, usually before, what goes through your mind is, of course, you're watching the balance lines of the animals, and then you have the catalog in your hands, and you have the information there. And they always have a... Of course, it's mistaken, right? They have the expectation that the heaviest animal will be the winner because it's a beef animal. And again, analyzing the catalog, from the 4 animals selected, it was the 3rd, the winner. On the other hand, another important characteristic, which is the length, bodily length, it was the most lengthy animal. When you put that line, that queue of animals, in order to see the profile, you could see who was which animal was the best, the longest animal, and the first place was the longest, not the heaviest. So when you bring those lines and you see the balance lines and the whole conjunction of everything, many times that animal that will win will be the most harmonic animal and not the most the heaviest one. So we are finished with the 9th category for cattle, and now we will open. Yeah, we finished A, and we will start with B, which is the last category, and then we will go to the championship and the award from the championship. Then the champion and the 2nd place. Everything is going to the last day on Saturday, so we will finish off this part here. We will finish this morning from for today, and then we will have a lunch break, and then we will be back with the judgments during the afternoon. We will speak about another thing now, because we have a new part here, from a new connection. The sector, the agribusiness sector in Brazil and in the world have been trying to increase their production, and there is a huge preoccupation with the environment and the use of good use of resources. So we are going to speak about the production of beef by means of the carbon neutral beef with Newton, who's the chief of many projects in the production system for beef, and with a highlight to the Carne Carbono Neutral program, which is carbon neutral beef production. Good morning, welcome, and thank you for being here. Good morning, Cesar. Good morning to all of you who are here. It's a pleasure to be here with you in the 87th Expozebu. Thank you, it's our pleasure. Well, the production of beef with carbon neutral beef production is something that we have to get used to. How have we been working with that? Well, Cesar, we in this issue of carbon, we have been developing in Brazil these studies not only with agribusiness and cattle raising, but as a whole, since the beginning of the ABC plan, since 2010, when we started to have this plan of the federal government. So during this period, we had an intensification of cattle raising, including for beef production. with more efficient systems that will emit more or less carbon. So in 2012 we started to have the first researches for the development of the protocol, the carbon neutral beef production. So this happened until 2019 with this protocol being validated. 9 properties in 3 Brazilian biomes started this, and then we joined the market in 2020. And we are still in this discovery process for other brands in other systems for production in beef agriculture. And what changes to the breeders within their properties in order to produce a low carbon beef? Well, actually, the protocols are strongly based in the good practices for agribusiness and also with many prerequisites that for animal well-being. So the producer who does everything right, they won't have to change anything. There's very little that they have to improve. The protocols have a characteristic for continuous improvement, so they have many steps that have to. It is not necessary to have all of the prerequisites in the beginning for entering the program, and it is we monitor in order to improve the conditions for each property and even for the animals to reach the 100% of the requisites of the protocol. But the properties that are already with good practices aligned with that, so they don't have to change much. They just have to observe the legislation. It is important to do everything according to law. But it is really nothing that is different to do with the property. Of course, this process demands a certification, right? So the producer has to access the certification unit in order to monitor the whole system for production. And what would be the most recommended system in order to have a carbon neutral production? So, regarding the specific protocol for neutral carbon neutrality, they have a forest component in the agribusiness and the farming system. So they have forest areas where they produce beef with compensation for each animal. So that is due to the fixation of carbon by the forest units. So, however, we do have a development of a new means to produce beef with low carbon emissions, and this will start this year, and that will be part of a strategy that will be passed on to the whole system of beef production that has no forest involved, which is the majority of the areas that we have in Brazil. In addition to the protocols for a neutrality in the products, and but that's going to happen during the next few years. And one thing that I would like to highlight in your first question is that about how this goes regarding that topic is that Brazil, with this proposal for carbon neutral meat, was the first country to develop something in terms of the protocol regarding carbon neutrality in order to bring that to the world. And we have now many other countries that are doing that as well for beef production with carbon neutrality or lower emission of carbon. Australia, Iraq, and in South America we had Uruguay, and over there we had the carbon neutral selling export of beef to Switzerland. So I see that it looks like a trend, and especially when we realize that in 2030 we will have the protocol for the Paris Protocol and the agenda 2030, we have to implement that, so that we are trying to follow the path of those global demands as well. This is the strengthening of our beef production, right? And it makes possible to open new markets and new players as well, which is very important. So that is the importance of being in line with those trends from the international market, so that we have the good image, not the image of production that is not sustainable or deforestation production. So this goes to show the opposite, right? We have that. So just to add to something that you mentioned, I would like to ask you, in order for an animal to have this seal of carbon neutrality, how long does the animal have to stay in the system? All right, so the protocols are also in line with the market demands. So the context of how long the animals should stay in the system, the maximum deadline is 30 months. So it is also in line with the Chinese demand, right? But of course, it's you have some more intensive systems which allow for an earlier slaughter, and this is important as well. But the maximum deadline would be 30 months for slaughtering those animals, which is quite reasonable. It's not difficult to do. And as you told, as you said, you also tend to the international demands. In the case of this protocol and others that should come up, so you have an idea, you have a new rule from the Ministry of Agriculture that is about the perspective for certifications and brands that would be carbon neutral, and also cattle raising, beef production. So we will have the trend of new strategies and new markets that will come up in this sense of decreasing the carbon emissions. This is a global trend. And still, regarding the protocol, it is important to highlight that those areas that are that go to the protocol should be next to a recent deforestation, so we could contribute with that demand, and also with our own environment in the case of preservation of our forests. And we have, in the future, we have the perspective to an even greater perspective of resources, just like green finances, and even the payment for environmental services that are possible due to forests being kept alive. Oh, right. Roberto Jolo, who's the leader of Embrapa project, carbon neutral beef project. Thank you for the information about the protocol that is bringing the level up in terms of quality from our beef. Good morning. Thank you for coming. Thank you. My greetings to all of you. Thank you. We will follow with the judgment of the Zebu races, the Nelore race now in the track. We will see the results. We are following we are still in the judgment, right? I can see you moving around, and I thought you had a result. How are we? Well, we have the 3 animals now that went to the front. 3 animals. Which are those? 157, 158, and 162. We have here, so we have category. Now we are in the subcategory now, right? 9th category. We have 8 animals, right? 3 have been separated.
So we have the final results. Let's hear them out. 162, Capella Five of RFA. Okay. The 6th place, 163. Okay, Adisicapa. 5th place, 161. Tasha Five LJ. DJ. And we have 456. 159. Amsterdam, Five de Bertoli. And so we have 157. Paris. Okay, the first one. Okay.
No número de todos os que nós acompanhamos, esse foi o primeiro.
So all of the ones that we saw, it would be 162. It's in 7th place, okay? I don't know if we lost track because we were having a chat with Dr. Roberto, yeah? Maybe Melissa can help us out, okay? Because she's there, close to the track. Is Capella FIV from RFA, from the Planalto da Santa Marta farm. Was this truly the animal? From the city of Campina do Monte Alegre. And it's not a rule, okay? So because these animals, they were separated, it doesn't mean that they are going to be better placed on the ranking or if they're going to come in first place. This is not this does not always happen. And so yes, this happened in the past, but it's not a rule. Usually what we have. Okay, so this may happen eventually. At a first moment, because of the characteristics of the animal's phenotype. Okay, so we're gonna ask the best ones to move forward, but this is rare, but this may happen. Sometimes the animal is already in the front and then you pay attention to a serious problem regarding the animal's posture, or you're analyzing the animal more carefully, and then you have already asked them to move forward, okay? So sometimes you ask them to move forward and people are going to say, I didn't understand this, okay? And so it was difficult for us to analyze. Were these two animals? 162 was ahead with the 157. Is this the updated screen? Yes. So we have first place 158, second place 157. I think it's 159 that moved ahead. And this is what I was mentioning. 158 maybe. And this may happen. And so you're going to have these, and then you don't want to create an embarrassing moment. And sometimes you don't necessarily choose the ones that were ahead. So this may happen. It's not common. But in this specific case, we jotted down the wrong numbers, okay? And we didn't see the animals that were moving forward because we also were interrupted by the interview. Normally, the weighting of the characteristics defined that it was 158. 158 Jasmine FIV Linz came in first place. And this animal was not the heaviest. Oh, yes, it was the heaviest. Okay, and there was a highlight for its measurements, okay? So it won in terms of length, it won in terms of weight. Yes, 158 was the longest within this subcategory. It was the heaviest. And so in the measurements, it's also important for you to notice that we are already moving to... We have already started the first category for the larger heifers. And so when you observe the animal sideways, and then you can pay attention to the dorsal lumbar region to see the height and the size. So when the animal starts walking, so that you can see all of the growth waves. And so the first wave, you have the growth, you have the first wave, growth wave for the animal, and when the animal is born, it is already born with 60 to 70% of all of the bone growth. And so at the first phase, in the first phases, the bones grow more. And so when you arrive at 18, 17, 20 months, it depends on the precocity of the animal. They are going to stabilize their growth rate, and then the bone phase stops. And so we have to measure the posterior, the anterior parts, and so they grow 12 centimeters to the maximum. Okay, and so when you have 12 centimeters, okay, when you look at the animal, it's going to attract your attention. And so the posterior area is a little higher. But then you have 5, 6, 7, 8 centimeters, okay? And then you have the growth of the anterior and the posterior regions. And so when one of the animals stands one after the other, then you can notice this. So we are going to wrap up these categories. We went up until the 9th category, and we are going to open up the championship for larger or bigger heifers. We're going to have 12 animals to be judged now. So we are live. It's 11:37 a.m. I believe that this is going to be the last contest of this morning. Maybe this is going to take a little longer, but I don't think so, because also the noon sun gets the entire team tired, gets the animals tired, everybody who is involved in the process. Let me see the temperature outside so that we can update our audience. On the bleachers, okay, we have many people coming in, coming out, sitting down. Some people are leaving to have lunch. So 28 degrees Celsius, and so in the shade. And so if you walk in the sun, it's going to be a little higher. So the same dynamics we can notice. We have already changed categories. Now we are analyzing heifers that are a little older, but when we look at these animals with a lay person's eye, we don't see many differences. So in the past, was this possible to see when we were able to see the differences of the animal's structure? Did this used to be more accentuated in the past, and are things more balanced now? Excellent question. Excellent question. Throughout the years, this is very clear. We who have been working in these contests for a long time, we have seen this evolution of this process. In the past, inside one category, we had a placement of the animals that had a greater difference between one and the other. And of course, making the decision was made easier because the differences were clearer. With this contribution that the PMGZ and the improvement programs, and the PMGZ allows us to improve the herds. So these differences become smaller, and also there has been a democratization of the genetics. Genetics are now accessible to any breeder. In the past, way back when I was still a student in 1987, 1988, 1989, some ranches and some brands like the VR, they came to the contest and their animals were way highlighted. Why? Because they had the control, they controlled the importers, they controlled the genetics of the Zebu breeds, mainly the Nelore breed. And so once the process started being more democratized, democratic, the small breeders, the new breeders that started breeding a race, they have access to these genetics. We have the auctions that sell high quality animals. They buy some donors, they use the reproduction technologies, and then 2 years later they have outstanding animals competing at the same level, as long as they have great technical consultancy, and so they are competing with old traditional breeders who have been working in the market for a long time. This is the democratization of the genetics, okay? And we have been participating for quite some years now, and we can see this clearly. The more time goes by, the more information is shared, the more information generated by the PMGZ is used to make decisions, the more these contests become competitive. Last year, when we were organizing the virtual fairs, our reporters traveled around the country, mainly in the state of Minas Gerais, and the PMGZ program has been changing our herds. And Elvio mentioned that he had a pure animal and a genetically improved animal. He analyzed this side by side, but the structure of the animal is completely different. So when we see that the animals are almost identical here on the track, because they have been receiving genetic improvement for quite some time, but when we get a natural animal that does not use genetic improvement, the differences are amazing and humongous. And most of the breeders that use a natural bull, they don't know the cow. They don't know the cow. The PMGZ has this great job to show the breeders so that they can get to know the cow or the female animal. Otherwise, they would never use a natural bull, because, as you mentioned, okay, so you have a natural bull and then a genetically improved bull, and we have to know the female animal. We have to know the cows. Otherwise, we would never use a naturally grown bull. And so we have this evolution. This has been changing day after day, and I counted the number of bulls in this category. We have 6 different bulls among 12 females. And so the genetic issue is also very important. And so in terms of precocity, in terms of fertility, this is what we're striving to have. And the track is showing this more and more. And so we are leaving the track and going directly to the rural areas, back to the farms. And when we are working, we think about this. And so it's a huge responsibility, because what we select here and what we should select here is what we truly believe that on the farms is going to bring the best results. So the genetic variability, it is important. And then as time goes by, we're going to have 2 huge reproducers, and we're going to increase the variability. And you know how this is important on the farms. When we are creating the female animals, we are creating the farm's heritage. And the female animal is going to bring the financial and economic return in their investment. And then they're going to have the economic efficiency of the entire process, and this is essential. So the animals are being selected now. As we can see on the screen, 3 are moving forward, the others are being selected, and at the moment we have 12 animals. 12 animals in total. 5 animals have been moved forward, okay? And let's remind the audience the placement of these animals or the position of these animals when they move forward. As you mentioned before, in the past we had them in order. The idea of asking these animals to move forward is for you to make the best animals stand side by side, and then you can see the best animals here. In the past, it was a habit of the judges to move them forward and then change their position according to their preference. This is not nice. This is not nice. If you ask them to move forward, okay, you have the order of the judge that is wearing the vest. And also the number that you can see on the white vests. Okay, let's listen to the external audio. Have we reached the result? No. So here we have the 10th category, animals between 16 and 18 months of age. This is subcategory A. 173, 171. And so we are judging now, we are analyzing now the male animals. And so as Marcelo and Elcio mentioned, these animals, they are entering the arena now at the end of the morning. It's about 11:46. And so they started getting ready early this morning at dawn. And they haven't eaten anything up until now, just like we. We haven't eaten anything. And so they get the animals early in the morning, they wash them, they take them to the feeding area, and so they need to drink water because the temperature is higher. And so they are there on the track, and the animal gets tired. And so for the animal itself, it's also very tiring. This is not part of their routine. And so the temperature is higher. At this moment, the animal would be drinking water on the farm. And so the animals now are one after the other in line. And so the judges have requested this so that they can carry out a deeper assessment of the animal. You can see the judge walking around the animals. They are focused. They are extremely focused. And yesterday, Marcelo and Elcio, with our colleagues who were working with us, since it was a Sunday, we had many people walking around. People wanted to take photos, pet the animals, but the concentration of the judge was there. They were focused, 100% focused on the animal, and this is essential. Making the decision, if they make a simple mistake, if they don't focus, you can make a mistake. So you have to be there 100% focused on the work, on the observation, and then you're going to get the best results. You have to pay attention. 168, I have jotted down the number 168. And okay, the entire team of the ABCZ, and they want to carry out the measurements carefully. And so we are seeing everything here via the naked eye. We're not using anything else, only our eyes, and the databases are very important. Okay, and then you can add this to the catalog, and when they were weighed, when they were measured, this is so important. And in order to do that, the ABCZ regularly has been improving the structure, the physical structure, because when you're gonna get the measures, there was a specific pavilion assembled just for you to do this, just for you to collect this kind of information as safely as possible, because for the judges, it's important for them to have this, and it's sometimes this happens. I'm judging an animal, assessing an animal. I look at the information, say, something is not okay here, because I'm analyzing the information and then I'm looking at the animal. For example, the body length. Which one is longer? Sometimes there is a difference of 1 centimeter, 2 centimeter, but sometimes there are things.
Every day, every event, at each moment, IBCZ has been improving that. So people have been collaborating with a lot of competence since the beginning when the animals come here. So this is the early process. I am already presenting an actor here. It's already with the makeup and ready to go through the process up to now. From the day they came to Uberaba, it is the whole context where you have many factors here. You have a whole process to come here to the tracks. So it is important to highlight that sometimes it does happen that you have an information and you look at it and you say, well, it's not correct. But then why is it that important, to have that balance during your decision making? Because when you see the balance lines, you will have any possible mistake that might happen. You say, well, I'm not even going to consider this because here I can see that I have some issue here. This is important. So Marcelo and Elcio, while you were speaking, I was taking note here. From what you said up to now and from that last 3 results, what we have here very clearly is the length of the animal, and we have been seeing the separation here. I'm not sure if also has some others, 73, 178 and 166. So that's the one on screen right now. So let's see and let's have an idea. Let's see if we can come up with the result. 166 is one I noted down, and it is measured as the longest animal. And oh, sorry, that's the 169. Yeah. 169, that's the longest animal, the lengthiest animal, and that's the 166 is the has the same. Oh, that's the same length actually. So 169 is the heaviest as well. Yes, precisely, with 748 kilograms. So perhaps it's something that you can bet on, right? Yeah, they have a calf in the 92.5 kilograms category, so it's a lot. Well, so let's take a look at that. Right now they are in position with the others, and now we can see whether or not in our little scheme here we are correct. From the previous results, we can see if that's a trend, and probably that will be the last judgment in the morning for today. We are finishing the process right now. We are still at 7 minutes under the hour now, and we were with the temperature in 28 degrees. Now it's probably different due to the time, and we are about to get the result of this category right now, which is the 10th category. Female calf, 487 to 506 days of age. So they are getting in position, and I think we will have one more and then we will close this session. Because this is the subcategory, we are in the 10th subcategory, 10 to 18 months, right? Yes, so we will follow up with the next few ones in the afternoon, and yesterday it happened until about 6 o'clock at night, and it was over. So let's wait a little bit and we will have the results from the category that will be the last, second to last during this morning right now, and we'll have the subcategories later. Subcategory which will be the following. The one that we are watching right now, it's in your screen. That will be the number 10. A. Those are animals from 16 to 18 months of age, and Once again, keeping the amount of animals. In the next category, we will have 11 animals. Well, we have a heavy morning here. It's a very busy morning. I don't know how many animals we had on the track this morning, which was expected, of course, because we have the judgment of the Nelore breed, and that's the one we have on track right now, and that was expected, you know. And since we find it's heavy, on Wednesday everything will be even worse, because then we will have other breeds coming up to the track, and let me see if Marcelo and Elcio know that. Well, tomorrow that's going to be a hell of a day, right? And on Wednesday I will be judging the Cindy, and then we will have yeah, we'll be watching you. I'll be watching you, and then we will reverse the roles, right? Yeah, and from starting at 2 o'clock we will be extending up to the interval, of course, the break, because we will have the judgments going on. We will have dairy Gir, and then pre-classifying the Nelore, and then on Tuesday morning and afternoon Nelore, and then double aptitude Gir, dairy Gir, and then the classification for Nelore Tabapuã. And the animals that have been on the track this morning will be back again the next day. So when you had that schedule, it was coming with the category from the classifications, and they have been separated by the 12 animal volume of 12, depending on the amount of animals, of course, you have in the championship. That's why we for each subcategory we have a lot of those. It's either 12 or 11, and sometimes you would have 8, 9 animals. And why is that? Because you finish the pre-classifications phase, because then you would have to clean it up to have only 12. And since now you have the classification for systemically, according to the number of animals that you have, you just divide in subcategories equally. Wherever you have 12 animals or 13 animals, you might have a higher number than on the championship. I think it is important to, you know, since we don't have the results yet, we have to consider that our work here today is not only with the females, and I would like to get your attention to this, because it's important to mention that when you judge the females, what is the important information there? You have the weight, and you have the oh, let's watch, and then we speak about it. So the 12th award, we will have the animal number 175, Heringer Haryana 2 Fiv. Number 12, 165, Opalini Fiv Sousalito. 10th place, 172, Rita Fiv Hashirama. 9th place, 164, Becky Sara. Number 8, 174, Espanhola Fiv CRL. 7th place, 169, Rima Fiv Radical 6. 6th place, 167, Gina Fiv HRO. Number 5, 170, Bergen Fiv da Sabia. Number 4, 168, Madrid Fiv da Valônia. Number 3, 166, Caiana Fiv Paraná. Second, 171, Rima Fiv Resolution 1. And number 1, 173, Karina Fiv Paraná. So there we have the results, and from what we've been following so far, we had We have 171 in second place that has presented the third placing in terms of weight, right? No, the third weight was over there, Caesar. Okay, in the classification there we have 173, 171, 166, 168. And from what we have been following, yeah, our info was correct, right? I think 166 was the second most, second lengthiest. It was in third place. 169 was in the seventh position, right? And it was the longest animal as well. 169. That was the longest and the heaviest as well. And look how funny that is. The first award to speak about the economic and functional characteristic. They have to have good rib line. They have to have good balance between the musculatures from behind and the forward parts. They have to be differentiated and it should be harmonic as well. So that's why it's not always with the best animal is the most lengthy, the heaviest animal. So very well, we have been we are done with this new category, and we will follow to the subcategory subcategory B, with animals from 16 to 17 months, 516 days. So we will have 11 animals, and then we will finish this mourning period. So just to make a comment here, an observation, we didn't have the opportunity to speak about the info that we have from the form due to the males, because we are not going to judge the males now, of course. And I would just like to get your attention, because when you judge the females, both males and females, you have to think about the balance lines. Those are paramount. But when the jury gets the info, they have the measurement of the animal, and they have another column there, which, since we are right now in the reproduction characteristics, they are not expressed over there. Why is that? Because of the regulations. The regulation asks you to have the info, the reproductive info, passed on for the females who are older than 20 months. So they have to be ready to go to the track, and then the info will be there in their file. So on the other hand, the males, that we are not going to speak about them today, but I would like to mention that we have, in addition to the length, we have the hind and front length, you have the total circumference, and you have the loin circular circumference, and then you have the subcutaneous fat, and you have the hind quantity of fat, that are information that is already linked to the quality of the carcass in the male. So we have in the female, we will have from the 20 months, we will have the info about reproduction, which is very important info in order to make decisions. And for the males, we have, since the beginning of the work, we have all of the characteristics that are linked to the quality of the carcass. Sac circumference, we have subsidizing information that I would just like to call the attention, because of the clear differentiation of the info that we get to the jury when they judge the female and when they judge the male, because that's a huge difference regarding the info that are processed and made available. So there we have our animals in the track right now, and we have the info live now. It's 4:00 and we start this afternoon, this Monday afternoon. Is it Tuesday? No, it's Monday. I don't know. Well, it's Monday. It's Monday. Welcome to Monday, folks. It's a pleasure to have you here in our company, and that's a great moment to have the judgment of the Zebu races here. Now we have Nelor. Let's change subject a little bit while the boys are drinking some water. We are dealing directly with the economy of the business, since we are not going to have the best genetic material if you don't have quality in the production. So we are going to speak about the relevance of the prevention measures. So we are inviting Bruno de Jesus Andrade, who's the marketing director for Zootechny and agribusiness by USP. So good afternoon, welcome to our transmission, our broadcast of the Expozebu 2022. You have always been with us on ABCZ News every Tuesday. Thank you for being here. Good morning, good afternoon, thank you for the invitation, and we are here to give you some more info. Well, when we speak about health of animal health, it is important to have attention to the herd. What are the main points that we have to highlight here, that we might highlight here in this conversation, that the breeder should pay attention to, especially now during this period of the year?
Olha, a gente está chegando num período importante, né, que é o período de vacinação.
Well, we have an important period right now because we have the foot and mouth disease right now, and the breeders should be using a lot of products, many products that they should be using in order to improve the health of those of the herd. What we have been seeing here is, and that is very relevant. The costs with health represent a little bit more than 1% of the total grand total of the operations for agribusiness. So we have no reason to neglect any kind of application of medicine or anti-parasite drugs, or because of the value of those products in the market. We do know that it is possible to improve the herd within the property, and what we see is that many producers, many breeders, almost all of them are already well aware that it is necessary to work with health completely. So in this moment that we are beginning right now, the drought period, and the animals are probably going to get into confinement, it is important to consider the protocols for health that is already available for the animals, and the relevance of having a technical advisory, because it's the whole protocol and the calendar for the property should be followed and effectively executed according to regulation, right? The technical advisory is very important. Yes, because nowadays we have these companies available in order to give some consultanship, in order to not only for health, animal health, but also animal nutrition. They always bring innovation technology that can be employed in the production in order to increase productivity. But before we start with the nutrition, we have a whole genetic improvement program in order to express with nutrition the whole potential that we have in our animals. And when we speak about the return to the market that the market gives to the animals and the quality of the product, our exporters really trust our system for sanitary inspection, and it makes us occupy a good position worldwide. I would like you to bring to us the reality of the state of Mato Grosso, where you find yourself right now. You know, you have a strong role in the state, which is the largest producer of cattle in the country, the largest herd. How is the state dealing with the matter of following up the properties and accompanying them, because we had the announcement from the Ministry of Agriculture with in terms of the inversion of the vaccine period for foot and mouth disease. We have had the taking off of the vaccines because they have been analyzing and doing the work in order to increase the exports. One of the demands for us to export our meat for a higher number of countries, that is the relevance of observing that vaccination. But I would like you to bring a panorama about the state of Mato Grosso regarding that problem.
Well, the state has been advancing a lot, okay? In the monitoring, the surveillance, passive and active surveillance of our animals' health. And we have 5 municipalities in our state that are totally free of the foot and mouth disease. And the main idea is for the entire state of Mato Grosso to join this new market, that is totally free of the foot and mouth disease, in the following years. This is going to depend, obviously, on the investment, on the investments that have already been done or are already being done, pardon me, investing in animals' health, and this, they are investing in structures, they have been hiring personnel, and this is essential because once we stop the vaccination against foot and mouth disease, the responsibility belongs much more to the state to carry out this health surveillance, because the greatest commitment of doing all of this work, controlling the foot and mouth disease, usually was under the responsibility of the farmers and ranchers. Once we started working in a scenario free of foot and mouth disease without any vaccination, so the liability passes on to the state, and the state has to be extremely well prepared, mainly along the borders of the state of Mato Grosso with other countries. And it's essential for us to start paying attention to this so that we're not going to suffer or have any problems, face any problems. Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Bruno de Jesus Andrade. He is the Director of Operations at the Beef Institute in the state of Mato Grosso. He is our partner. He's always sharing important information with us. So thank you so much for being part of this broadcasting. Thank you very much. Okay, good luck. Good afternoon to all. Thank you for inviting me. Now we're going to continue with the Nelor contest on our track. And while I was interviewing our colleague here, how is the contest now?
É 178, 179.
Isso, eu peguei só desses dois também. 178, 179.
178, 179. We can see them here. We can see that this category is extremely competitive. Once again, we can see 11 animals in the arena. And now we have many animals on the track. Yes, it's a busy track now. And I would like to make a comparison. The image that we have just seen, aren't the animals similar? Yes, okay, the competition is becoming tougher and tougher. So there's no way out. Yes, the animals are very similar. And so the focus, the judge has to pay attention more and more. You have to pay close attention to the details because it even becomes more difficult for you to process the information. The animals are becoming bigger and bigger, and so the animals are now standing still. And then you don't have a lot of room to stand back and analyze the animals from the same angle. So sometimes you have to stand in a parallel position. You take some steps back and then you try to check out the information and make the decision. And so today is Tuesday, right? Or no, today is Monday. On Wednesday, everything is going to be, the arena is going to be filled with animals. It's hard. Sometimes it's difficult for you to move around, walk around the animals. It's a challenge. So we have a few minutes in order for us to arrive at the final results, and then we're going to wrap up the the contests of this Monday morning, and the breeders are always filled with expectation. After 2 years without coming to the Fernando Costa Park, the breeders are here. They have come, they have brought their animals. The number of registrations exceeded our expectations. It's a record number. We have 401 animals, 115 bulls or female animals, and then we have many female animals. And so we have the participation of the animals in the milk competitions, in the milk contests, and so the auctions. All of the breeders, they missed such a big fair. They missed coming to Expozebu. And so even though we were able to overcome this fact that we were missing everybody, but there's nothing like having the animal here live. And so the livestock producers, they were on their ranches, on their farms. They wanted to be able to show off the genetics that they had developed, that everything was stopped for these 2 years. And so now listen to this situation that I have just remembered. We have observed the following. In the past, the supremacy in terms of the number of animals inside the park, the Nelore breed, was even higher. Sometimes we used to have 700, 800 Nelore animals. For some years now, the Zebu breeds as a whole, they have been growing a lot. The milk gyr has been growing. Okay, this is the foundation of the milk production in Brazil, okay? So the volume of milk produced in Brazil is huge. We have European Zebu breeds. So the milk gyr breed grew a lot. It grew exponentially. And now we have a huge growth of the Sinji breed. Guzerá has already had a volume of animals here, a huge volume. It dropped a little bit, and now they are working hard to increase this number again. So this growth of the Zebu breeds as a whole, now we have around 400 animals instead of 700 and 800 that we had in the past. But these 400 and something, they are the best of the best, okay? And so, I'm gonna select here on my farm the best animals. Okay, maybe the number of Nelore animals present here today diminished a little bit, but the animals are closer, more similar, and the other Zebu breeds have been growing as well. Yesterday, something that attracted my attention, I took a walk around the park and I saw the Ibapuã stands. How many breeders, how many people, they were there presenting their animals for the auction. The number of breeders, and everybody was smiling, everybody was chatting, everybody was discussing the PMGZ. So this moment is the perfect moment, and they were missing this. So they couldn't wait to have the live events again, to be on the tracks again. And so this interaction between the breeders is absolutely fantastic. So the other numbers, animals that were selected, 178, 185, 176, 5 animals. 186. I think I made a mistake. We have 5 animals. What a beautiful image. Yes? They're coming back to their original position. We're going to have a brief break because we're going to have the result coming out soon. So let's drink some water, let's drink some coffee, and then we're going to see the result of the 10th category, okay? Subcategory B. See you later.
Conozca más sobre Alvo Agro, una empresa 100% brasileña enfocada en la exportación de animales vivos, con estaciones cuarentenarias estratégicamente localizadas para embarque desde los puertos de São Sebastião y Vila do Conde en Brasil. Ofrecemos a nuestros clientes una diversificación de raza y especificación de los animales que Brasil ofrece. Piense, Alvo Agro, soluciones que alimentan el mundo.
Agropecuaria Baguazú desarrolla un excelente trabajo en el mejoramiento genético de la raza india en Brasil. Tras 10 años de inversión en genética diferenciada desde los criaderos más tradicionales del país, conseguimos un ganado de alto valor genético, multiplicado por donantes como Babalú y Fortuna, aparte de todos de destaque nacional como nuestro premiadísimo Canrifil Baguazú. Agropecuaria Baguazú, lo mejor de la genética india nacional en medio de la exuberancia natural.
La Coima, una empresa 100% brasilera con 70 años de vida, siempre contribuyendo con los avances de la pecuaria en general. La Coima ofrece para usted ganadero 5 modelos de cepos, 2 modelos de balanza electrónicas y también las balanzas para la carretera. Nuestro objetivo es contribuir con los avances de la pecuaria para producir más carne que el mundo tanto necesita. La Coima, ubicada en Dracena, São Paulo, Brasil, atiende a toda Latinoamérica. Visite nuestra página coima.com.br.
Olá, conozca a CRV, con más de 140 años en el mundo y más de 50 años en Brasil, siendo pionera en mejoramiento genético en el país. Somos el proveedor de servicios más grande de la América Latina, elegida la mejor empresa del ramo en Brasil. Ganamos el selo ICAR e criamos el selo IFERS, que atestigua la...
Falei que era rápido o nosso intervalo e a gente já vai com o áudio lá da pista de julgamentos, porque tem o resultado dessa categoria, a 10ª categoria sub-B.
Okay, 174. In the 6th place, fifth place, 185. 186 is in 4th place. Cathedral FIV Brun. And so we have 3rd place. 2nd place, 179, La Prairie FIV Paraná. And 1st place, 178, Vitória FIV Gibber. With this ranking, the work is going to stop now, and then tomorrow we're going to continue at 7:30 a.m. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your attention. So we are wrapping up this first round of the contest of this Monday morning. I am saying Tuesday all the time. Please forgive me. It's Monday. So with the 10th category, animals who are between 16 and 18 months, okay, subcategory B. And now we're going to hear from reporter Melissa, okay, and she followed up everything closely, and she's going to speak with us now. Hi, Cesar. Yes, I'm also saying Tuesday instead of Monday. So just to give you an idea, over 130 and 16 months of age, 18 months of age, up until 20 months, they're going to stop growing. And so it's important to have a well-balanced animal. Something else that is important, and I believe that it was highlighted, so the passage of the ribs, between the ribs. Every time we try to separate an animal that shows good performance, and they are unique, the balance lines, they are the master lines, so you have to follow this so that you can arrive at the best result. This female animal first, according to the measures, according to the performance, it's a well-balanced female. And they also have a beautiful skull, the ears move perfectly, and also then we have the functionality of the cow. Now it's 12:29. We're going to conclude this morning's broadcasting. Thank you so much for your participation. I'm going to stand up to shake your hands because you guys were fantastic.
Muito obrigado.
Valeu demais, obrigado.
Thank you so much for having invited me. Thank you for the invitation. Yes, I'm going to be one of the judges on Wednesday because I'm going to judge the Sinji breed. And then we are going to assess everything. Oh, we're going to stay here the entire week, okay? We have a totem in the main stage, okay? We are going to analyze the PMGZ. And so all of the breeders that are still going to come, okay, come here, get to know your herd, okay? And so it's wonderful to see this. Our entire team is at your disposal.
Isso, e reforçar, além do que o Elcio já trouxe para nós, e como nós dissemos alguns
Elcio has already mentioned this, and as we mentioned a few days ago, that all of the technicians, they are here. The field technicians, they are here. This is something new for the 2022 Expozebu, and we brought all of them to the Fernando Costa Park so that you, breeder, who are here and present here, you can receive all the technical consultancy from our experts. So once again, thank you so much for your participation. We're going to have a brief break, and then I'm going to pass the floor to my friend Renata Paiva. She's going to work with you guys until 7:30 p.m. And we're going to have a round of conversations, okay? So stay tuned. We're going to have a break now, but we're going to continue showing live images. The temperature is 30 degrees Celsius in the capital of the Zebu breed, Uberaba.
Estancia K presenta un proyecto de pecuaria lechera moderna que reúne mejora genética de las Gir Lechero y Girolando con producción de leche de alta calidad, además de toros en centros de acopio. La Estancia K tiene el foco en la comercialización de paquetes de embriones, embarazos, machos y hembras en eventos comerciales durante todo el año. Estancia K, evolución continua.
Reconocida en el mercado nacional e internacional, Genial brinda grandes inovaciones para el sector agropecuario. Somos un canal de proximidad y referencia con el comercio exterior. Genial es habilitada para la exportación en diversos países y realiza servicios de clonación animal, banco genético, FIV, ADN y beta-caseína. Desde hace más de una década somos un laboratorio completo, somos Genial.
Conozca más. En Gusera Yus estamos trabajando en la selección y mejoramiento genético del Gusera lechero. Creemos que el Gusera es una herramienta fundamental para el avance de la pecuaria tropical, sea en sistemas intensivos o de doble propósito, ofreciendo al mercado machos y hembras productivos, fértiles, rústicos y longevos.
Conozca más sobre Impreña, una empresa 100% brasileña, dedicada a la fabricación de productos veterinarios, que busca desarrollar productos innovadores, invirtiendo continuamente en nuevas investigaciones, con el fin de traer soluciones al mercado y maximizar los resultados en biotecnologías de reproducción animal. Puedes contar con nuestros productos, porque para nosotros, tu resultado es lo más importante.
Hace 20 años comenzó un sueño. El sueño de llevar al campo soluciones seguras, eficaces e innovadoras en salud animal, colaborando con la prosperidad de la ganadería. Hemos evolucionado, madurado y hoy somos considerados el laboratorio farmacéutico veterinario de más rápido crecimiento en las Américas. Somos JA, desde hace 20 años, aportando innovación y compromiso a la ganadería.
sepa más sobre el trabajo del Grupo Matsuda. Llevamos más de 70 años en el mercado. Proporcionamos numerosas tecnologías para la producción de alimentos y operamos en más de 20 países. Investigamos y lanzamos nuevos cultivares de pastos, además de contar con la más alta tecnología en semillas de forrajes tropicales del mundo. Fomentamos el respeto por el medio ambiente, los animales y las personas. Somos el Grupo Matsuda.
Desde hace 55 años trabajamos con el objetivo de una ganadería más eficiente en pastos en Anelor y Sen. Un rebaño con hembras mejoradas por una fuerte presión de selección para la fertilidad, habilidad materna y precocidad. Siempre estamos buscando toros que mantengan y mejoren estas características en nuestro rebaño. Producir animales de buen temperamento, rústicos, funcionales y productivos.
Conozca más de Romancini. Romancini es una empresa del interior del estado de Paraná y fue fundada en los inicios de los años 1970 por el ganadero Luis Romancini, que en el día a día en el campo notó la necesidad de un equipamiento de contención que se adecuara a los diversos ciclos ganaderos y a todas las razas de bovinos. La pasión por la ganadería es lo que nos mueve y nos convirtió en una empresa especializada en el desarrollo de troncos de contención. Romancini, de ganadero para ganadero.
Conozca más acerca de W2R, un establecimiento dedicado a la mejora genética de la raza Brahman desde hace 18 años. Recientemente ha iniciado también la cría del Brahman rojo. Pensando en producir carne de calidad a un coste reducido, buscamos animales de alto rendimiento para satisfacer a un mercado cada vez más exigente. Y el Brahman, por ser un cebú de madurez extremadamente precoz y con alto rendimiento en canal, tiene mucho que aportar a la ganadería nacional. Conozca más.
Olá, conozca a CRV, con más de 140 años en el mundo y más de 50 años en Brasil, siendo pionera en mejoramiento genético en el país. Somos el proveedor de servicios más grande de la América Latina, elegida la mejor empresa del ramo en Brasil. Ganamos el selo ICAR y creamos el selo IFERT, que atestigua la fertilidad superior de los animales. Por lo tanto, CRV es garantía de evolución para el rebaño. CRV, Better Cows, Better Life.
Estancia K presenta un proyecto de pecuaria lechera moderna que reúne mejora genética de las Kir Lechero y Girolando con producción de leche de alta calidad, además de toros en centros de acopio. La Estancia K tiene el foco en la comercialización de paquetes de embriones, embarazos, machos y hembras en eventos comerciales durante todo el año. Estancia K, evolución continua.
Aqui no seu canal oficial do Zebu.
I'm here in the official channel for Zebu. This is 12:38 now, and we are going to speak about the subject that is in our DNA in ABCZ, which is genome and the technology that is overcoming the barriers and in the frontier of genome procedures, and this is a very important subject for us to discuss, especially here at the Expozebu event. And here as a host to this conversation, also I want to call Ricardo Abreu, who is in our team here. Welcome again. Thank you for being always with me here. Welcome. Thank you, Renata. Good afternoon to all of you, our friends and spectators. Thank you for being here in the board with me and all of our friends from Gema, Mr. Gustavo, Thiago. It is an important moment right now with the whole presentation from ABCZ TV in this 3-in-1 Expozebu. They have a topic which is very important of this about this tool for genetic improvement. This is a single opportunity that we have in order to a unique opportunity to ask questions, and this is a very good moment to be aware of what is going on with genomic projects. Yes, we have Thiago Vicelli here, who's commercial manager. Welcome. I would like you to speak a little bit about what you do and about the topic that is so relevant to cattle raising, and that we have to demystify. You know, we have to bring information to the breeders so that they can understand the technology. Precisely, yes. First of all, thank you for the opportunity. It is the A team with all of you here in an event in person, so this is great that we went through the pandemic and we are back. So I'm very glad to be here because for 4 years we have been partners of Expozebu with ABCZ. So it is important to bring the topic up because in 2019 I was telling everybody that we should be demystifying genomics, and since then we have been translating that to the breeders and bringing that to the farms, and so that everybody could see the users with the users of technology and all of the associates that already used its technology, and they have been using that routine for collecting data. And I'm glad to see that from 2019 up to now, so far we have a great evolution, and we can feel the evolution of the numbers of samples that we assess and the people that understand more and more the concept and the use of everything. So it's a joy to be here in this channel in an event such as this one. We didn't have that in 2019, we didn't have ABCZ TV, and it's very important to bring that to the producers in an easy to digest manner. For sure, and now I have Enrique here, who's a technical advisor for genetic improvement at ABCZ. Along those lines, you know, we have to bring that info to the producers, and this partnership together with ABCZ and Eugene, we bring more and more results to the breeders, right? With the partnership, with the assessments that people do and the whole work that we do, the breeder starts to see the results and they start to believe the tools as well, right? Precisely. Good afternoon. It is a satisfaction to be here and being able to speak with you about the genome project here with the representatives, the cattle raisers, the specialists, and the representatives. We have this partnership for a while now, and they bring a product with a lot of quality for us to have access to that information and introduce them to the assessment of the genome. And our role here is to do that very thing, you know, to demystify this matter, because the info should go to the field and they should be used to make decisions, because genome can only be well used if it is used to decide who will be the next reproducers and how. And since you can do that earlier, the breeders it's a win-win situation for the breeders. Our economic assessment from the PNGZ will bring it with a mini test for progeny, so that the breeder can get the best info to make his decision. And of course they are going to use other criteria as well, visual assessment, the technical assessment, and they will add everything together with genome in order to decide who will be the parents in the next generation, and they will be accelerating the genetic gains, and of course that will bring more productivity to whoever uses that. Sure, and I would like you to speak about so that everybody can understand how does that work, how do you use genomica within the program, how is it collected, how is the process until you bring it to the final numbers in the information so that you can make the decisions. Well, it starts in the collection because we have to send to the companies, a sample that contains DNA. So the fur collected is collected, it's peeled off. It can be done in any way, in any age, at any age of the animal, since as long as you can access the animal to take off the fur. Nowadays you do that, it's not in some places in the world you can do that in the embryo phase, so you can do that early on, so you can assess which are the embryos that you could transfer to the females and which ones would make sense. So for our reality we could have a newborn doing that, and that's the condition that we have for the sending via envelope to ABCZ, and then they will check it out and they will send it to Neogen, and then from Neogen they will go through the workflow that they have there, and Thiago is going to mention that. And then it goes back with the results of the markers, and the markers will bring us the info to add to the genetic assessment. There we'll have the data from the registry, the genealogy, and then we have the weight and total weight, totals for reproductive, the carcass information, the ultrasound, everything that is assessed, plus the molecular markers. And with that we can have a genomic assessment nationally. And nationally we have the Nelore, Itabapuan too, and the idea is to include the other races, the other breeds, as soon as possible. So next year it's likely that we will include 2 more breeds, and then we will, when we do that, we will announce. And the idea is to have all of the Zebu breeds, because that brings us info that is very, very precise and very precious info to make the decision. It is going to move forward with the decisions, and it will bring some genetic gains with that. And it's going to bring more reproducers earlier, and with the assurance that these reproducers will bring genetic improvement. Yeah, so you bring all of the info that we already have, the zootechnical information from the life of the animal, and that will be added together to have that info completely, right? Yes, and to what Henrique said before, how much is your time worth? You have to count on time, and with this tool you continue your procedures within the zootechnic evaluations, and you collect according to the assessment, the molecular assessment of the animal, the females, and then you increase the time, and you have it early on. And you're buying time, because you were talking about the World Cup, the Zebu World Cup, and how it was challenging to have the heifers being pregnant earlier. And this is the precocious category. You have the matrix that is going to give birth before 30 months. So this, if you do have that issue of managing the genetics, and you have the time, because the animals nowadays are more and more precocious, and this is important for the bulls, because you can see the average that is lower and lower for bulls getting younger, and this is a reality already. And this is also something that we see in the females. If you have this opportunity to choose that in your managing of your herd more assertively, the genomic will be the right tool for you. So you buy time, as I said before. You will have a young animal with 8, 10 or maybe 15 in newborns, but they didn't have any newborns yet, because you have the amount of information already from the PMGZ and the quality of information as well. So this is the issue that we are dealing with. You have more than 53 years of data collected, which are the data for many characteristics that our technicians are collecting. And that is the time we have of data, from PMGZ. So that works to validate the work with the partnership with Neogene and the other molecular markers, and to be more assertive, which is what you mentioned before, that's the accuracy and the value that we bring with genomics.
And so I'm going to start asking questions, and then you can feel free to answer the questions. Is there a recommendation? I asked you a question about their age. What about the category? Which category is more recommended for you to carry out the genomica? Oh, what an interesting question. Let's allow our friends to answer. So how does this work? Okay, so we have Sérgio Germano is the president of the BCZ, and we have Gustavo Castanheira. He is a zoo technician. And so you guys who have lots of experience, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great honor to be here. And so how have we been doing things with the Tabapuã? It's the second beef zebu breed that is having a genomic analysis. So the breeders of the Tabapuã breed, they understood the importance of having the best bulls, the best matrices, so the reliability is highest. The breeders understood the importance. They sent their genetic material, and the ABCZ allowed us to collect the genetic material, and we were able to do the genomica of our animals. So which category do we collect the data from? So we do the challenge of the precocious female calves, all of the heifers, and so we have a challenge, and the heifers that are going to be a part of the program that got pregnant earlier. We gather their fur and we send it to the ABCZ, and then they share the genomica so that we already can have the assessment. This facilitates the mating, and the zebu livestock production has a productivity in the medium or long run, yes? And so we are always trying to produce more to have highly productive animals. Good afternoon, Renata. Thank you for the invitation. I'm going to talk a little bit about the handling that we do at the HIMA. Between 2019 and 2020, we believed in the genomic project, yes, jointly with the ABCZ. And first, we started with the herd that we were trying to have the best animals for the contests. And so we needed to have a high level of reliability because it was difficult to have a contemporary group in this herd to select them for the tracks and the contest. In 2021, we expanded this project to the farms in the north of the state of Minas Gerais. We studied the males, we studied the females, and we were able to determine a period of time that was the weaning period. And then we collected the material. The animals were weighed. They were destined to the right handling, the males and the females, and at that moment we collected all of the genetic material and we sent it to the ABCZ. And so we had this, the information shared was really right and correct. And so we wanted them to remain in the herds, and the males that were reproduced, and we also auctioned the males. And what did you notice? You told us, Gustavo and Sergio, all the work that you developed, the way that you have been doing this, using the genomica, and the results. What benefits did you find? What were the benefits that the genomica brought to you? Thinking about the genomic development. So genomica is one of the tools that we use. We also have the ultrasound of all of the animals' carcasses, and we don't only use the genetic assessment. And so it's a tool that we use, and so sometimes we don't want to risk the mating with a younger bull, and we want to diminish the period of time between the coverage. We do the ultrasound of the bull's testicles. And at HIMA, did you notice again? Yes, absolutely. So the changes in the herd, in the cattle, how much weight they gained, the sexual maturity of the females. We can see this. We can see this clearly and faster. And so genomica makes us save time. So it's not only enough for us to use the genomica and not use the data, not use information. So we do the genomica and then we do the ultrasound of the carcasses. And on top of that, the animals that come out from this group. We emphasize on the work done using the production of embryos, and also we have guided mating so that we can try to achieve this improvement, this condition. In the case of the commercial, for the males. So we try to direct everything to our clients with animals with more accuracy, and accuracy is the key word now. And we try to find this consolidated information. They are purchasing an animal that is going to give conditions for them to improve their herd. Tiago, I would like to invite you once again into the chat, into our chat. In 2019, you gave a presentation about the demystification of the genomica. So, between 2019 until now, so are the breeders truly using the genomica tool? We have to demystify this tool. And what about the breeders? How are they analyzing and seeing the genomica? So each person mentioned something that was present in my presentation. And Henrique mentioned the decision making. You have to make the decision based on the information. The other gentleman here mentioned the accuracy. How much is a piece of information worth? Yes? And Sergio mentioned something, is the use of females. And so in the past, it was difficult for us to see this. They wanted to use the bull, but they wanted to use a higher level of accuracy for the clients. It's good to see that because I'm going to speak very little today. And so I'm going to see the evolution and everything that I discussed in the past. And at that time, we concluded the year in terms of all of the samples processed. It was about 15,000 years. And this was our fiscal year. And only in terms of Zebu breeds, we have gone over 90,000 samples. And all of this growth is the breeders paying for the samples. So the ABCZ helped a lot at the beginning. And our prediction was so accurate because of this. We were able to estimate when we see a steer, and then we have the production. And I believe that we have over 200,000 samples in our database here at the database that the ABCZ has. And so our processing capacity has increased, and it's becoming easier and easier for us to. And also the word of mouth has been working very well, yes? And so people are working with this, people have seen this, they have seen themselves as users of the technology, and they are carrying out the word and mouth advertising. And so in 4 years, we almost multiplied the number of samples by 5, okay? And we also have the milk deer breed, and they share the genotypes, and we also have thousands and thousands of genotypes in our database, and everybody around the world desires to have this. So the work that we do is very important, and everybody participated, the company, the breeders. It was a technology that was prepared using the hands of everybody, and everybody carried out a huge effort. and we created projects with many partners, so everybody carried out a joint effort, not only the company.
Se torna mais fácil. A gente passou por período pouco difícil, né, de
So we went through a difficult period, okay, with less contact, and it started growing. Or despite the problems that we have, despite the pandemic, I would like to congratulate all of the breeders. I would like to congratulate all of the professionals. So it was a joint effort. And so it was a joint effort. And now, discussing Henrique and Ricardo, Sergio mentioned something very interesting. And so you were getting the genotype of all of the females, and that's important. We always mention this throughout our program to produce more in less time, and also to reduce the time between the generations, okay? And so Genomica allows us to do that, to identify the steers, younger and younger steers, so that we can produce more productive animals, and we're reducing the time between the generations. And so let's listen to Henrique's opinion, because the ABCZ index, which is a ponderation or a weighting of the characteristics, and so we have this in the different zebu breeds. And the important thing is, and this is the huge heritage that we have, which are the matrices. On the properties, the greatest heritage that they have, they are the matrices, the cows, the females. And the most important aspect is their longevity as mothers, how long they can be mothers. So you're buying time, you're buying the time of the matrices, and the breeders, they saw this early on. And so it would take about 72 months for the female, for the cows that would give birth to babies. And this is part of their physiology, this is part of their genetics, and it would take a longer time for us to have a return on our investment. And the characteristics of the females, this has a huge economic impact in the production chain. So if we can create a tool to the breeders so that they can identify the best cows, the best heifers, for them to start reproducing as soon as possible, and not only the females, okay, because they contribute with 50% of the reproduction. And so we have to analyze their carcass, so the tool allows us to identify this early on. And the decision making is also important, because what happens when you have a group of animals that can be selected? We call this animal the candidates to become selected, or the candidates for selection. So when you identify all the candidates, and after you have the result of the genomic assessment, you can choose the animals. So depending on the intensity of the selection, and so you can have. And so then you can use the genomic, and then you're only going to have results if it's used to select the animals. We have an example that I can share with you. It hasn't been published yet, but in the case of stayability, genomic doubled the capacity for you to discriminate the best females. What is this? So you can differentiate the animals, genetically speaking, in a shorter period of time. Without genomica, it would take you the double amount of time, and you have half the accuracy to make the decisions to see what are the females that are going to be the most fertile. And this is not by chance, because it has a huge economic impact. The females pays for itself, the female that is fertile, and you continue reproducing. And so the decision-making process is important. This would be the biggest bottleneck of our livestock production now, right? They have to understand the numbers so that after this, okay, and then they're going to be able to manage their herds, yes? And so we like this part of the synergy between the commercial department and the selection department. And so at the beginning of the Expozebu or Zebu, you have the price of the females. How much is this? How much is this? How much does it cost for you to have access to a herd that has years and years of selection? And so this is happening in the swine production. And so this is the apex of the genetic quality pyramid. And then you have the entire production of the milk producers. So how much is this worth? We can see the actions. We have a record number of females. Many auctions are making available, making the best heifers available that are pregnant, they are precocious with genomic, and people are investing in this because they know the value that this has, not only in terms of saving time, but also to have access to proven genetics. And this is worth a lot, and the females are being valued and valued more and more, and this started happening in 2019, right? And we have been working jointly with the technicians in the field, and they are sharing more and more information. The information is becoming more and more democratic, and our virtual totem is there. They can go there, access the information, and they are experiencing, all of the breeders are experiencing this. And so the numbers that they have been using of the Genomica, this tool, they're going to buy time, they're going to reduce the amount of time, and this is going to become more and more valuable. And Rima has shared an example, Tabapuã, they have these genetics they have already built because they collected information for many and many years, the phenotype from the ABCZ and the genomic, and they are being able to identify the animals at a very young age. And so we have 5 years, 6 years, and this happened in the milk animals, with the milk animals, milk producing animals. And Genomica is going to accelerate this, and this is going to be happening with the females as well. And so we have the young heifers, the young female calves, 15 months old, 16 months old, with the accuracy. And so the accuracy is important, and they can use Genomica. So this is a tool that is present. It has become a reality, and more the ABCZ has been investing among all of the Zebu breeds. This is going to happen faster and faster. The number of animals, the high quality of the animals, and using this tool is going to become a routine. It's going to become a regular routine. And so the work being done on the farm. And so using your example, Ricardo, we experienced something, an animal on our farm that, to start off with, they had an average ABCZ index, so it would not fit into a selection group. But then after the Genomica that was carried out, we saw that that animal had the capacity and had the conditions that were superior to the rest of the group. So it went from a DECA 3 to a DECA 1, and this alerted us or warned us that we could work with this animal in a different way. And so there was a precocious heifer, giving it a different mating, and then that's what I mentioned at the before. So when you have the tool, you should use it. And there's something else that is very important, just complementing what our colleague mentioned. Genomica can warn you regarding some things that you should change. And the opposite could have happened as well. It could have shown you that this animal should be discarded or something. So it's important to remind the breeders that the assessment is going to be better, and the assessment can be better and not necessarily positive. It's going to allow you to make a safer decision to discard it or to make it a better animal. Yes, sometimes you can identify a wonderful animal that you didn't expect, and then you can highlight the best animal of that generation.
And then you can mate them, and if you have 10 animals being born, each one of them will have a different genetic assessment. They might have the same parents, but they will have their different genetics. And one thing that I'm worried about telling our clients is how to interpret a DEP rule. You could say, well, DECA 1, but for that characteristic that people need to improve, it might be not DECA 1. So for people who deal with genetics, they have to deal with the interpretation of the spectrum. If they're going to hold the females, if they are going to do the complete cycle, and then they can choose the animal looking at the result and not only the beginning of it. Yes, because Genoma will make that available, right? And it is possible to show that if the animal is better in one characteristic than in others, and they can think about the whole set of characteristics. What is best for the production, yes. And that information that you generate within the farms and that you bring, you make it better and better with the database, and people can then identify the best option. Well, it's not always the best option for DECA 1, but sometimes it is, but it might not be fitting with the production system of your client, right? You can have other suggestions to them, and they can offer the best option to the client too, right? Commercially thinking. It's the evolution, right? Yes, I just want to mention something that Ricardo was talking about the females. They have a huge preoccupation with the selection of the male. I want a second, the first, the second, and then, well, but just like has been said before, it's not necessarily the best for the herd. So you have to be worried about the selection, not only of the male but also the female. What makes a difference is what can you do differently from the majority in order to progress more. You can work with a higher selection. So when we speak about the best one, everybody can choose the number one. It's in the catalogs. But the selection and the process of identifying the smaller females, that is the differentiation between the herds from now on. The technique with the embryo transferring, that is the relevance of having assurance that that animal will be multiplied. If you have 10 embryos, they will be different from one another, so the technique will not assure that the animals have the same quality. So you have to be sure with the selection and also with the semen that you're using in order to maximize the technique. And that's in order for the animals to have a positive result, depending on the breeding that you have. So that is nice. Those examples are very nice, and I think that it reinforces the example of the importance of the use of technique, and so that we can tell the producer in their language, right? You should have young females, calves. If it is already reproductive, you already know the potential of that animal. You should work the young ones, but of course you have to deal with the others and also the males. The males, it is almost a precondition to get into an auction. We have already 30 auctions in Expozebu, and I think The majority of the animals are genotyped, and the market is demanding that as well. I think it's very important because that is the engine for development, the basis of it, yes. Not to forget about the phenotype, assessing the animal. That is a tool, but we also should trust our eyes as well. You know, the breeding should be done, but also we have to think about the whole herd and select it and use all of the tools that we have nowadays. It's very interesting to have this conversation. Just one thing, Renata, since Sergio mentioned these visual assessment, it is important to have that, of course. We have it here in the World Cup. We have some specialists from the field. We have the frontline team that are over there with ABCZ assessing the program for genetic improvement, the PMGZ, and it is the only program that has within this data the graphic representation of the visual assessment. They have the carcass compositions, which is the APM, the outlines of the breeds, of course, and the sexual characteristics that is available in the graphical presenting of those, and the marriage between the state-of-the-art technology with the visual assessment. Of course, just like we were telling before, they are also taking part actively in the assessment of bulls. So you have that rule, you know, the animals are genotyped, and in order to come to PENACH since 2020, they have to be certified with genetic superiority. You have the productivity link and you have the whole package. It should be DECA 1 or 2, and you can have the ABCZ index, and you also have the visual assessment done by our specialist in the field with the punctuation, with the rating good, very good, or excellent. So that is the role that we have with Genoma. It goes to show how assertive it is, also because of the tools that we have, and so the trustability of the information is good, so much so that this will be done with the test for the progeny itself. But many bulls that went through the program are now leaders in the PMGZ. They are leaders of sales for the national market because they correspond to all of the demands from the market. It helps because Genomica is consolidating the information as well, right? Let's think a little bit now. I'll ask you an open question. I'm not sure if you want to speak more, but let's say there is a producer here, a breeder watching us, and they started to assess the animals, but they have not yet introduced Genomica. So what is the indication for this breeder who wants to introduce it in their herd? Let's imagine that it's a conversation with somebody who's not using Genomica yet. Why would we tell them to use it? How would this happen? I will speak a little bit and then Henrique will complete that. I will ask this guy, well, how much is your time worth for selection? And then we would have, from what we had in 2019, the commercial PMGZ. You go to the breeder that uses the program for insemination. They already have the genetic assessment and they use that information, and of course from 10 doses that you trade, according to the reports, 9.5 is from Expozebu, and from this raw material that you consume for insemination, that goes for a commercial herd that we bring into the commercial PMGZ. And within the PMGZ, the commercial PMGZ, the first step is always the genetic improvement that we do on distance, and that is the visual assessment that they do. They do the head, the middle, and the hind parts of the animal. Even if the creator, the breeder, doesn't have any info about the females, they might be younger females that are still not ready, but it's a beginning. And in order to be more assertive, the recommendation is you should do the Genomica program with the A and B females, depending on the intensity of the selection that they want to impress on them. If that female within that group, of course, then you have the reproductive aspects that you have to use. The rule is the majority of the breeders are using the collection early and then doing the genomic right away because they buy time. Because they wouldn't wait for the female to get pregnant, to give birth, and then wane. So they, from the matrices that have come in of pure breeds, the majority has already the genomica done. So the most relevant part, because we have also the breeders that do the visual assessment and they register, which is the basis for the female, which is the assessment choice, the choice according to the assessment, because then they have this registration done and they have the ABCZ index annexed to that. So when you have the higher index, you have trustability due to the genomic program. So you have all of the tools, the technical tools and the cost-benefit analysis that makes everything interesting also for the commercial PMGZ. And before I pass on to Henrique, the matter of speed, you know, we had 2 assessments within the genetic assessments of PMGZ, the first semester and then the second. And now we have news, right? Exactly. Just coming back a little bit about the how to genotype and classify the genome. I think nowadays we have solid arguments based in fact, and we can see the gain that genomic can bring us. And we have been working with the validation of the genomic collections, and that's going to be published very soon. We are able to we went through an audit done by the University of Georgia in the United States, and this audit brings in the genomic conditions to show the breeder or to whoever consumes that information how much they can trust it. So it is important to remember that the program is so completely auditable, and we can reach the genome evaluation in the scientific project. They have a powerful prediction. It is very trustworthy. I would recommend the breeders to look for us, and it really depends on the objective, you know, because of depending on the number of the herd, how many animals do they have to do that, and how much resources they want to invest. Especially when the breeder cannot genotype every animal, it is very important to have a strategy for that. And I'm available to the breeders who are available because we can do that together. We can come up with a strategy for them to optimize the resources that they have available. I don't really like to give you ready answers because it is important to analyze carefully the situation of the breeder, because it is a resource that is still very high cost, high investment. It brings some return, of course, but it must be optimized in order to be a certain investment, right? Exactly. In order to do that, we are available to help everybody to start investing in Genomica. Then you can bring us your contact. They have my email already, so they can get in touch, and also the website, right? They can get the contact over there. It's interesting to have that proximity with everybody, and in order to really help out and give a hand. That's the association from the breeders themselves. The association only exists because of them. And what Ricardo was mentioning, it's very important because the improvement is not done from afar. You have to be closer. The closer you are to the breeder, the best will be the solution that you deliver to them, to apply in their solution, in their genetic improvement. So we have to be close to them, to listen to them, and to bring them solutions that are more effective. Sergio, you mentioned a lot of the breeding grounds that you have, and I would like you to hear from you about the breed. What is your vision about the Genomica for the entire breed? Well, for the breed, for a start, the breeders understand the importance, and they have requested genetic material, and they managed to have depth finally, and each one of them have the system to assess their herd. We have more and more, they have more resources, and this is done according to which situation. People have been doing that, and in the association we do that in a great campaign to give them genetic materials to take part in all of the programs. And this is very individual, right, for each breeder. The campaign is to explain the importance of it, and we try and convince people to get after this knowledge so that they understand the importance of this, to have more safety and by themselves and with their clients. And Thiago, we have been speaking about this before, and what do you look for in Genomica? I think the usage, which is massive already in the market, that is producer of genetics, not only for rice, right? In this market, I think we are very mature. It is growing more, 9–10% a year. But it has reached the pioneers have been gone, the followers have been gone already, and it's now a routine for many people. Now we have to come back to the commercial breeder, which is the user of the genetic material, that need to work with the females because they already have the sources to buy from. In the States, that's a reality already. People consume more genomics than here. They did understand the need to work in a level for selection, female selection, at the same level that people do with the males. And I think in Brazil it's going to take more 2 or 3 more years in order for the breeders to understand that they have to also work with the females. And this investment, I think it pays off during the reproductive life of the animal. It's not a cost, it's an investment, because you keep refining the information, and that pays for itself. And I think that's the challenge. But in terms of technology itself, we do have some. I've been talking to Henrique last month when I came here. I visit him a lot. But that is an evolution that we should have, with markers, because we should innovate in the DNA. The next evolution should be the sequencing, in order to come from 50,000 markers to more than 1 million. So we are going to multiply that by 30, 20-fold, but we have to be ready to work with this kind of information, because it's going to be a huge leap, and with that we want to deliver more, with more possibilities and more flexibility. Of course, we want to study some kind of genetic disease of some kind of some type that we don't understand yet, we don't know the markers yet. Let's put that in the phenotype to compare. So the idea is to not come back to the old numbers of markers. We want to just evolve and increase that to make the process better. So that's what I see for the future. In the Brazilian reality, for 3 or 4 years, we do depend a lot on how the volume of some processed materials will happen. But in the United States, they do have some initiatives already to start this year within this model, and that's how I see the whole picture, coming out of the genetics production personnel and coming to the commercial cattle user. I think when they understand that, it will be a very good leap for agribusiness as a whole. And Henrique, Ricardo, this is something that we speak about the genomica and about the selection cattle, right? And the breeders that work with the objective of evolving the cattle, the commercial cattle. I think one of the challenges that we have is finding the right volume for commercial cattle, right? Because if you think about the breeders, they have lots of cows, and the idea is to separate the frontliners, and after that, how do they keep going with that in order to genotype commercial cattle? Well, Henrique is going to tell you about the technical part. It's some studies that we have to identify that. But the reading for the breeder, because for the breeder to participate in a program like that, even if they have a pure breed herd They have to have a technician balance. They have to be very technical, and they have to have from the father line. They have to have a reference bull. It is very criterious. They have to be in order to buy a bull with a good evaluation. The market understands that, both for the bulls, the natural ones, and also the artificial insemination bulls. You just have to see the last few years, the number of commercial doses. Especially for Zebu, the market understands that. People know what is the prediction of the genetic value. They understand what is the production and that they have to consume that. And we still have the largest herd in the world, and we have 29,000 females for slaughter that they have to be bred, and we know that we are substituting that. That's our blue ocean, right? We are paying very much attention to that, and we know that if we make that available with the know-how from ABCZ and bring information next to the breeders for them to know the female, they will be very demanding. They will use the assessed bull. If they only use that because the other one, because they don't know the female, they think everything goes. They didn't measure that yet. So we are bringing that too for managing the herd. We have a software for that is going for the breeders, because they don't measure anything. They just trust the process, and they say the vet is okay and my company is great. They have an Excel spreadsheet, and if you go out there and check, you have the old information. It's not trustworthy. So in the sense that it's just their culture. They have to launch the data. They have to have a registry that is trustworthy. And ABCZ has those products and they do that. That's the software that we use. It is the record holder for usage, and that holds all of the information. If they don't have measurement, they don't make a decision. So we make available the basic for them, and they can, according to the profile and what Henrique mentioned, according to the reality and the pace that they want to go with, if they want to buy 6 months old or 5 months old, it depends on the cost-benefit ratio.
And so, as I gave an example, the breeders that carried out the classification, they got Genomica A and B, so they started way ahead from everybody else. But it's important for us to share this with the market, okay? And we have to do this with our field team, with our coordinators, having this, because there are many, many breeders that are using this, and they are accelerating everything, and they want more and more. And then this is part of the association in a complete way to share all of this know-how with the entire chain, production chain. So this blue ocean and the females, they're going to be more and more users of this proven test, okay, and use everything so that they get to know their herds better. So when they do this, they're going to invest more and more inside their herd. So ABCZ's Genomica, okay, and so for the amount of herds that you have now, so you're going to produce genomic predictions for many genetic origins, and they have different origins. And so if we start doing this, and so they have Guzerá and Zebu in general, and they come from Zebu genetics. These markers that we use in the PO cattle, they can also be used for the commercial herds, okay, as well. So we can use the genomic tool to make a commercial decision, and we select the females that are going to produce the best steers that are going to produce more. This kind of information is very important for us to use in the commercial herds. You mentioned volume. The ABCZ nowadays has a structure, hardware structure, software structure, a flow of data that can support this. So we are highly prepared to help the commercial herds. So the ABCZ invests a lot in the last few years, and we are prepared to reach the commercial herds regardless of the volume. So now we are going to take a breather in the studio. We're going to have a brief commercial break, okay? And then we're going to come back soon, okay? Just a minute.
Estancia K presenta un proyecto de pecuaria lechera moderna que reúne mejora genética de las Kir Lechero y Girolando con producción de leche de alta calidad, además de toros en centros de acopio. La Estancia K tiene el foco en la comercialización de paquetes de embriones, embarazos, machos y hembras en eventos comerciales durante todo el año. Estancia K, evolución continua.
Reconocida en el mercado nacional e internacional, Genial brinda grandes innovaciones para el sector agropecuario. Somos un canal de proximidad y referencia con el comercio exterior. Genial es habilitada para la exportación en diversos países y realiza servicios de clonación animal, banco genético, FIV, ADN y beta-caseína. Desde hace más de una década, somos un laboratorio completo, somos Genial.
Conozca más. En Gusera Juice estamos trabajando en la selección y mejoramiento genético del Gusera lechero. Creemos que el Gusera es una herramienta fundamental para el avance de la pecuaria tropical, sea en sistemas intensivos o de doble propósito, ofreciendo al mercado machos y hembras productivos, fértiles, rústicos y longevos.
Conozca más sobre Impreña, una empresa 100% brasileña, dedicada a la fabricación de productos veterinarios, que busca desarrollar productos innovadores, invirtiendo continuamente en nuevas investigaciones, con el fin de traer soluciones al mercado y maximizar los resultados en biotecnologías de reproducción animal. Puedes contar con nuestros productos, porque para nosotros, tu resultado es lo más importante.
Hace 20 años comenzó un sueño. El sueño de llevar al campo soluciones seguras, eficaces e innovadoras en salud animal, colaborando con la prosperidad de la ganadería. Hemos evolucionado, madurado y hoy somos considerados el laboratorio farmacéutico veterinario de más rápido crecimiento en las Américas. Somos JA, desde hace 20 años, aportando innovación y compromiso a la ganadería.
Sepa más sobre el trabajo del Grupo Matsuda. Llevamos más de 70 años en el mercado. Proporcionamos numerosas tecnologías para la producción de alimentos y operamos en más de 20 países. Investigamos y lanzamos nuevos cultivares de pastos, además de contar con la más alta tecnología en semillas de forrajes tropicales del mundo. Fomentamos el respeto por el medio ambiente, los animales y las personas. Somos el Grupo Matsuda.
as vantagens aqui da genômica, né? Já falou sobre todos os
So the advantages of the genomic, we talked about the challenges faced by the breeders distributed all over Brazil. We discussed the advantages. And now going to the final phase of our round of conversations. Thank you so much for your participation. I believe our chat was extremely productive, and we mentioned this at the beginning. It's a difficult topic for us to discuss, and we need to share more and more information with our breeders, yes, so that they can understand this tool, see this tool, which is a very important genetic improvement tool. And so I would like to discuss, I want you to give your final remarks, our colleague here from the ABCZ, yes. So I would like to share this message to all of the Tabapuã breeders. If you're watching us, believe in this technology. It's going to facilitate your life. It would take you a few years for you to achieve the quality that this tool can offer to you. Study this carefully, get in touch with the ABCZ, find out the genomic programs that are available, find out everything that the ABCZ has to offer you, create a plan, create a work plan, and do this, understand the importance, and I believe that everything has become very clear. We who work on the farms, on the ranches, we know how this can facilitate our work. Don't waste any time, because your competitors have been doing this. And this is going to make the lives easier of the people who purchase your animals. Thank you so much. Renata, this is a path ahead that has no return, okay? So once we started using the technology and we saw the transformation, we don't want to go back into the past. These are words that we use all the time. There is a demystification, the time that you gain, you don't waste any time, and day after day, the producers, they need to be faster, they need this speed, they need this to gain this time, and they need to make faster decisions. So Rima, our company, and in the herd as a whole, believed in this, and it's a fact now that decisions are measured and they are based on these results, on these technologies. And more, we need this kind of information. More and more, our product is questioned by our clients. They seek us, they want to buy from us as long as we have this kind of information. Hima is here at your disposal. We can help you out. We can answer your questions. If you have questions about how can I use these technologies, and Hima truly believes in the programs that are disseminated by the ABCZ. That's why we were one of the first ones to believe in this. Thank you, Gustavo, for your participation. You're always going to be welcome back. Now, Thiago Bicelli, since the beginning I have been trying to pronounce your name. Bicelli, Thiago Bicelli, you work at your company. What are your final remarks? First of all, thank you so much. And we accepted the invitation to discuss the genomica. I'm so glad with our conversation. We have evolved a lot. Oh, how wonderful it is to be back here in person. And we worked as a technician in the last few years, and we brought the results. And as Gustavo mentioned, the breeders, they are being demanded to do that. And so we have to reduce the emission of carbon, and people are demanding this from us. And so everything that we have been doing is a search to become more efficient. And as technicians, what must we do? Make these tools available, better and better tools at a lower price and faster, because this is going to make all the difference in the near future. So thank you once again for the invitation, and thank you for this round of conversations. Henrique Ventura, our technical superintendent that specializes in genetic improvement. It's very important to discuss genomics. Genomica. So we have seen many things being disseminated in a wrong way. It's important to chat with the professionals at the ABCZ to understand how this work is being done. And from a technical perspective, what is behind all this? Many people believe that Genomica carries out miracles. It's a kind of magic. No. There's nothing like that. There is a sound scientific analysis, mathematics, and research based on real data. So breeders, try to find this out. And this kind of chat is very rich so that we can share these data, clarify the breeders' doubts. And so we have this channel that is going to be more than open because some people may have questions. They can be in doubt about something. But come to the ABCZ, chat with us. We can help you overcome your doubts, okay? So information has power. Borderless information has power. In Brazil, we have high accuracy agriculture, and we should have this in the livestock production. So high precision, genomic is a reality, and this is part of the routine of many farms. And our role here at the ABCZ is to share this more and more intensely, take this to our members, to the Tabapuã breeders, to the Nelore breeders, and come to the ABCZ. We can share this with you and share this with the market, okay? And we're always going to have doubts about this. The ABCZ has this capillarity. It's present all over Brazil. We have our technical offices spread all over Brazil. And so we have professionals. We have 105 field technicians, and they are highly capable, highly trained, so that we can implement a strategic plan, teach you how to use Genomica, because it's a wonderful tool. You're going to save time, you're going to earn in terms of reliability, and this is essential so that you can have the genetic improvement of your herds, and you can do this faster and faster, and we can share this information. Thank you, Sérgio. Thank you, Gustavo from RIMA. And may we be able to have more chats such as this. And the ABCZ TV is the right channel to share this information with you so that our breeders can know more and more how to use these tools, the tools provided by the ABCZ, and Genomica is wonderful. Thank you for this invitation, and we always want to bring the breeders to our studio so that we can chat and improve our Zebu cattle. Thank you for your participation, and now we're going to discuss another topic. Yesterday, the president of the Bank of Brazil paid a visit to us, came here to the 2022 Expozebu, and we're going to follow this information. So before the tour around the Fernando Costa Park, the president of the Bank of Brazil created 2 exclusive funding lines, and he signed 2 contracts with his first clients. And so the new rural funding lines, they were developed based on suggestions that came from the Brazilian Association of Zebu Breeders. So we have just signed 2 contracts, one for the auctions and one for the preservation of matrices. And so I visited Expo Genetics last year. Some breeders, they confided in me that they needed this. I went back to Brasilia, and we created something that could truly become a financial solution for our breeders. So the CPR auctions and the CPR matrices, they are products that resulted from these suggestions. Right after that, President Fausto and the committee from the Bank of Brazil, they visited stands of the Zebu breeders, the pavilions, and so they stopped at the Indo-Brazil breed. And so, ladies and gentlemen, this is a pride and joy for the breeders from the ABCZ. For us to receive the visit of the president of the Bank of Brazil, and Dr. Fausto was worried about getting to know all of the Zebu breeds. He visited every single pavilion, and then he visited the Cindy breed pavilion. And the group also saw animals of the different breeds. And he rode a bull, and he got onto a bull. So for the ABC Cindy, it was an important moment, and we could show the productive aspects of the Cindy breed. And this person is important all over Brazil. He is the president of the Bank of Brazil, and they are our partners. And he's the president of Brazil, and he's getting to know the breed that we produce, receiving all of the explanation. And then the visitors from the Bank of Brazil, they got to know the Guzerá breed. Oh, this is a historical moment. And so we received the visit of the president of the Bank of Brazil and the presidents of all of the Zebu breeds, and our meeting was wonderful. They also got to know the milk Gir breed, and they visited the promotional stand. I only work with the milk Gir breed because this is a civic commitment with the country, with the future of the country, and we expected them. The visit of the president of the Bank of Brazil and his committee, it was wonderful, and a person who has the power to make decisions came here, and so now our voice is being heard better, and people have more emotions.
He also visited the Nelore stand and got to know the breed a little bit closer. It's important to receive the president of the bank with importance as a bank, as the Bank of Brazil, that always supported and valued the agribusiness in Brazil, and he is honoring us with his presence. These Zebu breeds, the Nelore breeds, are being honored, and he's listening what the breeders or ranchers have to say to continue with this great work they are already doing. This work of valuing the agribusiness, the breeders, the ranchers and farmers. After that, he went to the Brahman stand. It's very important for the Zebu breeds, all the Zebu breeds, for the Brahman breed, and it's a pleasure to have the president of the Bank of Brazil here, seeing and getting to know the Brahma breed, helping the Zebu breeds as a whole to grow. And as the last step in the tour, they went to get to know the Tabapua breed. Bank of Brazil is one of the big partners for the agribusiness. They foment and help the country. Tabapua is an achievement of our zoo technicians. They have a fantastic meat carcass that makes the ants meat. It's a pleasure to be here. The group is still in Uberaba, honoring the Expozebu 2022 with their presences. It's a day in history for all the Zebu breeds. It's a happiness. The Bank of Brazil to visit each of the breeds is fantastic. So it's a marvelous, fantastic day, a day for knowledge and opportunities. It's a step forward regarding to produce every time a better animal, have improvement program. Thus has this animal RGN, RGD, is there improvement program in place? Yes, everything is okay. Is this improvement program audited? Yes. That is the ABCZ. Now we are back. 1 53 p.m. and let's talk about the economy and crop and cattle breeding is part of the agribusiness. We have the thermal comfort and the safety of the herd. Even if you have an extensive place, you need to have some covered places for the herd to save them from strong rain. There are several techniques for the thermal comfort, and it's important for the breeder to know when to put their cattle in a covered places. Now we will talk to Mamed Luiz Melo, that is a meteorologist and works at INMAP. Hello Mamed, welcome. Good afternoon Renato, good afternoon all viewers from the ABCZ TV. Thank you very much for taking part again here in our program. You were always very kind. So, I want to talk to you about the weather forecast and how important the weather forecast is for the agribusiness, because the ranchers and farmers need to know what will happen with the weather. Exactly, yes, Renata, you are correct. To begin, we are in a transition period where the rain gets less in a good part of Brazil, and we are getting slowly into the winter. That for the agribusiness, it's a very dry season because they need a pasture to feed the cattle. For this week, we have a very different weather in Brazil, where we have a certain provision forecast of a new cold period for the states center, south and north. For the south region, there's a cold air mass coming up, and the temperatures will fall and will also bring a huge volume of rain in the east of Santa Catarina, northeast of Rio Grande do Sul, and they will already feel the colder weather. And a little bit further in the week, we have still the influence of La Niña, and this will speed up the coming of the cold weather, mainly in the center-south of Brazil. And even where you are, where the exposition is being held, there is a limited possibility of rain, but you will feel that the temperature will fall from the 4th or 5th onwards. From 32, 34 degrees Celsius, the temperature will fall to 28, 26 degrees Celsius. And a little bit further ahead, we know that in the mountain areas of Rio Grande do Sul, Santa Catarina, there's the possibility of snow and ice. This will probably happen, but this cold will reach also Minas Gerais. It's almost certain. There is certain intensity and weight of this cold that may reach Minas Gerais and south of Goiás and Mato Grosso do Sul. So we need to pay attention to that, to this new season that is arriving, and we need to be prepared for the phenomenon La Niña. And about the weather forecast in the Mineiro Triangle in the region of Uberaba, Uberlândia, 8 or 10 years ago, in the same period, in the beginning of May, it was a very, very cold period of time. 10 years ago, I remember being here, 3 o'clock in the in the afternoon I was wearing coats, and now it's very hot. And why do you think that we have these changes during the years? Eh, There are many variables that may have changed the weather, but in last 3 years this condition changed because of the action of the La Nina. Obviously, it's not the only reason. The change that you feel in Minas Gerais is due to La Nina. We had a more intense rain at the beginning. I don't remember exactly the date, but we had really heavy rain in the south of Minas Gerais, sul of Bahia, sorry, and north of Minas Gerais. And with this change, what also may be changing is the local climate. We know that the progress arrives and happens constantly, and some natural areas are not there anymore, but locally something may have changed. We have to measure, to filter the information correctly, because it's just not one variable that is important, but the conjunction of many variables. The progress, the growth of the cities in this area of Minas Gerais. And this could impact, obviously. This also influences the local climate. You talked about the weather forecast for the next months in all the regions of Brazil, but it also shows for the breeder, for the rancher and farmer, that they may have impacts. The impact that happens in all the regions of Brazil. So we really need to think one step ahead, because the farmer and the rancher depend on the climate to produce. They depend on the reason we need the rain, the sun, and in the cattle breeding it's not different. They need a pasture. So that's why the climate forecast is so important, weather forecast is so important. Exactly, Renate. It will not improve 100%, but it will help you to be ahead, one step ahead, to be prepared. We are getting close to the winter in the south part of the world, and north in this year will be okay regarding precipitation, so the pastures will be green and juicy, and that's exactly what is happening. And the forecast for the next ones on the Brazilian level, since this rainfall will get less, and we know that the rain will be very, very little in the center part of Brazil, and this rain will get less and less, and the tendency for the next months will be in the historic average, maybe a little bit less. And in the north part of Brazil, we expect the rainfall to be inside the average or above average. Can we have a forecast until the end of the year when the rain will begin again? You see, Renata, weather forecast, and since our country is very big, in some places this rain is foreseen, and center-south Brazil, including Minas Gerais, the rain begin again in the second or third week of September, and it goes to the first 2 weeks of May of the next year. In the south there will be a huge change, because of the frequent passage of the cold fronts, the polar air masses that coming through. But I believe that this rain will have a higher frequency in in springtime. And there are two factors that we have a intertropical convergence zone that began to act or to have more strength in January, and then from May you have the rain on the east side, and under the influence of these two phenomena you have more rain also in the south. And the center west, the rain begins in September, second half of September, and goes up to May. And the north part of Brazil, the rain just gets less between June and July. But it's a region where you have a really abundant rain. Thank you very much. Let's hope for a very productive year with rains, with a lot of rain, and with the necessary sun to produce a lot of food. But that's exactly what we need. I talked to Mamed Luiz, that is a researcher at the INMET, the Institute for Meteorology in Brazil. Thank you very much for your participation. We thank you for the space, for the opportunity, and whenever you need us, we are here to help you, trying to help to explain a little bit more about weather. Thank you very much for your participation, and now we will talk about contest. Very soon we will begin our VIP studio about the World Cup of the Zebu breeds. And now, in real time, Elsie brings us new information. Hello, Renata. Good afternoon. Good afternoon to you, to everyone that is watching us at ABC TV. After this little break, the judges will come back to the track to continue with the contest of animals. And now it's time for the Gyr milk cows. We have already some animals here. The handlers are bringing the animals to the contest track, and in about a little more of time we will begin with the new contest. In the morning we had the Nelore contest, and in the evening we will have the Gyr milk cows. We have males and females, in total 258 animals taking part of the contest for Gyr milk cows in the Zebu 2022, Expozebu. Again, we will have 3 judges for Gyr cattle in our Fernando Costa Park. This year, again, we will have a trio and not just one judge. One of the judges are already back there under the tent, preparing themselves for the contest. We will also have the junior male, and now we will continue with what was done yesterday, beginning with the new male. These are the bulls 24 to 28 months. They will enter our Maracanã of the Zebu breeds, our great stadium for the Zebu breeds, and soon we are back with more information. Thank you very much, Els, for your information. In a little bit we call on you again in our Expozebu 2022. It's 2:06 p.m. We have a short break and then we'll be back again.
Fazenda Experimental Orestes Tiberi, estrategicamente localizada em Uberaba, Minas Gerais, ponto de ligação entre os maiores centros econômicos do país. Espaço perfeito para a realização de eventos agropecuários e rurais dos mais variados. Esta será a vitrine mundial da 4ª edição do ABCZ EquiShow. Grande encontro de raças equinas, reunindo em um único evento criadores, competidores, produtores, fornecedores do setor e público especializado. Um verdadeiro espetáculo de beleza, agilidade e resistência com várias atrações. Provas equestres, provas funcionais, julgamento, dias de campo, passeio a cavalo. Tudo com transmissão da ABCZ TV para o Brasil e o mundo. Excelente oportunidade de divulgação da sua marca, produto ou serviço, além de networking e prospecção de clientes. ABCZ EquiShow 2022, 30 de abril a 8 de maio, durante a Expozebu. Valorize sua marca nesta vitrine mundial.
And we are back live on the official channel of the Zebu to talk about opportunities during the Expozebu 2022. And with me,
welcome, Mauricio. Thank you, Renata. It's wonderful to be here discussing this event. Wonderful business has been done here over the weekend and now. And so, for that, we got ready and we are showing high quality animals with high quality genetics. And we are going to conclude this with lots and lots of success. So we have a fair that is happening. It's going to be 3 per 1, and after 2 years without being able to appear here, to come here, to be here in person now. And this is another opportunity for the breeders to bring the animals, and this is a special moment. The world needs food, the world needs animal protein, and I believe that the ABCZ has this role of disseminating the genetics, showing off and showcasing the work that its members do. And so this is the opportunity. We can generate revenue for the breeders, for the community where they operate, okay? okay? So it's a seed that multiply itself. So we can multiply wealth. We can multiply wealth for the country. We can generate more income for the country via our exports. The breeders, they are going to improve the quality of their production. So improvement of the genetics is a win-win situation. Everybody wins. We have new jobs, the consumers win, the country wins, the breeders win. So the ABCZ has a very important role of disseminating all of this with the exhibits. We have many topics, we have presentations, we have the exhibit, and we also have the commercial events. Yes, the commercial events, they are the crown of all of the work that we do in the backstage, yeah? On the 7th and on the 8th, what happened? So it's going to be the second edition of the mega event inside Expozebu. And on the 7th, we're going to start with the females. We're going to sell after 9 o'clock large calves, male calves, that have come from these bulls that we have already mentioned. They are the foundation or at the basis of the pyramid. And then we start with the matrices. We're going to have aspirations of female cows, females with high genetic value, and so they produce over 10 liters, 10 kilograms 10 kilograms of liters, okay? And so the milk is the cheapest input that you have. We're going to have mothers of bulls, the mother of Comandante, the mother of Pombo, the mother of Nitro. We are also going to have females that have high value, high genetic value, and so truly it's going to be a day for the donors, those who are precocious. We're going to have special offers, almost 100 precocious females on that day. And we're also going to offer matrices that are pregnant, that have already given birth to their calves. So it is impeccable. We're going to have super precocious, okay, females. We can generate income so that you can produce more in the same area. And so on the 7th, it's a Saturday. Please write that down in your schedule, in your personal calendar. If you want to multiply your production in large scale, do this. We have many candidates, many donors, and so they are matrices that produce one calf a year. And so on the 7th, because we're also going to have on the next day, and right after that, on the Sunday, we're going to have the bulls. And at 9, we are going to start selling the beef steers. And then we're going to have 3 central bulls at 12 p.m., at 12 o'clock, at 3 p.m. And the formula is for us to work to facilitate the lives of our clients. Okay, we're going to have virtual auctions, so set everything down in your personal calendar. There is an order. We're going to follow the order that you can find in the catalog. And then at 10:30, 11 a.m., as soon as you have the beef male calves being sold, we're going to have about 10 lots per hour, 12 lots per hour, and so on and so forth until we sell the last bull. And you can organize yourself, you can plan yourself so that you're not going to miss out any second of the auctions. And we also have the seeds, the certified seeds from the PMGZ, which is the best program in the world for the genetic improvement of your animals, okay? And so the accuracy, the reliability, they are very high, so that you can trust that you're going to take everything back to your farm and everything is certified and you're going to do great business. So this weekend is going to be a weekend of opportunities. And these auctions, we're going to have supply of males, of females. So it's going to be a summary of all the work that has been developed throughout the years. And we're trying to find more effective animals, more productive animals, the animals that represent the Brazilian reality so that you can produce beef. So we produce matrices, male calves, okay? Because we have to produce what we're going to have in large scale in our livestock production. We have precocious animals, our beef cattle, they are 100% precocious. So it's not only in the genetic improvement cattle. All of the technology that we use, we practice this with the beef cattle. And that's how we should do things, okay? Do something that you can be able to multiply in scale, okay? So the technology embedded here is very, very high and good. And so we offer the best genetic improvement in the world. And so we have the ultrasound of the animals' carcasses. We have consultancy. So truly, these animals are going to add value to your herds. And so this seed, this improvement seed that is going to be available over the weekend, and the results of the improvements, yes? You can see the results in the commercial cattle that you have. You select the PO cattle to offer this to the clients, right? Yes. We supply to over 600 municipalities in Brazil. We supply them with our genetics. And we are capable of working in all of the biomes. We can work in the Brazilian savanna, which we call the caatinga in the northeast of Brazil. So the animals are well adjusted to all of the climates of Brazil because they are precocious. We also have animals with fat, with the right amount of fat, with a beautiful body to go through problems or maybe climate emergencies. And so we have milk, the weight, sexual precocity, how long they remain in the herd, so the carcass, the hind, and so not only in the males, but also for the females, okay? The right amount of fat so that they can produce milk, so that they can reproduce, they can go or overcome problems. We always think about the oxen that we slaughter, but the matrix is important, the matrix that is going to remain on your farm. So usually people acquire genetics thinking about the male calf, but the greatest heritage or the greatest asset that you can have is the female. And the animals adapt during 2 years and the females during 10 years. So you can generate profit or losses.
We're offering certified animals in this auction that will be fantastic producers in the future. Where can we get more information about the auction? We have all the social media, we have the EAO site, we have also information in the central auction. In the Bahia we have Agreste Leilões, Bahia Leilões. We have Accessory, Premier, Amaral Junqueiro, Vinícius Sobral, everyone, yes. Whoever is working with Nelore is taking part. Yes, we work for our client, for the agribusiness in Brazil. Thank you very much for being here and invite everyone to invest in the EAO genetics. Yes, thank you very much for your attention, my friends, investors, buyers. On Saturday, we have at 9 a.m. the calves and female, and then we have calves for meat and bulls. We pay for the transport and up to your place. Thank you very much for coming. Thank you for having me. And we are back. We are back here in the VIP room for the World Cup of the Zebu breeds. And we will have all the moments of the contest is beginning behind us in the Expozebu 2022. And to begin from this VIP room, we will call our reporter on the ground. Yes, we have the first animal from the Gir milk cow, young bull, 24 to 28 months old. That's the handler with the... Were you expecting this classification? So we were hoping to get the first place. Yes, we were working for that. The animal did what he had to do. Yes, it did. He deserved it. A lot of work. Yes, some work. Qatar, they come from the farm Mutum, from the state of Goiás, and they are working and preparing themselves for some time now. Please show us again the trophy. Yeah, there you go. That's the trophy for the first place of the 87th Expozebu 2022. They got just one trophy, the first trophy. It's the second, actually. It's the second one. Okay, you can go back to the pavilion and soon you're back here. Thank you very much. That's the first animal that won the first prize. Young bull. It's very quick here. You see that it's very agile. And they already began the next category, the next contest. Now young bulls between 32 and 36 months. We have 3 bulls taking part, and our judges already are assessing the animals. Renata, we will have the second winner very soon, Renata.
É isso aí, estamos de volta aqui no nosso camarote da Copa, então vamos atualizar aqui o horário também, agora 2 horas e 25 minutos da tarde.
It's 2 o'clock and 5 minutes, 2nd May, and with me in our studio to help, to comment, Renato Chalubri, technician of the BCG of Rio de Janeiro, one day again. So yesterday morning I was here, now in the afternoon, and I am happy. So let's update the people at home of what has happened. Yesterday we had the contest of the Nelore breeds. Yesterday in the morning we have the calves, and today in the morning they continue with, and they got to the major heifer, and now in the afternoon we have Gir milk cows. And today we are beginning with the young bulls, and as they already showed, 2 to 8, son of Mutum, first winner of the afternoon, and now they got to the second category of young bulls that are right now in the dynamic part, walking in the circle. And then, after the walking, they are asked to stand still so they can be evaluated while walking and while standing still. So let's see the image now in the full screen modus. This is Gir breed, and they're still in the dynamic part, and now they were asked to get the bulls to stand still. They're going to their places so they can be watched closely standing still. And talking about the Gir breed, what are the main characteristics that the judges observe? We are looking at bulls. They will our reproducers. They look at breed, if the characteristic of the breed is respected, and if this animal has a good reproductive capability, and then the conformation, the body, if they have more harmonic muscles. And these are the points, the main points that the judges will evaluate. And this will get them to the last or final grade. In Gyr breed, we have Alan, Allison, and André, 3 A's. These are the 3 A's for the Gyr breed. Now we have the 3 A's for the Gyr contest. So just to update you, that just came to us, the ABCZ TV, Expozebu 2022. We are in our VIP room for this Zebu Breed World Cup, and we are bringing to you all information about this contest in the Expozebu 2022. We began actually yesterday in the morning, and now we are talking about these animals again. Yesterday we had the pre-qualification, but I think they are doing it directly. We had the pre-qualification of the Nelore, and we didn't have it yesterday, and I don't believe that we will have it this today. All the animals will just participate in one category. So, on the third day, tomorrow, we have the contest for Nelore, Itapuã breed, and others. And we have Nelore in the morning and Tabapuã, sorry for the misspelling earlier, in the evening, in the afternoon. And until Saturday, before lunch, we will have all the champions, and that's the best moment, the great champions of the World Championship of the Zebu breeds.
So everybody is expecting this, to see who the great champions are going to be, and this is going to take place on Saturday. The image that you can see now on your screen is the place where the judges are, sit down, relax a little, they talk, they chat, and they are in the shade, drinking some water, drinking some coffee, analyzing their scores. And we have more people arriving here. We have Célio Heiken. He's a technician in the state of Paraná, and he represents the ABCZ. He has lots and lots of experience, and so sometimes he takes a seat, he drinks some water between a contest and the other, and I believe that the word relaxing is impossible. Yeah, welcome. Good afternoon, Renata. As I mentioned yesterday, we have to focus a lot. Sometimes you drink water, sometimes you drink coffee, sometimes in that category, and we are preparing for the championships, and we exchange information because we can do that. We can do that after we vote, and we carry out an analysis like we do that without any perspective or possibility of making your colleague change his vote or anything. And sometimes we can align many good things that can happen, okay? And so, or sometimes we relax a little bit, we drink some water. So relax, when I said was just after the contest, sit a little bit, relax a little bit, you're coming back, okay? And then you can exchange some ideas, chat a little bit, have a chat, and relieve the stress, because the tracks are extremely stressful. And so there is a high amount of responsibility. You have to be totally focused. You have to concentrate a lot. And we cannot forget about anything. At that moment, Are they placing the animals? No. The award has already been given and they are calling them. Maybe Elcio could inform us what's happening, because we are not receiving the external audio from the tracks, okay? And so we think that this is what they are doing. They are placing the animals at the right place.
Então já saiu lá, eu acho que é o 232, né? Ele que foi o primeiro prêmio, né? O animal Picles RV Monte Azul.
So this is animal Picles RV Monte Azul. It was the first prize of the 11th category, and the age of these animals was between 28 and 32 months old. This is the 11th category. And so we have another category for the young bulls, and then we're gonna judge the competition, the championship. So how does it happen? We're going to assess some of the categories, and then we're going to have the championship. All of the championship is subdivided into categories, and so the male calf, the smaller junior, the larger junior, and so on and so forth. And we divide the championships into categories so that the animals judged are more or less the same age. So in that category, we cannot have young animals, older animals, and so the category that is being judged now is the animals between 32 and 36 months. And so the animal number 232 was part of the category between 28 and 38 months of age. So, and at the end of the championship, you're going to judge them, all of the ages within the championship. Why is this interesting? Because you're always going to maintain the animals in the same contemporary group, okay? And we're going to avoid an excessive amount of divergences. Célio, what is your perspective based on your vast experience throughout the years? We are having the 2022 Expozebu, and we have wonderful samples of the milk gyr breed. Yes, I have already assessed milk gyr breed, the milk gyr breed, but outside of Brazil, abroad, not in Brazil. And so we are always updating ourselves, and so that we can work more, but we are not experts. But males, it's easier for us to talk about them because the evolution is happening really, really strongly, and at the beginning of the year 2000s, okay, in terms of insemination events, the control of lactation, and so the genetic improvement program of the ABCZ is amazing. There was a boom, and those who got to know the and so the work carried out by the ABCZ is wonderful. Things grew, improved. The research done was excellent. But we never imagined that we were going to have received the response from so many breeders. And so the phenotypical beauty of them, so the gyr experts are highly professional. We have the lactation of the mothers, of the daughters, and you have to discover what is the best level for the males. It's a little different because sometimes in a beef breed you can buy a young bull like this and they go directly to the central farm and it's going to do what is expected of it. But then for milk, for the production of milk, you need more work for a longer time. So you need many, many years, because in fact it has to be the time for the animal to join the herd, and then they produce daughters, and we're talking about the daughters, right? So this time, in average, it would be between 6 or 7 years. But with this evolution, everybody's being able to discover the bulls at an earlier moment. So my colleagues, they are analyzing the young bulls, the young bulls. This is an essential age. This is an age that they're going to define many things. And these bulls here that are in the arena now, they are between 32 and 36 months old, okay? And so we are going to collect the semen from these bulls when they are about 11 months old. And they have been living for a longer time. And you can imagine that a bull such as this one that left the previous category, the winner was the 232. That was the first. So he's the grandson of Hadar dos Poções, and his father's name is Figo Ben Kaya FIV. And so they can be hired or purchased, and then we can give the entire lineage, as we mentioned, of the other breeds. And so you need to wait for the progeny to be born, but this is, you can buy or hire a young bull, and then it's going through something that we feel is very important. It helped the ABCZ. It's pure, the conformity is very good, the posture is perfect, and also in the reproductive aspect. That's why the judgment has, and you have the judges going through this, and they are investing in this. And now they analyze the bulls from behind. They're analyzing the bulls from the posterior part, and they're going to analyze everything sideways. Excellent. Elcio is now in the arena on the tracks, and he has more information. And he has a person that he's interviewing as well. Translation apologizes. We're having an audio problem. Yes, okay. And Elcio is going to come back soon. Just a minute. We're having some technical issues. So you can see live images, you can see the tracks, the contest track, and I believe now that the technical problems have been solved. Yes, Renata, I'm here beside the first place of the 11th category, okay? Okay, he has come from Cachoeira Dourada in the state of Minas Gerais. So were you anxious? So I was extremely anxious, and so I know that he is a great champion. This is the third time he has been the champion, and he's used for artificial insemination, and I'm very, very happy. After this terrible pandemic, we are coming back to the Expozebu. Oh, we waited for this for a long time. And so it's a great pride for the farm called São José. You have to take care of the animal so that he can perform well on the track, yeah? Yes, we invest a lot of love and care. And so this is the son of a champion that was a champion 3 times. Yes, he has already won prizes in the city of Uberlândia and in the city of Morrinhos, okay? Edmilson, good luck, good luck. And so let's go to the other contest. Renata, behind me, Edmilson is leaving the arena now, and now we are analyzing the next category, the 12th category, animals that are between 32 and 36 months old. And so we have the 3 judges and the 3 animals that are there on the track, and we're going to find out the results soon. Thank you, Elcio, for the information. And we have the images from the contest tracks, okay? Yes. As Elcio mentioned, we have now the 12th category, the last one that is going to judge the young bulls. So let's wait for the results of the judges so that we can see who is going to compete in the championship. And then we're going to have we have number 228, okay, 228, Mutum. The second category, Picles, RV, Monte Azul. And let's wait for the third category. And if you want to follow up, we have some pieces of information inside the catalog. You can surf on the catalog, surf on our website, pardon me, and read the names of the animals in the catalog. The catalog is completely ready, okay? And while Elcio was talking to us, I was talking with Renato. You who have been watching us on ABCZ TV, if you are in doubt about something, if you have any questions, sometimes we can make a comment that is not going to be very clear to you. Get in touch with us. We can answer all of your questions live, right, Renato? Yes, yes. And register on the YouTube channel and like our channel, because we're always going to be glad to receive your questions and with your remarks. Are we okay? Are we using the right language? Is the language easy? Is it difficult? And you can always click on the little bell that you can see on the icon of the little bell, and then you're going to always receive updated information, okay? Okay, so it's important because we have been able to produce information. We started yesterday morning and we discussed this and talked about this. You guys are professionals. We are not experts in communication, but we can analyze the idea and explain what's happening in the arena and what attracts more people. And the ABCZ receives a lot of feedback, and people love checking out the cattle. And so, look at. You can analyze. You can analyze and ask anybody here who is in the VIP box. What are the new animals? How are the judges behaving? What kind of information do they have in their hands? And this is very important because I never believed I was going to be a commentator. We never thought that we were going to be commenting, making remarks about the World Cup of the Zebu breeds. And we love to select the Nelore, the Gir, the Tabapuã, about all of the breeds. And Expozebu is a connection for you to create your networking, for you to register your animals, and we can exchange information. And the ABCZ TV is wonderful. If you cannot be here in person, you can watch everything on TV. And Brazilians love doing this, selecting the animals, being present or not, because the history of the Zebu breeds is connected to the history of Brazil. The beef breeds here is the most important for us, and the ABCZ TV has helped a lot and has participated in all of this history. The ABCZ is a benchmark both in Brazil and abroad. And so we have already judged the 12th category, and we have Nitrogênio FIV VAD number 236 was the winner of the 12th category. And the number is 236. And so this championship is going to have the 228, 232, and 236. So the son of Mutum, Picles, RV Monte Azul, and also Nitrogênio FIV VAD. And they're going to be the ones competing in the championship. So the animals are entering the track, the contest track. It's always from the youngest to the oldest, okay? So in the dynamic analysis, while they are walking in circles and also when they are standing still. And so we have animals, we have from 24 to 28 months of years old until 36 months old. What is the judge going to take into consideration here? Because there's a huge age difference. We can have up to 12 months of difference. So maybe the youngest is going to win from the oldest, and maybe what is considered when they are analyzing these animals during the championship, okay? So we have the age, as in all of the categories. Can you imagine the 6 months to 12 months of difference? The carcass design to see which one has the best carcass, where the navel is located, the muscle mass, and the ABCZ also analyzes the ratio characteristics. And so, and you compare animals that are different ages, and you can see the beauty, the conformity, the development. You can analyze everything. And so for us, 1 year is not such a doesn't make such a huge difference, but there is a certain proportionality, and you have the young bulls, and so they can already mate with the cows. They are big enough to do that. The shape of the hump is ready, so we're gonna try to find the one with the best posture, with the best harmony, the place of the navel and the reproductive organ, and the size as well. So if they are 2 years old, and you have to understand if they have the right developed for that age. Because maybe an animal is 2 years old, but it hasn't developed well for that age. And then there is going to be a penalty. And then he wouldn't reach the championship or any other thing that we are analyzing at Expozebu.
Then now we will have the champions of each category, and now we will have the champion of the champions of the young bulls. And in the vision of the front, the breeder can see exactly what is their opinion, because the breeders can see it on screen, right? In this image, the breeder can have an idea. They just, okay, that's the best one. They can see immediately which one is. They can see the legs, the space between the legs. And now, just a parenthesis, Brahma could already have a world championship between the national champions of each breed, and we were able to have online championship. They had a format of image, and the committee of images looked to see if this is possible to do online, and they gave a grade without knowing, and the world champion was Brazilian from Uberaba. Obviously the video, the condition to be on the track, there's no equal to it, but maybe with good images you can do. So whoever is watching us, just send us on the chat or the YouTube who you believe that will win. If you have a camera in the center, you know, like a drone flying around 360 degrees, so beautiful animals, and you don't see the difference of age because they're very similar and they're harmonious. So it's a very proportional, step by step. They're a very docile bulls. So if you see that the steps of the stair are not equal, they know something is wrong. So also you have more information of the track. The youngest was the big champion of this category.
Então, o campeão do campeonato macho jovem foi o animal teórico Fívio Mutum, do criador e expositor Léo Machado Ferreira, de Alexânia, Goiás, filho do Gabinete, numa matriz Sansão.
So the big winner of the young bull category was Teórico Fifth F of Mutum, of the city Alexânia, Goiás State, and the rancher is Léo Machado Ferreira.
Para que possa continuar o julgamento e dar procedência no reservado do campeonato.
And then they will continue to the second place that is called reserved. The second in the category is called back to the track, and that's what we called reserved. The second best in each category wait to see if that one in this category was the big champion, and they can compete again for the reserve title. And this is more or less what happens. It may happen that you go to exposition that one group was much stronger than others. It is very common, actually. Now, Elcio, live from the contest track. Contest track from Expozebu 2022. Yes, Renata. Our commentators team from this World Cup 2028 comes from Goiás, the first one that we talked to. We talked to him at the beginning, at the broadcast of the evening, of the afternoon, for this last part of the young bull Gyr breed, and so let's see the animals, and the others are still on the track being assessed by the judges. So Renata, these are the information from the contest track with Elcio, our reporter. It's possible that it takes a little bit of time until the judges get to a result. When they comment the results, we will have the official audio and can translate it to. We have already the champion, a beautiful animal, really. Marvelous posture, very profound ribs, a navel that is very beautiful. So you asked us if a younger animal can win over an older animal. Yes, the youngest one in this category, because he's already showing what he can be in the future. And this is very beautiful to see. Just a parenthesis, a comment about it. Because of the problems with the pandemic, our champion in South Brazil, we could choose another bull, And the most complete animal for Nelore was a calf. And for many years I haven't given the great championship to a calf, but it happened. But sometimes you can see, even if a young animal, characteristics that represent the breed. So the reserved was already judged. Now let's wait for the second place in the young bull category. Let's wait just a bit for us to bring this information, and then after bringing the information about the reserve, the second place, young bull, Gyr breed, we can talk about genome. And we will talk to the people from Embrapa, the Brazilian company for agri-research. Let's see first who got the second place. And maybe we can even listen to the comments of the judges about. We get already tense just by listening to this music in expectation of the result. And the second place goes to the animal 0236. It's Jumbo S. Rita de Cássia, breeder Carlos Alberto Damasceno, sítio Santa Rita de Cássia, Taquaritinga, state of São Paulo. His father was Fardo Fifth Mutum and the mother Jade Santa Rita de Cássia. Let's see if we can hear the comments of the judge. I believe Ellison is going towards the microphone for the comments. Let's hope he is the one that comments on the result. So let's listen to him. Good afternoon, everyone. So getting back to the contest, Gyr, milk cow, males, young bulls, and during the whole contest we look to and having in mind the characteristics of, we want long and functional animals, balanced animals. Inside this contest, this championship, in all these animals in these categories, we looked for animals. We looked for animals that are more balanced. We want navel, body structure, posture, and talking about animals, about a Gyr breed that need to be long animals. We see this evolution line. We try to see that all these young bulls need to be on the field or the central and serving for 5-10 years, because the breed that we want to see is a long breed. So the characteristics of the males are very important. And we are trying to separate the more functional animals. And the fourth, regarding the third, we have a very well-developed animal. The structure is very beautiful. The volumes of the first ribs are beautiful. But if you compare it to the third one, we have a better rib volume and a rump that is better and a uber. And that means that we want long backs and broad backs. Functionality, these are the main topics. Hello. And when we compare it, the front structure, here we have a more balanced animal, and here on the right we have a more volume of meat, and that's not something we want in a milk breed. And here we have a similar rump, but we have a different angle, and the rump angle is better in the second place than the third place, and the structure of the cleanness of the knuckle of the breast is better, and it's broader when looking from the front. The structure of the animal in the dorsal line is more even if compared to the third place. Thank you much. And comparing the first place to the second place, we have a young bull with 33 months and 25 months. We have 8 months of difference. And it's our obligation to have the projection of age for this animal. And we see that this animal have a very beautiful structure. Please turn it around. When we sit from the front, the champion, we see a really good structure in the forelimbs and an ample thorax, and it is very important for the respiratory and digestive tracts. And we have a huge volume of the first ribs, a good hump, a rump that is very beautiful, and it's a very important point, that is the reproductive organs that are very good. It's an animal. We have a testicle that are hanging right, we have a navel that's hanging right, and that is very important that the hock is correct, and that's the balance. These are the two animals in our optic that won. I want to congratulate all the animals that came to the track today, to the contest, and I want to congratulate the big champion and the second place of this category. Thank you very much. These were the comments from the judges. So, and the good part is that we said it well here, and we talked about the posture and the longness of the body, so you need to be really rigorous, and you also, this comment of the judge was perfect because it was short but very precise. It shows how the ABCZ trains the judges and how they orient the judges. But it's important to see that there's a north in the judgment, in the assessment of the cattle. Excellent. So we are back soon with more contests in the Expozebu 2022. Let's bring to you some information, because science and technology brought valued contributions to the cattle breeding in Brazil and elevated the quality of meat worldwide. And the genetics for meat cattle is important, and who will talk about this is Luciana Regitano, that's veterinarian in the genetic for animals and molecular biology. Welcome, Luciana. Thank you, Renata. It's a pleasure to be here in one more edition, another edition of the Expozebu. It's a pleasure to have you with us, and please tell us a little bit about the genome in the Nelore breed and about evolution in this breed. Very well, Renata. It's impressive, the evolution of these technologies, how much we grew in the genomics for the production of the animals. And the most interesting part is that these technologies evolve very quickly, and they were also quickly adopted. The genome work is something that is used in the selection of animals. It's impressive how quickly this technology was absorbed. And I believe that nowadays the breeders that really want to develop high quality genetics really need to think about the use of genomic work. We had a talk about genoma. We had some technicians from the BCZ and some breeders that actually use the genomic work in their breeding. And we're talking also about time. And the first question for a breeder that doesn't use genomics, they ask, how much is your time worth? The genomic is a very important tool to improve the So this tool is called Genomica, and one of the main roles of Genomica is to increase the precision with which we can identify the best animals. And it also accelerates the process. Today, it's possible to know before the value is set, before this animal grows and gets the production numbers, we can know with a good precision what is the genetic value of this animal based on a genomic value. And we need to keep in mind that these technologies, they should be used in a whole. Genomica is very important, but it also needs to be used together with other technologies that allow them to improve the process. I don't know, Renata, if you know this, know that there's a new possibility that we are researching, that is to know how the micro apport can help us to understand the value of an animal. So we are going a step beyond the genomica. We are trying to identify if the bacteria, the microorganisms that live in the cattle can be considered at the same time. Please explain this to me, because this is very important for us to understand so we can hand this over very well. We are studying for 5 years about now how is this relationship between the bacteria and the cattle, the microorganisms that live in the intestine of the cattle.
And every day we have more and more information regarding how much these microorganisms and bacteria, they impact the development of all the animals. And so the things that started in human beings and in other species such as mice and rats, and nowadays we also have information about how these bacteria are important so that we can have better food performance or use, and for their development in general, and also for their health. Yes, their health in general. And so considering the animals as a system, as if the animals were an ecosystem. So we have lots and lots of information at the Embrapa project showing to us that if we consider all of these bacteria, we're going to be able to improve even more this assessment of the potential of our animals, okay? And now jointly with the ABCZ, we are developing this study with animals that belong to the ABCZ. Excellent, Luciana. Technology, much more technology, helping us with in the evolution of the animals. So we are closer and closer to being able to identify the best animal, the ideal animal for our reality, animals that are going to bring about about more productivity, more profitability. Yes, Luciana, yes. Yes, Renata, exactly. We need new options so that we can make the system more and more efficient. Excellent, Luciana. Thank you very much for your participation in our program, live program at the Expozebu. Please feel always welcome to come here to discuss technology, to discuss genetic improvement. You can contact us anytime. Thank you. Thank you. Excellent. Our partnership is wonderful. Thank you, Luciana. I just had a chat with Luciana, and she works at the Embrapa office in the Midwest region of Brazil. And so let's go back to the VIP box and let's find out what's happening on the contest tracks, okay? So guys, update me, okay? What's happening now? So I wanted to ask Luciana. You can ask me. I didn't know how long she was going to talk for, because we know about the studies of the microorganisms, the bacteria. We know that they work, but we don't know exactly what are the practical applications of this. And so we were listening to Dr. Luciana. We should explore this more and more. And we are investigating everything using the Genomica tool. And if you analyze the animals found in the catalog, you have the animals that are participating in the PMGZ Max program. There is a lot of animals, and for us, this is something new, something new. So we're here. You can always ask me questions, okay? So let's update ourselves. What's happening on the tracks? So we're having young bulls between 30 and 40 months. They have already been judged, and we're just waiting for the results. And now we're going to have the 13th category, animals between 36 and 40 months old, and then 40 to 44, and then 44 to 48, and then 48 to 60, 44 to 48 months old, and then we're gonna conclude the championship. Excellent. Okay, let's hear what's happening there.
Menestrel Fivitol, 44, 48 meses, 15ª categoria.
44 and 48 months old. Okay, so we have last call for the bull, the young bull. Apparently, one of the bulls has not arrived yet. I believe that yesterday Cesar and I were talking about this. There was only one animal in that category, and that animal is going to be analyzed to see if it deserves the first place or not, okay? To see if the posture is perfect, to see if they have no defects, to see if in the reproductive aspects it was good. And so by coincidence it came back and it was a champion of that category, and so it won from the others. And so this is very rare, but the judges judged it perfectly. Yes. Okay, animal number 239, animal 239, according to the catalog. Marinheiro Filho WAD, and then 238, okay, 238. We have Chucro FIV Vila Rica. And so the first category for the young bulls between 36 and 40 months old, we have number 238, Chucro FIV Vila Rica. The breeder is Gilson Cordeiro Menezes. The name of the farm is Mato Grande and the city is Uberaba. Excellent. Now we're going to have the 14th category, animals between 40 and 44 months old. And this animal is by itself in this category. It's from the city of Passos in the state of Minas Gerais. Even though it's only one animal, the judges, they have all that time to analyze the animal, to pay attention to all of the details, and so this animal is going to be judged just like the other animals, even though there are no other animals to compare it with. But the analysis is going to be the same. They're going to analyze its reproductive organ, the type, the conformity, the harmony. It's going to be the same analysis, the same assessment, but there are no animals to compare it to see if it fits the standard of this breed. Let's imagine that this animal got hurt when it was being washed. The judge can analyze if that limp was the result of an accident or if it was a genetic problem. Or if it's not, if its posture is not perfect. And on the track, the judges have to analyze this. Most of the times, we mentioned this yesterday, maybe the handler, and so the veterinary is responsible for this animal. They can see that the animal is not in perfect conditions, and so they do not take the animal to the track because it's not fair. It's not fair. And so this has to be analyzed by the breeder. And so there is a trophy, an important trophy for the best breeder if it's going to be the champion of that group. If there's only one animal and it's subpar, then there can be a problem. There are many things involved. And so the trophy, the first place trophy is important. But in most cases, they are the best animals because these animals have already passed through another assessment. They were registered, they were assessed. And Renata, remember when we were talking about the animals being admitted? So, no, I'm talking about, but if the animal is limping, if they are limping, okay, the registration is not going to hold water. So the judge is going to analyze this. The admission is to see if all of the tests and exams are in order, but if okay, and so if it's a female, and the admission can hold them back. The defects are going to be analyzed by the judges, but this is never going to happen here because, okay, so we have animal 241. 241. They're going to announce that this animal is the champion of this category, and now they're going to start calling the animals to in the 15th category, okay? Okay, so they have a beautiful dorsal line. They are going to analyze the reproductive organ, and it seems to be a beautiful bull. And so, for all of you watching us now, let's update you. We are now broadcasting the contest of the 2022 Expozebu after 2 years without the presence of the animals here and everybody here. So we're going back to the contest live, and we are broadcasting everything to you, and we are now in the studio at the VIP box with our very competent commentators, and they're going to share with you everything that is happening. And so I said something that is very funny. So this broadcasting is very important. The remarks are very important. And Renata, I love volleyball. And I always watched many of the volleyball games on TV because you have the commentators and people are discussing what's happening. And so they can show you if the ball fell inside the court or outside the court. And so you have all of those emotions. I was wearing green and yellow, and I was very lost during a volleyball game because I was unable to find out what's going on, what's happening. And so people were throwing the ball, hitting the ball, and you don't see the details. You don't see the details. Okay, and in the female games, you have the rally, and the male games, no. Okay, and it was emotional being there, but I didn't understand many things. I couldn't understand many things. So if the ball passed through the blockers, if it fell inside the court, the only thing that you find out is the point went to that team or to this team. But when we see the live broadcasting, and it is an evolution. And so it's easy to see the two bulls. But if you get close to them, you can simulate if they have the ribs in the right place, if the navel is in the right place, if the alignment is perfect. Oh, you were talking about volleyball, and I was going to discuss the evolution of the cattle that we have. So when we were the Olympic champions in the past, it was 15 points, and the game was never over, because we had Marcelo Negrão in 1992, and volleyball was not so fast. Nowadays, when they threw the ball, it was about 80 kilometers per hour, 90 kilometers per hour. And now people can throw the ball very quickly. And so what do I want to compare this? The comparison is the evolution of the cattle. And now in 2022, we're talking about 30 years later. And you allowed me to think. And you are describing the animals, the figures, and we have the category. It is between 44 to 48 months of age. And there is a correlation between the milk production. When we saw the milk jeer contest abroad, I could see the production of milk, and maybe our notion and our other breeds can teach us. So the Dutch breeds, they analyze the height of the carcass, the udder, and so maybe at that time when they talked about milking the cow, they didn't understand the importance of having a good conformity. When we separated and we were creating ideas and milk, I'm going to measure. And it has been proven that the bulls with the best conformity, they are going to generate daughters with the best conformity. And you're gonna mate and thinking about the udders, legs, feet, and the Dutch cattle, the American cattle, the Holstein, the European. And they taught us that it's useless only to measure and weigh the milk. And so you have you have to analyze the phenotype, and then there is a good correlation between the conformity.
Please watch us tomorrow that we will have the contest for female cows. And then we will see the evolution of what Renato just said. Oh, it's a perfect breed profile, more meat than milk, and the milk don't it were not that important for them to have a good hog. And for the fourth or sixth generation, you have the problem because the new Uber gets on the ground and they got infected. When we analyze the Gyr breed that a BCZ considers breed, that's a milk cow Gyr that we are seeing now. From now you allow a little bit more meat between the legs. And we looking for more clean void between the legs. Because when they have children, offspring, they have a space for the udder.
Posteriores com menos volume de carne e mais ponta de ossos aparente para ser uma característica leiteira e esse lugar base para a implantação do Uber. Aquele vulgo V invertido, exatamente.
We are looking for inverted V in the udder.
Aqui eu tô olhando aqui também, ó, no Gyr leiteiro,
so in the Gyr milk cow breed, during this contest, we are seeing 258 animals among female and male animals from many states, Bahia, Mato Grosso, Minas Gerais, São Paulo, and a lot of people brought their animals from many regions from Brazil. The Gyr breed that is so important for the Brazilian cattle breeding sector. The basis in the milk production in Brazil, that's the basis breed that is being used, and the need of milk to produce other foods. You just need the milk, you know. We're talking about butter, cheese, and other food. If you want to produce pasta, for example, you need milk. So it's very important to have quality animals. Quality and the phenotype, breed quality, productive animals. The judge, when we talk about productivity, that's a very important comment. If you go into our site of ABCZ and if you download the catalog, and you will see in the catalog there's some acronyms. The average milk production, the minimum milk production. So I believe we will have the grown-up cows the day after tomorrow. You will have the carcass length, the perimeter of the thorax, and the fat in the picanha. The EPTA of milk, the biggest and lowest milk production, and how many days they got milk. This is very important because the judge is looking, they're analyzing limbs, the inclination of the rump. And the blue vest is always the judge, and the without vest, the guy without the vest, is the helper, the help judge, the auxiliary judge. He's almost ready to be an official judge. He is still learning. That's why they're always working together. You have 3 official judges and 3 helpers that are learning to become judges. The helper opens the laptop and inserts all the information. Who has the best thorax here? It's just not one characteristic that defines the champion, but the group of characteristics, the balance of the characteristic in an animal. I really like to touch the animals if it's allowed. But if the animal's docile, you may touch it and feel it better. And what is the characteristic that maybe at a testicle that you watch and visually see that's not that good? And the main one, and the most simple one, is the perineal. There's the design that the testicle must be a certain format, they must be hanging, they must be well positioned, in a right position, centralized, and when you touch them,
this is more desirable than the others. If it's flaccid, it might be a problem. So the judges have to make a decision, and usually that's a set of it's a group. So symmetry is very important. Yeah, they have to be as symmetric as possible, and this might happen due to many factors. Even here in the park, they stepped on it, or it becomes an inflammation. So you have to know, you know. Two, 4, 4. One, 2, 4, 2, and then 2, 4, 3 is number 1. Is Tango Santa Rita de Cássia. So some of the animals didn't get on the track, right? They didn't show up. 2, 4, 5. We only had 2, 4, 3, 2, and 4. And we are going to another championship, right? This is the one we like the most. This one is 228, 241, and 243, the Young Bull Championship.
Ah, Celinho, aqui, ó. O nosso amigo telespectador aqui tá te parabenizando.
The spectators are watching and saying that you are a great professional and saying congratulations for the comments. This was Érico Ribeiro, a great friend. He understands a lot of about cattle and is congratulating you. And yeah, that's we do our best, right? And we try to be more dynamic and trying to elucidate a little bit more about what's going on. And I'm very glad we're here for that. Yeah, we're bringing the track to your homes, and people are almost judging together with us, right? And understanding whatever is happening, and being able to click and pull out the image and analyzing it together with us. So that's great. Now we are going to see the animals that have been champions of the category. That is, they are going to be watched again by the judges, and the referees are going to continue. This is the great moment, one of the moments, right? And this is the big moment for the one that for the dairy year on Friday. So the Milky breeds, this will be the great championship for them. And in this championship, that was the same thing, right? The second one, we will have all the champions from each championship, and the Gier, the calves are coming in. Are they? Yes, they are. I think every one of those in Uberaba will have the junior, minor, major, and then adult bulls and senior bulls, and we will have the whole judgment going on with them. And today we will have until the end. We will get to the finish line of it, right? To the senior one. Yes. I think so, yes. We have still 3 days to judge all of the females, and we will have a long judgment for a long time for judging them. It's 3:30 right now. Yesterday we went to 5:30. Today I think it's going to be I think we are finishing the young bulls, and then we go to the adults. And according to the categories going up, we will get to the adult males, and we know that they are small categories, so we understand that we only have 2 categories for senior bulls, so they are very small categories. According to what we have, they according to their age, we understand that we have a decrease, but it's nice. It's very nice. It's the best part is to watch the quality, you know, the quality and the evolution of the individuals that are being presented on the track, and how we can see the ideal biotype. Well, since it's a category in a championship with an evolution of what came before, you know, when the race is and the breed is in the right track, we can see that we have a little scale, and you see different degrees of those, different steps, and you can see that the animals are a little bit older, but they are growing, and the standard of the breed will keep going. And the gear selection is very important in Brazil. They had a stage in time, a point in time, where it was even more valued than Nelore. It was the great breed of Brazil. It has changed with time, and dairy gear is now in a separation of who is just in the crowd and people who want to be real milk producers. That is the difference, you know. This is one of the most important materials, genetic materials for us to export, because Nelore is very important, seed is important. All of them are important, each one of their categories. Perhaps Nelore, because of their grandeur and Giro Leiteiro, maybe I think it's the best production for the tropical world. And South America needs that. Also Africa, wherever you have hot environments, I think that is the correct breed. As far as I know, you know. So that's why you have African, Asian, and you can cross that with Dutch races, where you have more heat and less food. You have to use gear. So you can see in this pandemic many people from around the globe trying to take care of gear and understand how to deal with the embryos. They do work a lot with their gear, because it does contribute a lot to the milk production in the world, not only in Brazil. Yeah, that's the basis for it, right? It's a basis for crossing, it's a basis for milking in the pure breeds. I do respect the gear very much. It's interesting. Yeah, to have that basis for the whole productivity of milk, right? Yeah, the 3 races, the 3 mother races from the time of Dom Pedro, they are renewed. It is Nelore and Gir, and they have been very significant. You know, they contribute their form to the whole world, Latin America, Africa, and Asia, especially Latin America and Asia, because that's contributing a lot. Brazil, I think, we have more spirit of selection and capacity, and our conditions in terms of geography, the climate, and the good earth for that. And I think, anyway, these are a few hundred animals, and they, how many thousand calves a year? ABCZ is registering about 200, 400,000. Counting on all breeds, I think it's 500,000, almost. We have had 600,000, so it's more than that. Yeah, so now we are in the coming back phase, and 500,000 pure animals being assessed and weighted in, with their mothers being assessed as well. So the conditions in Brazil, when people from abroad hear those numbers, that's we were talking before. People go crazy, right? The American Angus is so much respected with in regards to meat. They don't have that much genomic variation, you know. as much as Nelore has in Brazil. Look at that, that's an interesting information, right? Yeah, and that serves as the basis for research. Oh, that's very enriching, this information. And Angus is a respected race. It's a worldwide race. And there have been genomic modifications for longer. ABCZ informs you that we have our champion. Let's see. The champion, the young bull, is 2-4-3. There you go, there's the champion, Santa Rita de Cássia. That is it. It's a happy champion right there, from Taquaritinga, São Paulo State. 242, that's the number. Only the good milk producers there. One more piece of info. If this one has a great genetic, as it seems it has, it will be the future. Regardless of the championship, with this genetic, we can be sure that this biotype and this conformity will be very interesting for the future as well. So there it is. Now they will have 2-4-2 in order to judge the second places. To use a phrase that we usually have, it's the serenity in the gaze of the champion, right? The walking and saying, yes, I am the best. And going about and being very easy to present. Yeah, how interesting. They have the best thoracic perimeter, the best waistline and hip line, and that the mother has a good lactation too. It isn't the biggest or not the smaller, so, but it does have a great circumference in the thorax, and that is awesome. That is great, and that does include does contribute to a respiratory capacity. You can even see the obliquous directing of the ribs, and this is a beautiful image. The testicles are firm and very firm, very good. We are evolving. Yeah, that's very nice. That was a young breeder, BACG25. Unless it is a family subdivision, this is a new breeder, because the number is, of course, this is the 25th animal of this breeder, so this shows renovation and the very democratic genetic. And this point about genetics, of course, is something that there you can see how people can acquire genetics nowadays very easily. Oh, there you go. Let's see who's the second place. ABCZ informs. The vice champion is 2-4-2. Valente Santa Rita de Cássia. That is Carlos Alberto Damasceno, the breeder, the exposer, and it from Taquaritinga, São Paulo, Sítio Santa Rita de Cássia. That is the ranch, and this is the same breeder. They have the champion and the second placer there of the young bulls. This is Carlos Alberto Damasceno. Well, these are very high quality animals. They are very strong animals, and this championship has 4 excellent animals, you know, and we could invert that result very easily because it's very pleasing to me. With the older animals, they show themselves a little bit more mature, more structured. Regarding the younger animals, they have a little bit less advantage in this championship because of development. They are sexually well defined, and both the champion and the second place, they are very well defined. They have I really like the shape of the two animals, but they really need to develop a little bit more masculinity. The third place, regarding compared to the fourth one, I really like it. It's more arched. They are lengthier in the ribs. They have the advantage here in terms of the in comparison to the fourth animal, which is a good reproducer, but it's not in the best moment of the testicles. And comparing the third to the second place, I can see the huge leap in quality, right? Here we have a well-defined animal regarding sex. It is right now in the good moment for arching and having more strength. And when we compare the champion and the second place, they are very close together. We even had some disagreement, you know, in deciding which would be the champion. Both have qualities that are way higher than the others. Now I have a little bit more arching in the ribs in the champion. They in the first ribs they have he has more rib arching, more opening in the chest. His chest is cleaner, it's wider, and the first ribs you can see with more arching and more depth than the second place. I can see a stronger line and a hump that is more pronounced. So in the hind legs you can see more advantage here in the champion in terms of leveling and balance. However, please show the animals from behind. Here I can see a huge advantage in the champion compared to the second place. The champion has wider hips, and it is the perineum is way cleaner. You have more musculature in the legs and more opening between the legs. The red one, the second place, has a more lengthier perineum, and the muscle are much more pronounced. So we have between the legs much more muscle compared to the second place, and this is due to the function that we are judging, you know, the milking aptitude. Imagining that this animal will be the father to a future dairy cow, and so we have to have good legs with a good fit for the teats in the future in the calves of the champion.
No quesito funcionalidade, vejo mais funcionalidade no campeão. Ele tem aprumos melhores anteriores.
In terms of functionality, we have more stronger legs and more well-positioned legs. It is a stronger animal, but due to its structure and weight, I would like it to be more confident in its stride. So I see a functionality and a better structure in the champion compared to the second place. Also, the testicles are more well positioned, and the grouping of the muscles are more functional in terms of reproduction and in terms of musculature and ligaments. So this is a more complete animal for this judgment. But you can see the second place also with strong points, and maybe even with at some moment, if it is going to compete against other animals, I think it will also be a champion. But as for now, I think this is the best functionality for this champion. Congratulations to all of you, especially the two first places.
Thank you very much, Rabelo, for these comments. It's important for the breeder to see the strength of this breed, of the legs, of the hock, and of the feet. I'm very proud. Jaiminho Vontecon that is a long time here working on the genetics. I really find him a lot in Brazil. I meet him a lot in Brazil. And happiness and health for your birthday. A huge hug. My friend Jaime Voltecon from Mexico. And the Mexicans have a historic connection to Brazil. They have a lot of business in the Nelore, in the Gyr breed. There's a huge history. And Mexico is here taking part of the Zebu in a campaign for the World Congress with the Zebu. Expozebu. Bolivia is a partner, Colombia is a partner, Panama. So we have a great history of Mexico, as I said, and some people say that they sold some animals in the decade of the 50s and 60s, that these animals were taken to the United States, and because of some ship problems, they were held in the Gulf of Mexico, and then they continued. And since they had the support from Mexican ranchers, some animals were given as payment, and so that the Guzea and the Nelore went into Mexico without official import. So the American cattle comes from Brazilian animals and not Indian animals. So these are not official, registered in the history that way, but it's important is connection to Brazil. So we see our talk also means culture, right? And knowledge, yes. Aula Paula Neves from Rio Grande do Sul. She is the daughter of a great rancher. Thank you very much. She said we are very good in our comments. So it's very nice to have you here with us. If you have any doubt, please send us your questions so we can try to answer them online. Now let's go down to the contest track where we had the contest for young bulls. Elcio with more information. Hello, I'm getting close to the great champion young bulls from Taquaritinga, São Paulo. That's a body. That's not every day you win here in the World Championship for the Zebu races. So we are very thankful for the opportunity to be here in Uberaba, competing with great breeders and great animals. Yeah, I forgot to ask your name. My name is Robson. And how was the preparation to get an animal in that level here? He said we worked a lot and we dedicated ourselves every day, many sleepless nights to be here. And have you been sleeping well these days? We sleep not that much actually, but it went well. So he has already 2 prizes, and I think it's the result of a lot of work. A lot of work, a lot of God, and a lot of family, and a lot of professionalism and love, mainly love. Animal that does not know how to speak, animal that was hurt 10 days ago and got well to give us this happiness. And Robinho loves what he does, and we love the animals. And mainly the Gyr dairy cows that really are so important. That's our pride, and we are very proud of them. We see that there's a love. We felt the love here. We all felt the emotion, and when you have love, the result comes. Amen. Amen. We have a great past and great present, and we are looking toward a fantastic future. Kiss to my
que Deus abençoe a todos e que proporciona essa alegria não só para mim, como para todos. Agradecer o meu assessor Fausto Cerqueira, que é o meu guia.
I want to send a huge kiss and hug to my family and to Fausto Cerqueira, my master, the guy that is really the master of the Gir dairy cows, my counselor, my instructor, that helps me to choose the breeders, the reproducers, and I saw him today, and I really want to thank the FB, his grandfather, that offered us the grace of having the great champion. So you see, it's a work of many people. Faust is also very emotional here. It's a World Cup of the Zebu breed. It's a pleasure and a happiness of having a title like this. Yes, that's the result of our work, and we are very grateful. We are a very huge, unified team. We have the backstage staff that are on the farms, on the ranches, milking, treating cows, and it's a work of many years of hard work to get to these results. It's a huge joy, happiness to be here to win the World Championship, and we consider ourselves world champions. So I want to thank to the ABCZ for this great spectacle that is offered. Thank God and all our forefathers, because without our forefathers we wouldn't be here. They worked with a lot of work. So we really miss this all, right? Yes, for certain. 2 years ago we were here, and now it's the first year back after the pandemic, and one of the happiest days in my life. We are also very happy about the results. So thank you very much for the champion, Santa Rita de Cássia. It's a team, a lot of work to get this results. Estância Santa Rita being world champions in young bulls category, and now we go on, we continue with our contest. Fantastic. Your interview was just marvelous. I'm pregnant. I was crying, tears of joy here. Thank you very much for your participation. Report this moment is more important, it's more emotional than the competition itself. He said 10 days this animal was hurt, and you see the work they did, the treatment, the dedication. You see the words of the handler, days, sleepless nights of work, the dedication, the love that the handlers have for the animals. After an interview like that, we need some time to recover. A quick break for our commercials, and we will be back very soon with more information.
Desde hace 55 años trabajamos con el objetivo de una ganadería más eficiente en pastos en Nelore y Sen. Un rebaño con hembras mejoradas por una fuerte presión de selección para la fertilidad, habilidad materna y precocidad. Siempre estamos buscando toros que mantengan y mejoren estas características en nuestro rebaño. Producir animales de buen temperamento, rústicos, funcionales y productivos.
Conozca más de Romancini. Romancini es una empresa del interior del estado de Paraná y fue fundada en los inicios de los años 1970 por el ganadero Luis Romancini, que en el día a día en el campo notó la necesidad de un equipamiento de contención que se adecuara a los diversos ciclos ganaderos y a todas las razas de bovinos. La pasión por la ganadería es lo que nos mueve y nos convirtió en una empresa especializada en el desarrollo de troncos de contención. Romancini, de ganadero para ganadero.
Conozca más acerca de W2R, un establecimiento dedicado a la mejora genética de la raza Brahman desde hace 18 años. Recientemente ha iniciado también la cría del Brahman rojo. Pensando en producir carne de calidad a un coste reducido, buscamos animales de alto rendimiento para satisfazer a um mercado cada vez mais exigente. E o Brahman, por ser um zebu de madurez extremadamente precoce e com alto rendimento em canal, tem muito que aportar à ganaderia nacional.
Más del trabajo de ABS, el centro de biotecnología más completo de América Latina. El complejo ABS cuenta con modernos laboratorios de semen convencional, genética sexada y embriones, para entregar las mejores soluciones de progreso genético con estándar de calidad tipo exportación. La selección de toros ABS lidera los principales programas de evaluación. Durante 80 años, ABS ofrece soluciones y resultados, garantizando la rentabilidad a través del progreso genético.
Estamos de volta aqui no seu canal oficial.
Aqui na BCZ TV. We are back in the official channel of the ABCZ TV, broadcasting directly to you everything that is happening in the Expozebu 2022. And our topic now is the importance of the supplementation while feeding the zebu breeds. We have Edu Alves here that will explain everything to us. Thank you very much. Firstly, I want to congratulate you for the ABC TV. I was watching you this morning and it was very nice, everyone that's here. And the coverage of the Expozebu is very beautiful. Thank you very much for the invitation. It's an honor to be here. It's our honor to have you here. And we do it for you and for to be closer to the breeder rancher and to the associate. And now let's talk about the strategic supplementation, bovine feeding. That's very important. What are the basic, most important premises? When we think about supplementation, we need to think what for we are offering supplementation. Why are we offering supplementation? We need to understand the digestion of bovines. So bovines eat plants, and we need to supplement a deficiency that the pasture may have. And think about that. What are the main characteristics of the pasture? The first one is the seasonability. They have a harvest and between harvest time. In the highest potential is during the rainy time, and then you have the drought, that the production is lower. So the first topic is to understand how much they produce in the rainy season and how much they produce in the dry season. In the tropical pasture, they produce 80% in the wet season and 20% in the drought season. And so you need to have a stock of this pasture to offer to the herd in the dry season. So that's quantity, but quality of the pasture. When the dry season comes, the quality of the pasture gets lower in the protein level and in the energy level. So the supplementation supplements this small deficiency. You complete the demands of the animals. When you talk about supplementation, what are the main supplements that are used in our reality? These are many supplements that exist, but I want to tell or talk about four: the mineral, the macro and micro mineral, the vitamins, some additive that helps the conversion of this animal, and it helps in some gain during the wet season. The protein content, for example. Then you have mineral salt with urea, and that helps the microorganism in the human, and this offers a better potential of fermentation and digestion in these animals. And when they digest better, the gain is better. But urea is not the final solution, but a second or third supplement is the multiple mixtures. They have urea, they have other, they have corn, they have other supplements, and the cattle will consume more. The urea salt get you 100 grams per day, but with these mixtures you can have 150 to 200 grams per day of weight gain. And then you have the concentrated mixture. We are not thinking about the microorganism, we are thinking about the needs of the animal. So we are offering soy bran and other brands for a higher development, a better development. So we are now getting to the end of our rainy season, and now we are getting towards a dry season, in some years with a really severe drought. But every breeder knows that we will have a dry season, so it's important for the breeder to organize himself, to prepare himself, to supplement his animals. So thinking about the drought, the dry season, what is the strategy of supplementation that the breeder needs to think about? So the first strategy that I said is to understand how well the pasture will feed animal. So the pasture is different in April, June or October. So you need to formulate a formula that corrects the nutritional value for each time of the year. So you need to understand the goals of weight gain. And if you're reaching these goals, the supplement is good. If you're below this goal, you need to increase the protein, offer more food, so you get to the correct weight. Another topic that's very important that needs to be said is the feces score. And the feces say a lot about what this animal is eating. So are there rings? And how is this feces? If these feces are very dry, with rings and low volume, they need to eat more. So we need to increase the protein, a little bit more of corn to have this input. These are the 3 points that are very important for this adjustment. So this is valid for females and males. Yes, very correct. So if the females we want them to reproduce earlier, and the male young bulls to be able to reproduce earlier too. So get both sides are valid.
It is important to really understand what they have to use as pasture and to provide to the animals, and then work according to those strategies, right? Thinking about those females who are about to reproduce and those males who will be bulls or who are going to produce semen, because they should be very well fed, the females to get pregnant and milk the calves, and the males to do their job as well, right? Exactly. Awesome. Thank you, Arthur, and well, I thank you, and appreciate your opportunity for speaking about the nutrition, and again, congratulations for your excellent job. Thank you very much. We will be back with more quality information, and you have open doors here. Thank you so much. Now we are going to go to watch reporter. No, that's not it. Soon we will hear the reporter, because now we are going back to the backstage of the World Cup. We are back in our VIP room for the World Cup, the Zebu World Cup. My goodness.
Now we were speaking about the supplements, but I still have that image in my mind of the last championship. Yeah, now we are in the next one with the 48 to 60 months have been judged already. The first place was Lúdico and the animal 246. And we already have on the track the next category that will be 60 to 62. So we have now the adult males, and then we will have the general that will be 48 to 96 months, is that it? Until 96 months, yes, until 96. Exactly. These are the images that we are seeing right now. This is the 17th category, who are being assessed right now by our judges. Exactly. Renata, I have my message here from Jander de Oliveira from Manaus. He's a huge fan. What? Yeah, he watches you. He's always close. And I have a question from Faria. He asks you, what does P8 means in this catalog? Well, Daniel, P8 means the fats of the animal, and we lost transmission. We are back. We had a technical problem, and now we are. We have our VIP room here, and I have the participation of Renato. Just to give you the information about the first category for the adult males from 48 to 60 months, and then we will have the first place was 246, and the judges are now in the 17th category from 60 to 62 months with the animals on the track. And now back to the messages that we got on the chat here. People were telling us that we lost the broadcast, and they were letting us know. Jander from Manaus telling he's your fan and he's following you. Thank you. And somebody asked about P8. P8 means the amount of fat on the coverage from the sirloin. So this is the acronym that you asked about. Thank you for your question. And you can send your questions to us, and we will be responding according to our possibilities here. And we can even soon, Renato, we can. They are going to speak about the champions in this category, and then after we get to between the categories, we can go to the judgment form, so people understand what is going on. And people were telling us about it, but we should show what are those numbers too, right, in the form. People were talking about PTA, which is lactation, persistency, and the measurements, which are length, height, thorax circumferences, and the sirloin fat cape, and the fat in general. And we have other questions here. What are the shows for Friday and Saturday? People are already anxious for the shows. They don't want to know about the bulls, you know. They don't care. They want to know about the party. Do you know, Sergio? If I tell you I do know, I'm in trouble at home. Yeah, we have to look for this information because I'm not aware either. Yeah, let's find out. I'll let you know later. I don't know by heart. I know that we do have Enrique and Giuliano, and I think we have some other artists, Mayara and Marais. And I know that this guy is coming. I've seen his name, but yeah, the entertainment part of the Expozebu 2022 is excellent, so people are asking about it, and we have the shows during the night, and we have the Art and Culture Museum, which is very interesting with regional music, and we have the cuisine fair. It's worth taking a look and getting to know the products, and also many products that are used that are using the dairy cow gyr milk. And they are also Zebu breeds being used too. We are judging them here, and we do have the cheeses as well. And they have many other breeds that contribute to that production of milk. So this guy is still saying, well, we have Jorge, Henrique Rodrigues, and Alok. Oh, precisely, yes. I think that's on Saturday. Yeah, let's stay here until Saturday. The entire city of Uberaba is here. And Expozebu is national, international, and it does bring a lot of people to Uberaba, the cities nearby, the towns around us. Many people come here, many people working here, people from every corner of Brazil over here. The financial movements here are very interesting for all sectors, not only for us. Yeah, there is a lot to analyze, you know. For instance, if you go to the museum, the Zebu Museum, and you analyze, you are talking about the public on Friday. There is the March of the Champions. It happens in many exposes too in other parts of the country, you know. And we had the full park back in the day in Uberaba. This track was full of people, and the big champions were there too. That's how it was. But anyway, it has an importance here for Uberaba, this race, this breed, the Zebu. It is fantastic. They have been in the front lines, the animals, so now they want to identify each one by one, so that they can take a look by themselves and compare. Here, if you analyze, it is they want us to they want to see the animals from the side. They want to highlight sometimes around they want them to walk around because they want to compare both animals from different angles. So they want to approximate the animals, and then they come back according to their numbers. They are probably trying to decide the ones who will go forth. Renata, people are asking if they have to pay to enter the park. Expozebu, no, you can join. You can enter the park and go for free. The presentations that we mentioned, Enrique Giuliano, Maya Maraiza, Alok, they are. You have to pay a ticket to enter, but the fair itself, you have no ticket to enter. You can bring your family and take part in this party here. And these points that I mentioned, these other areas that we have, like the culture and art fair and the Zebu space and ABCZ women, these are open spaces for you to come and take part in and see everything that's happening. And also the tournament track, you have to be away from the fence. Of course, you have seats, covered seats, you have coverage there, you have shade, and you can sit down and you can watch it, and it is free, and that's you just have to be checked, you know, for safety. It's very seldom that we have the free ride like that. In Uberaba, as far as I know, we never charged anything. The fifth place, 250, Cabo Verde. Fourth, 253, Império Ávila. Third is 252, Figo Fiv Jadok. Second is 249, Hugo Fiv Vila Rica. First one, 251, Gigante Fiv JMMA. You can see the website on your screen, abcz.org.br, and there you can click on Expozebu 2022, and you will have the catalog in PDF format for you to download. And then you can follow along. And if you have the catalog and you want to follow with us, this is this one that just finished with the animals from 60 to 72 months is in the page 91, and now we are going to page 92 to the 19th category with animals from 84 to 96 months. And people asked another question here about the judgment form. What do you have here? So we have the identity of the animal, the days of for pregnancy for their mother, their age in terms of months and days, the PMA, the PTA for milk, the lactations, major and minor from the mothers and the average, and then you have the persistence of lactation, the length, the height behind and in the forward parts, the thoracic perimeter, CE, you have fat surface, and the thickness of the fat cape over the sirloin. Even the milky races, breeds will be with the same numbers. So this is the heart of the park, right in the center of Uberaba. This is a fantastic place. If you have never been here, it's one of the highlights of the city. So this Fernando Costa Park is not only beautiful, it's very well taken care of, and it's different. Yeah, it's a particular place. Yeah, this track is almost in the same original format. It's just with the aquarium. You didn't have it before in the center, and the high seats were not, modernized as well, but the original track is preserved. And the original architecture of the building is the same. It's just covered over it, but the size is almost the same as the original. The grass is just like the Maracanã grass, right? Yes, because it's once upon a time it was almost destroyed and we had to reform it. We have been judging for 2 years with sand because we have divided the tracks with other breeds, with equines and bovines, so it was a lot of rain and we had lots of holes there, and we did manage to correct that. And usually we had many expositions during the year. We have Neo Mineira exposition and Neo Nacional, and we had the sand, and right after the last one with the sand we canceled some of the fairs that were not Expozebu, and then we came up with the grass, and now we have irrigation. So we have first quality grass there. It's very well leveled because the jury has this kind of demand. It's a very specific type of grass because it will show the nails of the animals. So this is very is trimmed throughout the year because the judges really want that. You know, I've been a judge and we know how it works. In the countryside you have very good tracks, but you have some that really, sometimes they do that in the parking lot. Poor animals, yes, and how can you do that? You know, put a fence and put in some earth and then you do it, but the judges here, they do deserve the best quality for cattle and also the grass. Out of curiosity, this is just some curiosities about the park. This is culture and history as well. This info I would be able to get to you, so thank God we have here Célio Hire to bring you all that info to us. We are here judging the 19th category from 84 to 96 months. One animal for each category with the same rigor as we said before. And for choosing the animals, it's the same process, also the dynamic and the static process. And the animal has been turning around until the judges asked it to stop. Now they have the results going on and they assess the animal and they use the same filters as always. The breed, formation, the lines, the general lines and the silhouette, and they always have the right decision, using the same criteria for the previous ones. Now we are seeing what is the quality, because in a few moments we will be back with the championship. This is the last category for the bulls of this group, right? Yeah, the young males. Can I speak about this is the group, right? It's right to call it a group? Yes, the last group of the last category of this group of the adult bulls. 89 months, right? 254. 2,727 days. It is 238 for the thorax, 116 AOL, and they have average lactation of 739. AOL is very significant for this kind of breed, right? It's very high, yes. And even if it for a gyr, right? It comes from the Indian gyr, and if you take off the milk, but you can also use for reproducing. It's not the specialty, but it was gaining force around the globe due to Brazil doing it, because it's a single race according to genealogy, but with the aptitude for milk. There it is. There they are bringing the animals to the front, and now they are going to turn around to follow protocol. And now they are coming back to the tournament track. This is the difference here with Uberaba. We have very demanding in regards to the positioning of the animal and how we have just the drawing on the grass, the path that they have to follow. This is very precise, and the order according to the identification and the way out, in order for the public to understand. It's always the same. That is the standardized and organized judgment with the formalities for judgment, because otherwise it has to follow a logic, right? And it has to be well managed and well organized. And yesterday, Renata, we were saying that the animals come in and they start playing around, and now we can see that the animals are being more docile, more at ease. They are demanding less of the handler, and they are more used to the track, to being handled. And they have been more experienced right now, so they are more docile. And you can see that they are at ease to walk with the animals. And the younger ones in the upper part of the video, and the first one was the red one, the dark one, the last one. That is the spotted one is 254. They had the award already. In Uberaba, I think that's the only place I know of that. Maybe some other expositions do that, but they have a first place award too.
This was innovation. Sometimes it was so hard to be the first in Uberaba. At least the first one of the category, has a little trophy. It's really difficult to get the first place, so it's almost impossible for the most. So it's almost a big champion trophy. The other championship that we showed, the animal was from a new breeder. A new breeder like that have a first place in the ABCZ championship. It's great. It's really to go to bed hugging the trophy and being happy. It shows the genetics of the herd, and it influences the name of the individual, and it can be sold at a better value, and the whole ranch and the whole team gets more respected. That has a reason. We don't select the best, and the breeder has a positive upside from competing and being first. So Renato, they are asking the name of the judges for the Gyr dairy cows: Adam Marcolini Campidelli, André Rabelo Fernandes, and Alisson Ricardo Magalhães, the 3 A's that we just jested around some time ago. They are responsible to assess the quality of the Gyr dairy cows. And our contest finished only on Saturday, the 7th of May. Indo Brasil, Nelore, Hornless Nelore, Tabapuã, and Gyr dairy cows ends on Friday. But we have the big championships on Saturday. Yes, Saturday we will have a lot of emotion, cheers and happiness. We will see here in this championship, and we will also listen to the speech to the judge that will comment on the... And is someone hungry? Yes, yesterday we went home hungry because people talked about the Zebu hamburgers and the fondue sandwich with Zebu meat, and we did not get any hamburger like that. So we really went hungry home. So we will call our reporter in the Zebu kitchen to tell us what is happening there. So we're just waiting for the results here. So first she did fondue with the Zebu cheese, and then they used the cheese and a cheeseburger with Zebu meat. So it was not easy to watch that. So you're already a little bit hungry. Then you see good food like that. That's really terrible. Now let's listen to the results. And we are at the Expozebu 2022. Ladies and gentlemen, ABCZ and ABC Gyr inform. The big champion for adult bull is 0-2. 5-1. That's the big champion. Gigante FIFA JMMA. Breeder José Mário Miranda Abdo, Exhibit Dr. José Mário Miranda Apto from the ranch Coqueiro in Alexânia, Goiás. So it's a bull with 33 CE and an average lactation of 9,171, a huge milk production. So we see that the biotype, it has a huge genetic quality. Sansão bull, obviously, for the Gyr specialist. I also have Gyr cows, and one that I really like, that I give as a present to my wife, is a mother of Sansão, and they have a great milk production, but for the track, they are the basis. They have a lot of milk. They are the base of selection, and then they breed with a good morphology bull to get length and harmony for track animals. These are one of the great of the breed. Sansão has a lot of history and still making history, and now we are waiting for the second place analysis, second place judgment. So the 249, the second place, came into the track, and now we just have to wait to know who is the second place of the adult bull contest. Renato, you have E and A at the side of the markings. It's a classification in their age. It's important to mention that the breeder, the rancher, that the judge, they have this information, and as well as whoever is watching us, the judge does not know anything about the mother or the father. So it's what they see on their assessment sheet. The complete information is only in the complete catalog online or printed version. The judge needs to look eye to eye, but when they look at the four best, they may look at the measurements, and that's why they have this sheet. They can help use the sheet as a support, but the eye also helps, their experienced eyes help. The measurement itself should not determine the result, but they can be used to define the ultimate winner. So they are really in a huge expectation right now. It's a beautiful image. It seems like these small dolls, bull dolls, they don't even move. So that docile they are.
Parece que a imagem está resetada e não está.
Parece que a imagem está travada, né? Ela nem se mexe.
Agora deu uma mexida na tela, você viu.
ABCZ e ABCG informam.
The ABCZ and ABCCO inform.
O reservado campeão todo adulto, animal.
The second place for adult bulls is the number 0246.
Expositor Luiz Federico Drummond. Fazenda Quilombo.
Ludico 5th WAD. Breeder Winston Frederico A. Drummond from the ranch Quilombo of the city Capinópolis in the state of Minas Gerais. So 251, 246 at the second place.
Que é o Lúdico, filho do Vale, de propriedade de Wilson Frederico Drummond, Fazenda Quilombo, Capinópolis, Minas Gerais. E filho do PH Whisky no Amapá.
And he is the son of PH Whiskey. So this bull, let's listen to the considerations. And first of all, I want to thank you. Thank to all the breeders and ranchers. Thank you to all that are participating in this championship. It's very difficult to have an animal in this track, and for certain, all that were here are champions. Animals that will bring a lot of improvement to the race, and mainly the bulls, because only the best bulls are kept on the ranches. And we analyze here all the small details to get to the champion. When we analyze the four animals are very beautiful. We were not unanimous on the classification, but when we have three judges, the important is the average, and there you find a balance, and you have also a better result for the breed as a whole. We need to keep aside our personal opinion and see what is the best for the breed. When you analyze the four animals, please put them in a side view. We must think about functionality, and we try to select the most functional animals. If you analyze the fourth and the third one, we see a difference in functionality. These are a little bit more heavy animals, but if we analyze the fourth place with the third place, they are very close regarding the phenotype, the structure, the longer neck, but they are heavy. And we analyze some things that are not that good for longevity. When we analyze the first place, second place regarding the third and fourth place, the third and fourth place are inferior regarding the posture. And we see different angles, and the third place, when it walks, they really lower their hooves. So it's a little disadvantage regarding this functionality. Obviously, they are very beautiful animals regarding their breed, but we have to analyze the small details. If you see both animals regarding the posture and race breed characteristic, they are inferior in comparison to the first and second place. When we compare the third place and the fourth place, the third place is a little bit superior regarding their structure. We have a rump that's a little bit better, has a better angle, and we see how the rump goes down in the ischius. And as I said, the hinterlegs are more aligned in the third place. So there's a better harmony in the whole regarding the rump when we compare the third place compared to the fourth place. But I want to highlight again, both animals will improve the race greatly. And this alignment of the legs will be better too. Now we have the quarter high animal walks easily. So with the alignment of the legs, we see that and the posture is better regarding the second place in comparison to the third and fourth place. The front legs and hinder legs. And if we talk about the direction of the body, we see the prepuce, the testicle, regarding the forelegs and hinder legs, and of the loin and the back, you see the hump, and this is stronger than the animal that was in third place. If you analyze this, there's a little bit fragile. It gets a little bit weak when it gets to the hump. These are the details that we have to analyze. So when the back is stronger, it's better. And if the alignment and the hinder legs are better aligned regarding the quarters. So please walk this animal to the other side. When we analyze both animals directly, you see how the quarters already get to the ground. Please walk with your animal. And the second place, you see that the quarters has a better strength in the quarters in comparison to the third place. So that's we're talking about the longevity of the functionality of the bulls. And he walks and the quarters already gets to ground, and we are here to see the details. And we now get to the champion. This bull has everything we're looking for. Talk about the rump that the fourth place had a little disadvantage. We have an angle of the rump that is great, and it's better in comparison to other three animals that we talked about until now. So it's superior in the angle of the rump. When we get to the loin, it's a well sustained. It's a very strong and very well supported. And when we're talking about the limbs, they are very strong, very well supported as well, and it happens at the second place. When we compare both, superior regarding the length, they have a longer neck and a rump that has a better leveling, a champion leveling, and they have a longer and better quality prepuce and navel in regard to second place. The angle of the sheath is also better at the champion. So that's why this bull won. But as I said, all four animals will help a lot the breed to improve. So I want to congratulate the champion, the second place, third place and fourth place. Congratulations to all of you.
Para esse campeonato aqui de touro adulto.
So for this championship for adult bull. So thank you very much. Welcome, Manuela Cama, to hand over the trophies.
Ele conseguiu mostrar, explanando para todos.
E a nossa produção tem que estar de parabéns porque
and our production has to be congratulated because of the capacity that we have, and congratulations to the producers here. I believe the public is very enjoying it very much as well. Now we can see the final part of the judgment for the day. I think now we have the senior bulls Now we have the senior males, which are the most, the longest living animals, and that will be the first one from 96 to 108 months of age, and the second one until 120 months old. So this goes to show the longevity of the deer. We are talking about 120 months. Out of curiosity, only the big ones are still the jaguar cow, the caju bull, Brasília, Sansão cow. It's amazing. You can see very clearly. Well, we are going to call Neilani now. We are going to hear Neilani, and then we will be back with the bulls. So it will be the last category today. Neilani is here at the park, bringing more info about the events that we are having, taking place here within Expozebu. Hello, Renata. Good afternoon. Monday is also a barbecue day. I am here at the kitchen, and this kitchen, it's my favorite, one of my favorite places here within Expozebu. And now we are seeing the showcase of the meat, and this is where you have the specialists dealing with a lot of relevant subjects to the stay-at-home person and the producers and everybody who needs to understand how to take the most advantage of the meat. We are here at the kitchen, Renata, and everything is going on here. We learned a lot already about the cuts. Cristiano is already a personality that everybody knows here. We have been live last week speaking about meat, and he gave us a lot of content, and now people are here watching everything from the outside. And the best part is that we have meat in the grill coming out all the time, and people can just watch it and understand how the cut is done, and they can try it out. Cristiano and Pedro from the Harmonia branch are discussing what is the best way to use and take the most advantage of that meat. It's not only that piece that you think it's more expensive or less expensive, or that is worth using in a barbecue. Everything people here know how to prepare and use in the grill or in a pan, and they know how to cut it and take the most advantage of it regardless of value. So we tend to think that it's only about expensive meat, but everything can be cut down and taken advantage of 100%. It's very interesting here. Okay, so this class has also happened in the morning. I say a class because it's really important to people to understand this and learn it, because people here have a lot of knowledge to show you this kind of information. It happened this morning, and now this afternoon, beginning at 3 o'clock, we could see everything, and tomorrow we can see in our program everything that will happen. That will be perfect for you to learn as well how to have the best barbecue, what is the best cut for you to use in your kitchen. It's a lot of learning, a lot of information. Renata, you cannot miss it tomorrow. I'll be back with you in the studio. We're back with live images, live footage from the track at the Fernando Costa Park, after those wonderful images that Neilani has been showing us. And we are hungry again, because even some people are here even face palming after seeing that wonderful meat. We hope a little bit of it at least get to the studio after, later. Some things might be coming here, well, please, we plead to you to bring some meat to us. We can't take it anymore. It's just a live plea for you to see. If you don't bring us a little bit of it, we are going to boycott your work over there, okay? We are creating a resistance here. Yeah, okay, so here are the info from probably the last judgment of the day. The senior males for dairy gear, milk gear. Now we have the senior category from 96 to 108 months. We only have 2 animals. Catalog numbers are 255, 256. And the judges are going to assess them and compare, and they will bring us the result. Both bulls have the average of milking very high. All of the measures are within good ranges, just like AO and the amount of carcass and everything the breeder can access. And you can bring the bigger image with the judges assessing those 2 animals. The first one moving, they are now coming to the boxes. This is high quality, right? Since the first animal that was stepping in the field, you can see the evolution of the race and the evolution of the animal that has been judged before to this one, right? Yeah, we have good measures and great presentation and evolution in the Gyr breed. It's not only the milk; everything is evolving. And what you have when you have good calves is when you have the right kind of milk for the breed. People are saying that our audio is a bit delayed compared to the images, so let's try and ask the boys to check that out. Sometimes the internet is not great. Yeah, I just heard that the boys are trying to update everything. Yeah. So if you have the big image watching, we are way back there at the BCZ TV. We have the TV and the symbol of the Zebu symbol over there in the white room. That's where we are. Those lights are in our faces, those are lights here. That's it. There we are. Here we are following the screens. We have some screens here. You are watching us, you cannot see it here, but in front of us we have about 8 cameras that show us many angles from the track, so they can see everything. And we have this privileged view here behind us, which is the actual track where you have the contest going on. We have a privilege of being here, right? We can see both the park and the people watching, the crowd watching. The seats are taken up to this time of the day. And also the tracks, you can see it all from here. It's there we go, there's the result. We have the second one is 255. And 256 is the first one from the Avila. The Red Bull, the purple one, is the first one. 256. Gabarito Avila. He's the son of the vaca, the Modelo cow. This is genetic consistency, and lactation is there. So we have those 2 animals, and then we will be with the second category, which will be the 21st, from 108 to 120 months of age. Now we will have a quick break, and we will be back soon with the updates of the judgment of the Gyr, milk Gyr breed.
Agropecuaria Baguazú desarrolla un excelente trabajo en el mejoramiento genético de la raza Cindy en Brasil. Tras 10 años de inversión en genética diferenciada desde los criaderos más tradicionales del país, conseguimos un ganado de alto valor genético, multiplicado por donantes como Babalú y Fortuna, aparte de toros de destaque nacional como nuestro premiadísimo Canrifil Baguazú. Agropecuaria Baguazú, lo mejor de la genética Cindy nacional en medio de la exuberancia natural.
La Coima, una empresa 100% brasilera con 70 años de vida, siempre contribuyendo con los avances de la pecuaria en general. La Coima ofrece para usted ganadero 5 modelos de cepos, 2 modelos de balanza electrónicas y también las balanzas para la carretera. Nuestro objetivo es contribuir con los avances de la pecuaria para producir más carne que el mundo tanto necesita. La Coima, ubicada en Dracena, Sao Paulo, Brasil, atiende a toda Latinoamérica. Visite nuestra página coima.com.br.
Olá, conozca CRV, con más de 140 años en el mundo y más de 50 años en Brasil, siendo pionera en mejoramiento genético en el país. Somos el proveedor de servicios más grande de la América Latina, elegida la mejor empresa del ramo en Brasil. Ganamos el selo ICAR y creamos el selo IFERS, que atestigua la fertilidad superior de los animales. Por lo tanto, CRV es garantía de evolución para el rebaño. CRV, Better Cows, Better Life.
Estancia K presenta un proyecto de pecuaria lechera moderna que reúne mejora genética de las Gir Lechero y Girolando con producción de leche de alta calidad, además de toros en centros de acopio. La Estancia K tiene el foco en la comercialización de paquetes de embriones, embarazos, machos y hembras en eventos comerciales durante todo el año. Estancia K, evolución continua.
Reconocida en el mercado nacional e internacional, Genial brinda grandes innovaciones para el sector agropecuario. Somos un canal de proximidad y referencia con el comercio exterior. Genial es habilitada para la exportación en diversos países y realiza servicios de clonación animal, banco genético, FIV, ADN y beta-caseína. Desde hace más de una década somos un laboratorio completo, somos Genial.
Conozca más. En Gusera Yus estamos trabajando en la selección y mejoramiento genético del Gusera lechero. Creemos que el Gusera es una herramienta fundamental para el avance de la pecuaria tropical, sea en sistemas intensivos o de doble propósito, ofreciendo al mercado machos y hembras productivos, fértiles, rústicos y longevos.
8 até 120 meses, não é isso, Renato?
108 to 120 months, is that it? That's it. This is the category that we are going to see with 2 animals. They have 108 to 120 months. We have $5 da Collie and Lippe 5F Mutum. This is one more Sansão model. Those 2 have the father called Sansão with the breed of the mother is Sansão. And as we said, Gir allows that because they only stay in the farm where you have cows lactating already, and they do have the genetics for that, and they can be shown with this longevity. Of course, we have the progenic test. The quicker the better, you know, and we can assess the animals. And right now, in this moment, the handler is. These bulls have a lot of testosterone, and they are very vigorous, and sometimes they are very tame and trustworthy, but sometimes because they are being sitting down for a few days, they are a bit feisty. And the same criteria for dairy bulls are the same now. Harmony, and then you can demand a little bit more masculinity because they have higher quality and more. They are older animals with the hump. It should be bigger, and you have to remember something that we mentioned way back. What separates the Bos indicus from Bos taurus is basically the hump in Bos taurus.
You have it right there in the upper part of the body. That is a reserve for energy. It's not any piece of meat. It's if you go to the farm and if the bull is thin, they will have less hump because there is their reserve of food. That is the food that you get, the fat that you get from the hump is thousand years evolution process, and the part of the neck, the patella, is the Bos taurus doesn't have that, and that's why they have difficulties with breathing in order to breathing through the mouth. Zebu, really, it's really hard for them to be putting, and they will be after exercise they'll be sweating all over the body, and the biggest region where the zebu has glandules for sweat is in the belly. So that's why the auctioneer will say that they will say, well, it sweats a lot because time shows that that's where histologically it's proven that that is where they sweat from. That is a real class, right? I was listening in my class saying, Jesus, this is very good, that, look at that. Yeah, we have morphology classes here. We are having a morphology class here. We are having here you are watching us and having the opportunity to have a crash course of judgment, to understand the whole functionality of the animal and everything. And the animal has to do that within this time because they have to be there for 3 days, and they have to review that with 3 days. They have to assess the skull. They have different characteristics by the fur and from the bone structure. The horns, they are either curved, extremely curved, and sometimes they are subconvex, elongated. So that's racial. The judges have to determine that from what we learn from school. We develop that in the ABCZ courses, and then we give the guidelines for new judges, and we have to do that. And that's how we have to do. And this playful thing with morphology that we have, I always say that all of the specialists, not as ABCZ technicians only, but we professionals, have to understand morphology as a whole, because it has a relation to functionality. And in addition, you also learn about when you are, a veterinarian is going to use a medicine. They have to understand where they're going to apply everything, why, and for instance, I just mentioned the main thermoregulator, which is the patella, the neck, the julep, and we were saying that is because the animal has a difficulty exchanging heat, and they have their temperature, and having their temperature regulated. I'm missing the word here. The thermical comfort, the proper temperature in the body. And just to be very clear, when I am a guest, it is possible that colleagues here have been seen that. You can have many years of experience. I remember when I was in Bolivia the last time, I had to review the standards for the Neloa, and I told him, hey, I want to see what you have, anything new that you have, because sometimes they have news, right? I'll be in another country by myself representing Brazil in ABCZ over there, and I cannot sleep around. I have to have that right in front of me. It has to be sharp. I have to have that fresh in my mind, just like I'm doing right now, because I'm a guest and I don't want to be ashamed of myself here, right? And for 12 hours commenting the judgments.
We are waiting for the result, and now the result is being announced. 21st category, Lipifi, number 2758 at second place, and $257 fifth da Collie first place. Breeder Lúcio Dias de Oliveira, outcombed, and the exhibitor Paulo César Chiari from the farm São José in the city of Morrinhos in Goiás. And now we go to the championship, and after that, these champions for each category come back, the champions and the reserved ones, the second places. The second places are in the back, but they participate in the go around at the end. There's we must see if everything is homogeneous and everyone is walking the same line. It's a great moment in this event. We cannot forget the parade at the end of the champions, and so 257 will stay on the track, and 256 will come back to the track for the championship. So it was very quick? No, because the number of animals in each category inside this World Championship was reduced. And it's possible the older animals, they show that they will not change anymore. So it's a little bit more easier to be judged. So all the lengths, all the posture, the alignment is right already. So we don't have to imagine anymore that they will become a bull. They are already bulls. So there's no any difference more between the ages, as we said before. They are already settled. They are ready. There is no escape anymore.
E vamos ver aqui amanhã, então, e amanhã a gente começa a parte das fêmeas também, né? Amanhã na parte da tarde a gente começa o julgamento do
amanhã é terça-feira, né? Dia 3. A gente começa na parte da manhã o Nelore e Tabapuã.
Tomorrow we will begin with Nelore and Tabapuã. So in the morning it will be just great. We have Gir and Gir dairy cows, and Thursday and Friday will be the apex of our fair. Everyone will be here, and they will really want the best prices. We really need to pay a huge attention to show you at home what is happening. And we have other contests being announced, other categories being announced. So we are just increasing the volume of information step by step. We are just getting warm here right now. And we're getting ready until we get to the final stretch on Thursday and Friday. So we will have a checklist of what they have. Cindy, Tabapuã, Brahma, Vuzerá. And you see the difference in the conformation in the head. If we put all in a hidden way, looking without head, it would be difficult to see the difference. If every cow or bull would be the same fur color, it would be very difficult. Without the horn, without the ears, all of these breeds are zebu breeds. So we are seeing live images from the Fernando Costa Park, the 87th Expozebu. After 2 years without presential contests, we have the happiness to be here seeing this contest happening, and during the week we will see all the zebu breeds in the different contests and being assessed, and we are very happy to be able to show you in a very didactic way, in a very simple way, what is being done on the track.
As notas ficam viradas
So,
só para arquibancada, né?
and
Saem depois que o locutor chama os animais. O locutor recebe antes.
the grades that you see in the background of the image, they are only shown on the screen after the MC announces the results. So, during the championship, you can only see who is the champion and not the grades. All the assessment is individual and independent. So you have 3 different spreadsheets with the grades. They may exchange some information about certain topics. Have you seen the alignment of the legs here or there? And I myself and my helper, we define the grade. So let's wait for the decision. So I want to highlight again the docility of the Zebu breeds. These guys are 10 years old or even older and are extremely docile. With this handling, with this presentation, it's very interesting to evaluate how the Zebu cattle is docile. We can see difference between these cattle and the cattle that came to Brazil, so from the eye to where the horn leaves the head. The gear in Brazil has a certain tendency, but it's not that strong. So sometimes the ear is downwards with nice tips. That is the breed that has highest variance of fur color. We have the red ones, the brown ones, the white ones. So we have here 2 different colors. We have a red that's almost violet, purple, and the fur color that is predominant. It's what you mentioned first. This one is white with brown, and the other is red, what we call red. So, should it be a red one with a lot of spots on the drill lab, we would call it necklace red. So we are still waiting for the result to know who will be the great champion for the senior bulls category, and as soon this is done, we will listen to the comments of the judges. And interesting, as Celine already said, we are already at the limit. So we are talking about bulls that are grown up. There's nothing that you can project. If they are here, as they are here, with this rugosity, in this health state, with the gear, with the posture, with the reproductive organs correct, with this longevity of the Zebu races. So this is a really milk cow type, dairy cow. So we need to see that the type is the same. So these animals probably went to many contest tracks, even if we had 2 years without presential contests, but considering their age, they should have a good experience on the tracks. So it really takes a long time. The good animals are kept in the ranches for a long time to have the offspring, to see if they have a good milk production, so on and so forth. So they are kept a long time until the logistic is a little bit different. So you need a little bit more time. That's why you have this high longevity of the fathers. So let's wait for the results. We have 256 and 257. They are taking a little bit longer. It seems that the decision is very close. And they trying to find now the defining detail. Now they are calling for the result. Let's increase the volume to listen to the result. They are very, very beautiful animals, very close in characteristics. And they will announce the big champion. Dairy cows, adult senior dolls, ABCZ and ABC Jill in form. The big champion for senior bulls of Dairy cows at the Expozebu 2022 is 0256. Gabarito Ávila, breeder João Vicente Alves de Ávila of the farm Bom Sucesso at Barra Longa, state of Minas Gerais. And now we will see the analysis of the second place. Is called reserved one, and he has beautiful long legs. And what it really got my attention, just to comment on that, you see both have the same parents, both are sons of Modelo T de Brás. Yes, he is called Modelo de Jaguar. And now we have another bull with another genetic. And now we have Fava de Enteato, number 255. Fado Fif F Mutum with Face T F Mutum. And the other one was Modelo and Sansão in Portuguese. You see what a beautiful image. You can see the animals and how docile they are. Yeah, we really need to be proud of what the Brazilians are offering to the world. And I worked in many countries in the world, and it's rare that other countries offer what we have to offer. And the agribusiness, always at the forefront, at the spear tip, showing us the strength of of the agribusiness. They got to where they... And I just remembered, I don't know if we have enough time. So here in the Fernando Costa Park, we had one board meeting that they were really happy in the 70s or 80s. And they were very happy to have 1,000 associates. And they buried a time capsule, and I hope they dig this out soon. And I would love to see what these guys in the 70s, 80s thought about, and if they could see what was happened. But I believe we will find very interesting things. They really buried the meeting annotations, and maybe we should do something similar. We can think about something that in the future things will be different. So it's here close to the flags close to the track. Big guys, that fought a lot and that took the zebu breed to the world. So we need to think what it was in the past, what it is in the present, and what it will be in the future. In 1978 in Brazil, in Rio de Janeiro, in that ships. So I felt something different here. So we imported the zebus for the botanic garden, and Manuel Gruber that bought this, the Zera, and then afterwards he imported Nelore. So we have pictures about that. So what is an emperor, a ruler? The biography of Dom Pedro II, and he left Brazil in peace after the Republic was announced. He went to India to do business and brought animals from there, and he wrote that down. He brought the zebu because the climate in India was similar to Brazil, and the emperor at the time believed that these animals would be great in the tropical climate of Brazil. And let's now see where we are now. And we had a lot of problems with the European Iberic breeds, and with the Zera and the Nelore breeds. They were able to develop this great breeds that we have here. And after some new cattle in the beginning of the century, last century, and then in the 60s and 70s of the last century, they brought more animals, and we had a huge gain of milk and weight and meat. And Brazilians is better, has more milk, but we still have some points that still needs to be discussed. Result of the second place, a BCZ and a BCG in form. There's no image that can be more beautiful than what we're seeing right now. Yeah, it's very difficult. Só de...
Olha só.
Porque a nossa série está aqui e faz com que ele tenha atividade o ano inteiro. A dificuldade de um parque é ter atividade, né? Isso faz ele ficar vivo. Isso. É um parque vivo.
Não, os estandes.
Associações que estão aqui. Estou volumoso também. Uberaba.
This is in Uberaba. Now imagine that with the close-up. The champion will be 2-5-7. And there we go. Hats off, Paulo César Chiari from Goiás. There they come. Let's go to the final considerations of the jury. The judges now are. Is it Alisson again? Yes. And they have a rotation between them, right? They have the first vote and then they change the times there. Good afternoon, everybody. Coming back to the comments, we are finishing off with the males, and we have been doing this since yesterday, this judgment that is a privilege to the functionality
structure. And speaking about longevity, we have in the champion, we have the expression, the maximum expression, that is a bull that has longevity, strength and structure and balance. And of course we have a comparison between the animals. We have good bulls here, we have this category that left us here. We looked for evidence of the longevity characteristics. We have bulls that are more structured. We have better elegance and haughtiness, and they are more functional. And when we compare the third place to the second place, we have a little disadvantage, especially in the thoracical box, when we compare the first ribs of the animals, because we have the Senador here with the capacity that is respiratory, with the cardiovascular capacity, and the digestive capacity is compromised as well. If we can put both animals, my microphone is failing. I think it's the distance here. When you have those two animals close together, and you have that in the spreadsheet, it brings us some basis. You know, we have this one extremely voluminous and lengthy compared to the third place. In terms of haughtiness, they are all great. They all should have the award because of that. And now we have a more approximated decision for the champion, but we have privileged the capacity for the structure and for the champion. You know, in the champion we have a lot of balance. This is an 8-year-old, the other one is a 9-year-old, and when you see the testicles, the belly button, you have in the champion, you have here the passage for the firmness of the musculature. You have also an advantage for the champion here. When you can see the venous, the circulatory system here, you can see the veins, the irrigation here. This means capacity to walk the fields and to be able to be a good tropical zebu, producing milk in the heat with resistance. The paws, they have great correctness. It's very elegant. We acknowledge a capacity for volume in the storage here in the second place. It's also very interesting. When then you have the whole functional part, we have in terms of functionality, the first place is of course more balanced. Here we have 93 to 96 months. Here it's 103. This is about a year difference, but this is you have the lines are perfect. You have the rump is better. You have more venous irrigation for the exchange of heat. This is interesting for us. The fur condition, the testicles, even though it is less capable, it is more pendulous, and that is also something important for the longevity. So this is really good. So we think that the dairy breed with 8, 9, 10 years of age, those are the animals that will make the cost cheaper. The production, longevity is very important. So now we are awarding 2 excellent bulls, especially the champion and the second place. Of course, they are both 2 great animals. They are going to breed very well, and they have success, and the structure, of course, is beautiful. When we see the thoracic circumference of the champion, we can see that it's less than the second place, but it's over the third place, and it's balanced. And we know that we need animals that are more structured. So congratulations to the breeders for your work. This is really high quality, and congratulations to the breed as well, because you have such age and such quality. This is very good presentation, a lot of good structure, and with the vigor that we want. That's what we seek. The decision goes to small details, but from those two bulls here, they have been very well presented and they represent the breed very well. So this is the oldest category. This is no calf. And we hope to have calves that can do this in the future too. So congratulations. Congratulations to the handlers and presentators and for your presentation. And I wish you to go to the championship next Friday. Is that correct? Yes, so thank you. Just to add to it, the agenda for the Dairy Year. Friday we will have two championships. These are the differences between the bulls, for sure. Now we will do the following. They are just going to finish off. Yes. So we will have a quick break and we will be back with the summary of everything that happened today.
Conozca más sobre Impreña, una empresa 100% brasileña, dedicada a la fabricación de productos veterinarios, que busca desarrollar productos innovadores, invirtiendo continuamente en nuevas investigaciones, con el fin de traer soluciones al mercado y maximizar los resultados en biotecnologías de reproducción animal. Puedes contar con nuestros productos, porque para nosotros, tu resultado es lo más importante.
Hace 20 años comenzó un sueño. El sueño de llevar al campo soluciones seguras, eficaces e innovadoras en salud animal, colaborando con la prosperidad de la ganadería. Hemos evolucionado, madurado y hoy somos considerados el laboratorio farmacéutico veterinario de más rápido crecimiento en las Américas. Somos JA, desde hace 20 años, aportando innovación y compromiso a la ganadería.
We're back, and soon we will have our VIP room. And now we are speaking about the Guzerá, and for that we will hear Marcos Carneiro, who is the chairman of the association. Welcome. Thank you for the invitation, for your availability, and for the chance to speak about the Guzerá, which is always a pleasure. It is our pleasure, to speak about the breed and the evolution of it. And we were talking about a little bit the work with this breed and the evolution of it, and some of the points that we want to highlight, which is important to tell about this work. Yes, Guzerá breed, as it was the first breed in Brazil to come to Brazil, is the most, the longest living race breed. They have registrations from 5,000 years ago in Mesopotamia. This racial purity produce great cattle. And we have Perodes with Zebu bringing low-cost milk. We have crossing with Taurus and Zebu, where you have the Guzolando, which is also low-cost milk. We have the perception that the Guzerá is... Remember, every time we say Guzerá, we say, well, this is a profitable breed. And you mentioned some partnerships that you have, thinking about the evolution of the race, the breed, and 20-some years with Embrapa and so on. How does that work? Well, we only have two breeds that take part in the two programs, two evaluation programs at the ABCZ, which is Cindy and Guzera. We have both in the PMGZ for milk and meat. So we have a co-sister, which is CBMG, that researches and assesses Guzera for 25 years. This year, we will have the 23rd summary published by MPG, and they will be in partnership with Embrapa in order to promote the breed and improve it. This year, we have 15 more bulls in the progenital test. We are going to complement 400 bulls and about 12,000 cows, which are going to be evaluated. It's a very intense work, right? Thinking about this is one of the only races that breeds that participate in both programs, and it is a very intense search in order to select those animals to produce quality milk and meat, and a lower cost milk with good quality, right? And the producer is not able to control the selling price. They can only control the cost. When we offer the genetics that give them the opportunity to produce with low cost, this is an exceptional win, great gain. Just so you know, Guzera, you don't lose anything. If it's female, it goes for milk. If it's male, it goes for meat. So it's a win-win situation, basically. And how does the association work? How do they welcome the associates in order to incorporate these new technologies that are being used, the new tools that are available to the breeders in order to get more results? The association has a work that is dealing with the disclosure about the information about the breed, and we don't believe that we have that there is life without research, without scientific results and numbers. And then we promote during my period in the management the value that the associates pay if they participate in any program or project for research and evaluation. We give it half the money back that they gave us, so that they can take part in the program, be it the Embrapa program to the milk in the field, about PMGZ, whatever official program that has any numbers and techniques, we give support to that as an incentive to evolve, right? Yes. I would like you to speak. How is the expectation? We have lots of breeders being involved. What is the expectations for the Expozebu 2022, now in person again? What is your expectation here? Well, we are very glad because we have all of the records in numbers. We have more than 181 animals in the track, not to mention the animals that came into the exhibit. And around 32, if I'm not mistaken, breeders taking part in it. This gives us inspiration, this 3-in-1. You could say that our wheel was even better. We are very, very happy to be here with the associates. The cattle is amazing. It's really good. And we start the judgment soon, right? On Wednesday and on Thursday morning, we will have an auction, Wednesday afternoon, for the females and the males, all ages, and on Thursday morning we will have the judgments. Anything else in terms of programs for the Guzera here? We will have, today we had a BS, work with bulls. We have been there working in the daily lives with the associates and the visitations from foreigners. Many people from abroad, right, getting to know the breeds. I don't know the number, but I think we have 8 countries, around 8 countries, even African countries, and I think from 8, it's only South America and some African countries as well. It's very important, it's very good for us. Amazing. And I would like you to leave your invitation for people who are in the park to look for you, to get to know more about the race, to understand the work that you develop. Well, we are precisely in front of the track. I won't say it's the most beautiful building, but we are right up there. In your view, it is, right? It's cozy, right? It's the coziest one. For sure, yes. Well, we have had the great luck that we put our glass with plastic and a picture on the glass. You have the cows in the front, and then you have Gusolanos right back. So you can all go there and have some coffee and water and talk about meat and milk. So yeah, thank you so much for being here. We always want to have your presence here. Always bring you news about the breed and genetic improvement and the evolution to produce more meat and milk with low cost, by the way, which is what Guzera allows and promises. Okay, great. Thank you for your participation. Now we will hear Elcio Fonseca, who is in the track right now. The judgments have been finished for the day, and now Elcio will bring more info. Yes, Renata, that is it. The track is emptied now. We have the end of the judgments for the day. Now we have the Nelore in the morning and Dairy Gear in the afternoon. So now we just saw the senior bulls. Let's see the agenda for tomorrow. Tomorrow morning we will have more around here. 7:30 in the morning we will have the beginning of our broadcast at ABCZ TV. Tomorrow, Tuesday, we will have Nelore and Tabapuã, and on the afternoon we will have a lot of things going on. We'll have Dairy Gear, and then we will have the pre-classification for Nelore and then Tabapuã. All of those will follow tomorrow with the agenda. You mentioned here that the commentators said that the movement will just increase on these tracks, and the disputes are going to be more and more difficult. The championships and the great championships will be getting closer, and that's when the emotions will also increase around here. So we will keep going and following everything here, reinforcing again tomorrow from 7:30 a.m. we will have a live transmission from the track in the Fernando Costa Park. Now we will have a short break, and soon we will be back and follow up to 7:30 at night.
Sepa más sobre el trabajo del Grupo Matsuda. Llevamos más de 70 años en el mercado. Proporcionamos numerosas tecnologías para la producción de alimentos y operamos en más de 20 países. Investigamos y lanzamos nuevos cultivares de pastos, además de contar con la más alta tecnología en semillas de forrajes tropicales del mundo. Fomentamos el respeto por el medio ambiente, los animales y las personas. Somos el Grupo Matsuda.
Desde hace 55 años trabajamos con el objetivo de una ganadería más eficiente en pastos en Nelore y Sen. Un rebaño con hembras mejoradas por una fuerte presión de selección para la fertilidad, habilidad materna y precocidad. Siempre estamos buscando toros que mantengan y mejoren estas características en nuestro rebaño. Producir animales de buen temperamento, rústicos, funcionales y productivos.
Conozca más de Romancini. Romancini es una empresa del interior del estado de Paraná y fue fundada en los inicios de los años 1970 por el ganadero Luis Romancini, que en el día a día en el campo notó la necesidad de un equipamiento de contención que se adecuara a los diversos ciclos ganaderos y a todas las razas de bovinos. La pasión por la ganadería es lo que nos mueve y nos convirtió en una empresa especializada en el desarrollo de troncos de contención. Romancini, de ganadero para ganadero.
Conozca más acerca de W2R, un establecimiento dedicado a la mejora genética de la raza Brahman desde hace 18 años. Recientemente ha iniciado también la cría del Brahman rojo. Pensando en producir carne de calidad a un coste reducido, buscamos animales de alto rendimiento para satisfacer a un mercado cada vez más exigente. Y el Brahman, por ser un cebu de madurez extremadamente precoz y con alto rendimiento en canal, tiene mucho que aportar a la ganadería nacional.
Conozca más del trabajo de ABS, el centro de biotecnología más completo de América Latina. El complejo ABS cuenta con modernos laboratorios de semen convencional, genética sexada y embriones, para entregar las mejores soluciones de progreso genético con estándar de calidad tipo exportación. La selección de toros ABS lidera los principales programas de evaluación. Durante 80 años, ABS ofrece soluciones y resultados, garantizando la rentabilidad a través del progreso genético.
Conozca más sobre AgroExport, un país generoso en productividad agroindustrial. Lo mejor desde Brasil lo lleva AgroExport a todo el mundo por AgroExport. AgroExport exporta por aire y mar animales para reproducción, semen, equipos, animales vivos para engorde o sacrificio. Contáctenos. Tenga la marca de garantía AgroExport en su próximo negocio. AgroExport, tradición y confianza más allá de las fronteras.
Conozca más sobre la calidad JLT Tabapuán, Granja Agua Marinha, por el empresario Julio Laure. Animales de excelente genética con las características más deseadas. Capacidad materna, peso de destete, peso soberano, fertilidad, estructura, precocidad, musculatura y características de la canal. JLT Tabapuán, amor por la raza.
5 horas da tarde.
Okay, so it's 5:52 and we are here in our VIP box of the World Cup of the Zebu Cattle. Thank you to my dear friends who are here at the podium with me. Okay, let's summarize what we saw today and let's discuss what we're going to see tomorrow. So today we had the young bulls category, the adult bull, the young bull, all of these categories. We have already had the championships, and this was all related to the dairy jeer, okay? And these animals, okay, that were here in the arena, it was very fruitful. The quality of the animals was extremely high. We were able to see the productivity of these males, even though the number of animals was a little lower, okay, but the quality maintained itself. And this afternoon that we spent here, I was very happy with what I saw. The results, the animals, and also to be here with you, with Célio, okay, and we could stay here for a long, long time. Ooh, I thank you. Yes, I would like to thank you. The production guys here are amazing. The team is amazing, okay, the support team, and they make things happen. And here at the VIP box, our lives have become a little easier. People who have been watching the channel, they sent some messages to us saying how wonderful it is. The cameramen are giving us the opportunity to pay attention to some details, and then they show everything that's happening in the arena. They come back to us in the studio. And so as time goes by, as the days go by, we can analyze everything. The number of people is going to increase here in the park. Some people are more interested in X breed and others Y breed. And so we have Tabapuã tomorrow, Dairy, Jeer, Nelore again, and Wednesday and Thursday, we're going to have lots and lots of movement. And this is an innovation. We are working as hard as we can. And so we are just planting a seed so that in 20 or 30 years, things become better. So this is a broadcasting that is going to go into history. So tomorrow I'm going to give you the day off, okay? Tomorrow I'm going to give you the day off. We have been together since yesterday morning. And so tomorrow morning, Célio, I'm going to wait for you here. Paulo Camargo, Gabriel Pedrosa Silva, and we're going to be here in the VIP box, okay? I don't know. I'm all day tomorrow. I don't know if I'm going to be here in the morning, in the afternoon. I'm so tired. The important thing is for the audience to keep following up our broadcasting because the board of directors of the ABCZ, they worked really hard to have all of this for you, to organize all of this for you. And you guys can ask questions, you can forward remarks, and we're trying to improve every day. And we're going to try to offer a high quality broadcasting to you. So we're going to have good night. And so we're going to share more information because this Sunday, the president of the Bank of Brazil paid us a visit and he rode a horse. He discussed the partnerships that they have with the ABCZ. And so this is the first official day right after the 2022 Expozebu. We had the presence of the president of the Bank of Brazil. Mr. Fausto Ribeiro is beside me. He decided to come to the Equi show, and he's riding our horses. What are you thinking about our event? Oh, wonderful. Oh, I was born in Uberaba. My father's family had many farms. I always rode horses. And so I'm remembering my childhood now. So the Bank of Brazil is taking part in two events, in the Fernando Costa Park and also here at the Equi Show. At the ABCZ, we have a branch installed inside the park. Today we signed a protocol so that we could build the Zebu Museum. And I'm so happy that Brazil is being able to be a part of this history. And we are here in the field and we hope to carry out wonderful business. 3 minutes to 6. And we're going to have a brief break and see you soon.
Hace 20 años comenzó un sueño. El sueño de llevar al campo soluciones seguras, eficaces e innovadoras en salud animal, colaborando con la prosperidad de la ganadería. Hemos evolucionado, madurado y hoy somos considerados el laboratorio farmacéutico veterinario de más rápido crecimiento en las Américas. Somos JA, desde hace 20 años, aportando innovación y compromiso a la ganadería.
Sepa más sobre el trabajo del Grupo Matsuda. Llevamos más de 70 años en el mercado. Proporcionamos numerosas tecnologías para la producción de alimentos y operamos en más de 20 países. Investigamos y lanzamos nuevos cultivares de pastos, además de contar con la más alta tecnología en semillas de forrajes tropicales del mundo. Fomentamos el respeto por el medio ambiente, los animales y las personas. Somos el Grupo Matsuda.
Desde hace 55 años trabajamos con el objetivo de una ganadería más eficiente en pastos en Anelore y Sen. Un rebaño con hembras mejoradas por una fuerte presión de selección para la fertilidad, habilidad materna y precocidad. Siempre estamos buscando toros que mantengan y mejoren estas características en nuestro rebaño. Producir animales de buen temperamento, rústicos, funcionales y productivos.
Conozca más de Romancini. Romancini es una empresa del interior del estado de Paraná y fue fundada en los inicios de los años 1970 por el ganadero Luis Romancini, que en el día a día en el campo notó la necesidad de un equipamiento de contención que se adecuara a los diversos ciclos ganaderos y a todas las razas de bovinos. La pasión por la ganadería es lo que nos mueve y nos convirtió en una empresa especializada en el desarrollo de troncos de contención. Romancini, de ganadero para ganadero.
Conozca más acerca de W2R, un establecimiento dedicado a la mejora genética de la raza Brahman desde hace 18 años. Recientemente ha iniciado también la cría del Brahman rojo. Pensando en producir carne de calidad a un coste reducido, buscamos animales de alto rendimiento para satisfacer a un mercado cada vez más exigente. Y el Brahman, por ser un cebu de madurez extremadamente precoz y con alto rendimiento en canal, tiene mucho que aportar a la ganadería nacional.
Más del trabajo de ABS, el centro de biotecnología más completo de América Latina. El complejo ABS cuenta con modernos laboratorios de semen convencional, genética sexada y embriones. Da para entregar las mejores soluciones de progreso genético con estándar de calidad tipo exportación. La selección de toros ABS lidera los principales programas de evaluación. Durante 80 años, ABS ofrece soluções e resultados, garantizando a rentabilidade através
do início da noite aqui em Uberaba.
And so this is the beginning of the evening in the city of Uberaba, and we are here at the 2022 Expozebu, and you can see me waving from this window here. And yesterday we had many situations in which we paid homage to people, and Expozebu is one of the most important events for agribusiness in Brazil. And so we had this to give the awards, the Merit Awards. This is one of the most prestigious honors, and 23 personalities received awards. Breeders, partnerships, all of those that contribute to the development of the zebu breeding all over Brazil. And our members recommended the people who should receive the awards. So today is a very special evening for the zebu breeders in Brazil. Mainly those who are receiving awards today because of the work that they do, because of their dedication, because of their passion for the zebu breeds. So it's a wonderful moment for us, and we can pay homage to these people. Last year we couldn't have the ceremony because of the pandemic, and this year we're going to pay homage to 2 people per breed. We have international partners, we have partners, people who are important for the zebu breeds. And so now let's list the people who received awards. For the Brahman breed, Paulo Scatolin and Wilson Roberto Rodrigues, they received an award. For the Gyr breed, Marco Antonio and Paulo Sérgio Baruffi. For the Dairy Gyr breed, we paid homage to Mr. José da Silveira and Mr. Antônio Reis. For the Guzera breed, Mr. Leandro Botelho Neiva and Geisa Bonfi. In the Brazil breed, we have Cláudio Rezende and João Carvalho Pinto. In the Nelore breed, José Odenires and also Fabiano José da Silva. For the Hornless Nelore breed, Evandro Filho and Mr. Gilberto de Souza. In the Cindy breed, it's Mr. Mário Pereira was awarded, and Mr. Curi. And in the Tabapuã breed, the people who received the award were Mr. Francisco Cunha and Mr. Valmir Cortella. And in the international partnership, we had the president of Apex Brazil, and Elisa Araújo, the mayor of the city of Uberaba. job. In the technical category, we gave it to Mr. Alfredo Brandão, and then Mr. Fausto Ribeiro, who is the president of the Bank of Brazil. And as the collaborator, or a person who always cooperates with us, the general superintendent of the ABCZ. So after this hard work that we did, Mr. Jairo Machado, and so the breeders, and so they mentioned that we have been doing good work, and they mentioned this. It makes us very happy and honored, and this happiness, at the peak of this happiness is the award that I'm receiving today. In the promotional offices, they elected me to be one of the candidates to receive this award as a good person who cooperates with us, who works with us, and it makes me really, really happy. And so this is a great merit. After the awards given to the 23 winners, the president of the ABCZ gave a speech, and right after that there was a surprise for the guests and receivers of awards, a show with Leo Chaves, and he is a very famous person here in Brazil. His name is Leo Chaves, yeah? And so it was a great honor for me. I'm always here attending the fairs, and I feel part of this event. And on the stage, he made everybody feel excited and happy with his greatest hits. So the ABCZ Merit has been promoted since 1977 and has given awards to many, many people. And it's the greatest Brazilian livestock award that can be granted. And we had the presence of the Minister of Agriculture, Livestock and Distribution, and he was here. The history of the ABCZ is mixed up with the success of our beef in Brazil. Everybody who knew the history of the ABCZ, the first people went to India to import the animals, and they were misunderstood at that time. And now, very proudly, for many, many years ago, when we had the first animals from India arrive in Brazil, and Brazil now is a great exporter of animal protein, mainly beef, and these awards are a thank you to the people who truly helped the Brazilian livestock production. So we're going to have a brief commercial break, and then we're going to come back with more information about the 2022 Expozebu.
Conozca mais sobre AgroExport, país generoso em produtividade agroindustrial. Lo mejor deste Brasil lo lleva AgroExport a todo el mundo por AgroExport. AgroExport exporta por aire y mar animales para reproducción, semen, equipos, animales vivos para engorde o sacrificio. Contáctenos. Tenga la marca de garantía AgroExport en su próximo negocio. AgroExport, tradición y confianza más allá de las fronteras.
Conozca más sobre la calidad Hotel T Tabapuan, Granja Agua Marinha por el empresario Julio Laure. Animales de excelente genética con las características más deseadas. Capacidad materna, peso de destete, peso soberano, fertilidad, estructura, precocidad, musculatura y características de la canal. Hotel T Tabapuan. Amor por la raza.
Alta Brasil, líder del mercado de mejoramiento genético bovino, está localizada en Uberaba, la capital mundial del ganado cebú, y es en nuestra central de donde sale al menos una de cada 3 dosis de semen vendido, producido o exportado. Solo en 2021 hubo más de 8.6 millones de dosis. Así crece el agro y nuestra credibilidad también.
Conozca más sobre Alvo Agro, una empresa 100% brasileña enfocada en la exportación de animales vivos, con estaciones cuarentenarias estratégicamente localizadas para embarque desde los puertos de São Sebastián y Vila do Conde en Brasil. Ofrecemos a nuestros clientes una diversificación de raza y especificación de los animales que Brasil ofrece. Piense, Alvo Agro, soluções que alimentam.
Daqui a pouco você vai ficar com o programa Made in Brasil, mas antes eu queria fazer um arremate aqui com você hoje durante todo o dia.
Soon you will see the information about what happened today and in the last few days, everything that took place in the park, and the information about the VIP room. This morning we had the Nelore, and during the afternoon we had the dairy gear, and we have our tournament track here. Everybody's left the building, the park. The grass is resting now to get the Nelore next morning, and then in the afternoon we will have the Gir, the dairy and the double aptitude Gir, and then Tabapuan breed. Our central will be finished off for today, and tomorrow we will be back 7:30 in the morning. I will be with you broadcasting all of the info from the judgment and all other events that take place around here during the 87 Expozebu. Now we will have Made in Brazil. Good evening to all of you. Good night.